Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Hello friends, good morning and welcome to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. It's wonderful to have your company. It's the 1st of October, it's Craftober. It's started my favourite season and time of year. I'm feeling absolutely full of beans. In fact, I've been irritatingly wide awake and on it since I arrived, which I think is tiring out everybody, but hopefully not you. Anyway, welcome to October and to Sewing Street. Let's start, as always, with our early bird. There they are, chirping away. Now, early bird is something which is fantastic for every sewer, whether you're an embroiderer, whether you're a machine sewer, hand sewer, you love English paper piecing, whatever you love, this is the perfect early bird for you this morning. It is Thread Magic from Taylor Seville. It is a non-wax, hypoallergenic thread conditioner. It's going to mean that your thread stays tangle free. It feels that's a little bit stronger, is easier to needle through. So when you're doing things like hand quilting, big stitch quilting, cross stitch embroidery, black work, whatever you're doing, it is perfect. You can even attach it to the top of your sewing machine and run your machine sewing through it if you want to as well. This one comes with a lid that you can't lose and a thread cutter. How useful is that? Perfect for traveling. Let me show you some more details. It is a thread conditioner. It reduces friction when you're sewing. So when you're pulling your needle and thread through, sewing on buttons, whatever you're doing, there's less friction, which means there's less drag. It's easier on your hands, easier on your wrists. It helps reduce tangling and knotting. I was having this conversation with my lovely friend Hilary just the other day, and Hilary's already messaged in, "Morning Stuart, lovely to see you today." Thank you for that. It also protects against UV rays, mold and mildew. Let's protect our projects right from construction. Great product. Here's the next slide. Oh, there's me. Just as well I wasn't pulling a funny face. What do you mean I was? Apply this special formula to your thread to strengthen it and prevent tangles and fraying. This is all sounding like music to my ears. I don't know about you. Thread Magic will not melt, freeze, or leave behind a residue and is safe for all threads, all fabrics, all machines. I love that. There's that thread cutter blade. Normal price $12.99, and this is the kind of thing that's going to last and last And last, but that's not our price today. That is not our price today. Let's give you our price today. We're going to go under £10. I'm thinking one for me, one for the gift draw. Lots of you have already checked out. Well done. You've paid your P&P for the rest of the day. Nothing else to pay now, regardless of what you order. Let's do a little price comparison as well, just to show you what you could be paying somewhere else. Now, if you go to Quilt Direct, is this Quilt Direct? Oh, Coles, I love Coles. $12.99. That's where we started. That's the right price. That is the right price, and that's where we'll be back at midnight tonight, or obviously if we have any left. But that's the normal price, $12.99. There's a fantastic saving. You're saving $2.99. The price today is $9.99. I love it. I love it, love it, love it. Let me say a few quick good mornings while I'm here. Julie's messaged in, good morning, Stuart. You're looking so trim. Thank you, my darling. And I've got this new shirt. I hope you like it. I think it's a little bit Sashko. Paula's messaged in, morning, Stuart, and all the team. Love from Paula in Deep Car. Morning to you. Marie's got in touch. Good morning, lovely boy. Looking good. Have a lovely day. Thank you. A lot of lovelies there. I hope you have a lovely day too. Hilary, of course, has messaged you. Suzanne, good morning, Stuart and the team. Have a fab day. Good morning, Stuart. Love you from Blackpool, from Patricia. Doreen Bradley says, morning, Stuart. Sally Ann Harrison, our lovely Sally Ann, is watching. Morning, Stuart and Emily. Emily's just over there. Looking forward to the show. Have a fabulous day. Kirsty, morning, Stuart. Could this be used on metallic thread on the sewing machine to stop it pinging back as much? Yes, although a thread net will do that for you in spades. Have a look for a thread net. Liz has got in touch. Morning, Stuart. Have a great day. I'm looking forward to all the goodies on offer from Liz. Liz, we've got a bumper morning. Stay tuned. You're going to love it. Thanks for getting in touch. Another message on my bottom. It's the best way to start the day. Good morning. You're looking lovely and oh so fresh and joyful as always. 3 kisses. Thank you, Rebecca J. Our producers just said maybe you're watching a different channel. Is it a different Stuart? Barney the dinosaur. Oh, that's about right. Do you know, I do love a bit of dress up. I'm not going to lie. Stick me in a costume and I become a different person. Yeah, absolutely. I love it. It's a bit of fun, isn't it? Bit of fun. Now, half the stock of our Thread Magic early bird has already gone and been checked out. Well done, everyone who's already got your Thread Magic. It should be $12.99. It isn't today. It's $12.99. Normally, it is everywhere else. It's $9.99 here on Sewing Street while our stocks last, or until midnight tonight. It's going to condition your thread. It's going to stop it tangling and fraying. It's going to reduce drag when you're sewing, so the thread's going to pull through your fabric more easily. This sounds like something that's going to make the job easier, more relaxing, less physical strain if you're not having to pull that thread through. Kinder on your wrists and hands. Sounds good to me. It's going to work any thread, any fabric, any machine. And don't forget, you've got a lid. Let me just show you this. It's really cool. Why isn't every lid like this? Okay, it is attached, so you can't lose the lid. You have these grooves all the way around, so you can lay your thread over the top and sort of pull it through the grooves to hold it in place, so that it's continuously running through this formula. This isn't wax, by the way. This isn't wax, and it's hyperallergenic. It is safe to use for fabrics in thread. It's also scentless, non-scented, which actually I think is really good, because although I like certain smells, I don't like every smell. And I've got one friend in particular, Sally, who I cannot take into a candle shop at all, because she just spends the entire time going, oh no, it's horrible. Oh, I need to get out. She's so sensitive to smell. So perfect if you don't like those strong scents. Just a brilliant all round. And then look here on the side. There we go. There's your thread cutter. So actually, even if you're not using the thread conditioner, you could pop that into your pocket, into your bag or workbox, and you've always got a little thread cutter with you as well. And I guess you could take that on flights. Magic, absolutely brilliant. Less than 20 left. Laura's got in touch. Good morning, Stuart. Love your shirt. Have a great day. Thank you. I saw it. Had to have it. Only bought it the other day. And I love it too. It's a bit Sashko, isn't it? It's a bit Susan Briscoe. Christine's messaged in. Morning, Stuart. Any advice, please? I love this. I think I've come up with a great idea. Simple to make, cost effective and useful. How do I get this out there? Christine, I want to know what the idea is. You're teasing me now. You're teasing me. Is it sewing related? I mean, you've got to ask, haven't you? It could be anything. You could have invented a new colour. I don't know. But how do you get it out there? Gosh, in this age of social media, I think it's that, isn't it? It's the gram. It's TikTok. It's TikTok. I don't even know what I just said. Is it Snapchat? Is that still a thing? And I would say, and also, get celebrities using it. If you can possibly get it into the hands of Kim and family, maybe Tell me what it is. I want to know what it is. I think we all want to know now. Okay. Advent calendar. I need it, Nick. Let me grab it. Oh. I knew that was going to happen. Oh, there is one on the desk. Oh, honestly. I'll just destroy the set, sorry. Look, there it is. Ever the professional, jolly good. Advent calendar from Sewing Street. Exclusive to us. Well, I'm in love with it already because it's got a gorgeous Christmas house and nutcrackers standing either side of the door. Those of you who know me know I love the Nutcracker. It is my absolute all-time favourite Christmas play, dance, ballet, book. Beautiful. Now, of course, you've got 24 windows to open on the run-up to Christmas. I'm explaining Advent calendars now. So on the 1st of December, what you have to do... Okay. There are 25 gifts, really, because there's something extra in 24, isn't there? Yeah, there's 20. Oh, have we said it's a £10 voucher and a gift. There's a gift as well, but there's a £10 voucher, so that's fab. So 25 gifts. So every single day you can get yourself a little sewing related gift to treat yourself from your Advent calendar. No chocolate, so calorie free, this one, which is good, I think. You know, our multi-skilled operator is not impressed by calorie-free. I get you. Now, you can get a split pay if you'd like. It's $39.99, and we wouldn't normally introduce split pays until we get to £100, but we've done it this time. There are 3 of them, £13.33. It is gorgeous, isn't it? And I love an Advent which is specific to my hobby, my passion. You know, every year I buy Charlie a Lego Advent calendar, which is really special for him, which is great, and it gives him a little something every day that he can... But it's a little something to get him through the day. But this is sewing themed. This is sewing related. Tools, notions, useful stuff in there. Now, they're also being sent out in special boxes so they don't get crushed. No extra P&P for that, which is great to know. Worth stocking up, I think, before these completely sell out. I know it feels very early, doesn't it, October the 1st, but this is the time now when you need to buy those gift sets, those Advent calendars, the ones you specifically want, or you'll miss out. Now, if you want 2, we've got a very, very special offer. And that is, if you buy 2 of our Advent calendars using the code that's on screen now, you'll save £10. You must use that product code. Don't put the single one, 2 of them, because you won't get the discount. So you definitely need to use the code that's on screen now. But then you'll save £10 on your 2 advent calendars. That's awesome. Anne got my calendar. It came so quick, but I can't use it or open it. That's a first. Anne, it must be torturing you. It would torture me. That's the only thing, isn't it, when you get something in early and you're not allowed to touch it. You're not allowed to touch it. December the 1st. Let's have a look at the menu for today. Okay, so 8 a.m. we've got Emily Roberts, huzzah, with Sew Your Own Bags and Accessories. This is a great new book, really fantastic. The value is incredible. And we've got some gorgeous fabric bundles. At 9 o'clock, oh, we've got Karen from Seams. The whole studio smells gorgeous. My hands have never felt softer. If you've got a story to tell us about your experience with Seams, please message us, email us, Facebook Live message, let us know. Has it become your hero product? Have you felt the difference? My Seams hand cream and nail oil sits on my coffee table now, and every evening I'm there, just pop a little bit in. I love it. It's become my nightly ritual. Now, also, just we've snuck in the last 20 minutes, my Christmas fabrics, cross-stitched Christmas. You might have spotted a few things on set, and also if you've been jumping ahead and doing pre-order, you'll have seen them. We've got fabrics by the half metre, we've got fat quarter bundles, and we've also got the gift bag panels, which we didn't have last time I came in, and we sold out in about 10 minutes. So if you want to get on pre-order and order those, do. Now at 10 o'clock, Emily is back with Apron fabric panels. These are gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. We've got the Harvest apron. We've got the Up and Away hot air balloons. We've also got a floral, which is divine. Absolutely divine. Super sewing from Emily there at 10 o'clock. And then at 11 and 12, we've got Garry from Juki with overlockers and sewing machines. So if there's anything you've ever wondered, or you've wanted to ask a question but didn't like to about sewing machines or overlockers, please get in touch. Prior to the show, we can have a whole load of emails ready for Garry to answer, to demonstrate. Email them though, email them in. So that is, let me tell you how you message in to the studio. If you're going to email, you need to use this email address, studio@sewingstreet.com. And you can also send in things like pictures. Contact us on Facebook, send us a little message on Facebook Live. That's cool, we love that. That's very immediate. Or you can go to our website, and that's where you're going to go to shop, and that's www.sewingstreet.com. And then once you get there, click on Watch Live, and then Halloween, and then you'll be able to see how to message hello, how are you, very good. And if you scroll down, you'll see today's show deals. That's everything we've already had on air. And then the pre-order column has changed, coming up on today's show, but that's our pre-order. Every single thing there that's coming up, you can get ahead of the game, get ahead of the curve, and you can order. And if you check out, you know you've got exactly what you want. There are those new Seams bundles. There are the Christmas fabrics. We've also got, whoa, just go back a second. We've got Scandi Christmas folk art from last year. Hurrah! So we've got last year's and this year's. Thrilled to bits with that. Good. And also the bag panels are there. And then moving down some books, we've got Bags for Life. We've got Debbie Shaw. We've got our panels. This is coming up later in Emily's show. Those aprons, check this out. It's fall, y'all. Yeah, you can see the pocket there. It's the bottom of the pumpkin. I'll just tuck that into the bottom of my pumpkin. I'm going to be saying a lot of that in October. And then there's also some other panels that go with, and then you've got the machines that are coming up from Juki for our very special 2-hour spesh with Garry. Overlocker, sewing machines. Now, we haven't had a Juki overlocker with Garry for forever. So that'll be fab. I'm going to be picking his brains like crazy. We've got the UX8, which is an incredible machine. I've got that. And then we've got the straight stitch machine. So if you're serious about your straight stitch sewing, I might practice that before later. Bag making. You're starting to go a bit commercial there. Getting a bit commercial. If you're wondering why you might buy one, watch the show. Some more lovely messages. Teresa's got in touch. Morning, Stuart Hillard. Just popping in to say hi as I drink coffee in bed. You decadent person, you. With the most amazing view on Hollybobs. Is that the television? Is that the amazing view? It's not, is it? It's out the window. We'll catch up later. Have a great day, everyone. Lulu's got in touch. Morning, Stuart. Advent, fallen in my basket. They do that. And I will be going to Ali Pally Knit Show to hope to see you there. Lulu, I am at the Ali Pally Knitting and Stitching Show on Thursday, Friday and Saturday. And I'm hosting a fashion show on Saturday called Boys Sew 2. Julie's got in touch. Morning, Stuart, looking good. I'm off to the Craft for Crafters show later at Shepton Mallet. I love Shepton Mallet. Give it my love. Streetwise, love that. I have a Nativity 3D advent calendar I bought 3 years ago. Love 3D. Oh, me too, who doesn't? Also, have just bought a Sainsbury's vegan chocolate advent calendar. I think you need a Sewing Street as well. Donna, good morning, everyone. Have a great weekend. Laurie, I got my calendar. It was definitely well wrapped and was quick. So many messages today. Anyway, Emily's made this. How fabulous. It's like a mini weekend bag, isn't it? But it's like mini-sized handbag size. It's all quilted. It's got this fabulous zipped welt. It is beautiful. Outside pockets, the whole shebang. It's from a brand new book. I'm super excited to get this. And it's called Sew Your Own Bags and Accessories. So 19 stunning projects explained step by step and supported by videos. Now, let's just think about what this might cost. 19 projects, full-sized paper pattern pieces. Every single pattern has a QR code as well within the pattern that you can zap on, and then zap on it, and then watch a video that goes with it. So if you're a visual learner, I mean, there's loads of really great pictures too, but if you're a visual learner and you like to see something physically videoed, you get all of that. 19, that is adorable. It's like a milk carton, but it's a pencil case. I love it. Look at that. A wallet with tab. That's a really nice shape. And room for embroidery. That's cool. We were all really shocked at the price. Are you ready? $11.99. $11.99. 19 projects. Full-size pattern pieces. Video support throughout. Emily told me earlier on, watching the videos was transformative and really helped to demystify any processes that she wasn't sure about. Let's have a little look at the projects. There are loads of you coming in. Easy accessories. A flat but thick wallet. That's like thick. What do they call it? Thick. What's it? Slim thick. It's slim thick, but in wallet form. I saw it on a TikTok. I don't know. One-piece wallets. Bag with original and clever handles. I love the way it's all worded. This is already tickling my fancy. We've got flat but thick and original and clever. Goodness me, that was my nickname in prison. Original and clever. It wasn't. Pouches. Pouches with pockets. Smart wallet. Trapezoidal Boston mini bags. That's these, isn't it? That's this one. The trapezoidal Boston mini bag. I love multi-pocket yoke bags. Don't be put off by these names. Great patterns. Video support. You're loving this. Bellows wallet and bag. He bellows. Multi-pocket flat bag, trapezoidal pouches, shell pouches. I mean, I've seen a pattern actually quite recently for shell pouches. It was $12.99. It was actually in dollars, but it worked out about $12.99 for that. Just for one. Bag with rounded opening, multi-pocket totes. They're gorgeous. Look at those. What about storage for under the stairs? What about storage in your gardening bag? Storage in your sewing room? Well, exactly. Vanity case. Vanity case. I'm hoping that's about the size of a dustbin if all my gear's going to go in it. Storage boxes, these are adorable. Think about these for Christmas presents. Can you imagine with a few little bits and bobs in? It's almost like a little bucket. Love that. 3 uses of metal reinforcements. Well, I'm imagining one of them is to shore up your house in case of zombie attack, but let's read on. Wallet with a tab, mini bag, wall storage boxes, pencil cases. This is phenomenal. This is phenomenal. And there's definitely an emphasis here on those smaller, cute, useful, take them anywhere, not take 20 hours to make, not require loads of stuff either to make them. This is really good value. Is this a copy that I can have? Because I'm not going to get one if I rely on going online and buying one. It's 40 in baskets and over 50 already checked out. That sounds like a sellout to me very, very quickly. Beautiful, beautiful book. Gorgeous photography. Let me just show you a bit of, I mean, look at that. I'm sold on that. I'm sold on that. Square or round. Look at the profile of that. Beautiful. All these spaces. I bought, I think it might have been a simplicity pattern, which was for making something like this that went over a mug that had these bits in. I paid $7.95 for that one pattern. For that. I'm the mug. I'm the mug. Yeah? That's fat. No, it is cute. I'm slightly concerned about the hat, but wistful. But I love the bag. And look inside. I mean, they're calling it a tote, but I mean, that's the poshest tote I've ever seen. Made in canvas, cotton canvas. We sell that. Be awesome. 19 different projects. And I think you'll agree they are all makeable.
Oh, definitely.
Wouldn't you think,
Yeah,
Emily?
definitely.
All of them are very, very makeable, very, very desirable. I'm not kidding about wanting this copy. I'll lick it if I have to. Okay, I'm going to take a little walk because I've got some bundles of fabric just to show you as well while Emily gets ready for her demo. Now then, these bundles have been put together very much with that trapezoidal bag in mind. It's brilliant, isn't it? $11.99. One for me, one for a present. My goodness me, you'd get brownie points, wouldn't you, for giving somebody that? Let's start with the William Morris bundle. Lots of you coming in for this, and over half of this is already checked out. So definitely in danger. This is the William Morris. We've got Strawberry Thief fabric. Now you get a metre of Strawberry Thief. I love this colour. It's like a sort of soft greyish duck egg background, and then all that lovely vibrancy in the design. Both 100% cotton, of course. You get a metre of that, and you get a metre of cotton canvas in this sort of soft elephant grey, silver it's called, but it's a kind of soft elephant grey. A metre of each for $19.99. It's a great stash builder anyway, and I'm thinking that it's not going to take a metre of each fabric to make that bag. Maybe get 2 out of it. You'd get 2. Fantastic. 140 wide, that cotton canvas, so extra wide. Is that about 50, 52 inches? Single figures now. I'm going to move on. Right, next bundle coming up is the one we're working with. Now, this is a gorgeous combination of Anna Maria Horner and a cotton canvas to go with. Emily's going to demonstrate with this. I've always said this fabric is perfect for bag making because you can center that stripe. You could piece with this a little bit before you make it up. You've got some gorgeous color in there. Vibrant pink, that gorgeous golden yellow, jade green and blue. Kind of would go with anything. And also it's a bit of a statement bag as well, isn't it? You get a whole meter of that. And then to go with, you've got your cotton canvas in, now I would call this grape. But I'm sure we have another name for it, but it's gorgeous. Again, extra wide. Lavender. They've called it lavender. It is a lavender. Okay, I'm happy with the lavender. Yes, I approve. Beautiful. Again, you're getting a meter of each piece. Beautiful. Next up, let's go Liberty. Imagine that, a gorgeous bag made in Liberty. Single figures already. You've got this wonderful floral. That's just quintessential Liberty, isn't it? Really yummy. And I love those soft muted colours. Soft rose pink. Everybody would recognise that as Liberty, wouldn't they? Even if you'd never seen it before. So you get a metre of that. It's a fabulous price, isn't it? Can you imagine a metre of Liberty fabric? Well, not $19.99 for that. You're also getting a metre. This is a seeded natural, but again, a cotton canvas, but a seeded natural, which I've never seen before. I'm just thinking that gorgeous tote bag. Yeah, very classy. Yeah, for the outside, yeah, and that for a little bit of trim, and the lining. Oh yeah. Yeah, turn it on its tail. That would be beautiful. Single figures about to sell out. That doesn't mean you can't get involved. You can still get in on the game. Just be the first one to check out, and you'll get that Liberty bundle home. Now, next up, oh, there's 3 of those bundles left. But again, if you're quick, you can still jump on. Pop it in your basket. Now, I love, love, love this larkspur design from William Morris. I'm going to open it out a little bit so you can just see a bit more of it, because I think the design is beautiful and I love the colourway as well. That is beautiful. You might not be a bag maker. You might just be thinking, whoa, that'd make some lovely cushions. $19.99. This is a metre of this and a metre of the cotton canvas. I'm going to open this up for a second, and Emily, I haven't even introduced you yet, but would you mind just grabbing one side, please? Just to show, this is a really, come hither. This is a big piece of fabric. You're getting all of that and your metre of William Morris for $19.99. Gorgeous.
Definitely get 2 of those bags, if not maybe the purses as well.
Little purse to match, that would be gorgeous.
Purse,
and good morning to you.
Good morning, everybody.
Completely in love with your t-shirt.
Thank you.
Gorgeous.
Thank you. I like to be bright and colourful.
How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
It's really lovely to see you
as
again.
well.
Thanks for coming back.
We've had a good laugh this morning, haven't we?
We have. Oh, fabulous. Now, you could get, if you were doing the fronts out of this and the backs out of this, you get 4 cushions. Absolutely. Yeah, for under £20, get it just for that. You could do tie-on cushions and have them for like kitchen chairs. That would work really nicely. Yeah, you don't just have to buy these bundles for what we thought they would work for. If you've spotted that it would be great for something else, email in, let us know. Yeah. My producers emailed into my ear and told me, oh, I think that would be great for cushions. Oh, what cushions, she said. So, all right, I'll make you some. 2 more bundles. The one with the melody. This does a tune. Ruby Star Society. Very, very yummy. I just love the selve edges on Ruby Star Society fabrics. How cool is that? A completely different colour. Yeah. An extra process, but they do it. Beautiful. So this is Butterfly, and it's got gold overprinting as well. So this is rather special. Again, you're getting a whole metre. You're loving this one. Once you've checked out, there's single figures of this left. So going really fast. And it's a wonderful combination of those really deep kind of malachite greens, bit of turquoise in there, and then that gold overprinting. You've also got lovely opportunities for fussy cutting should you have a little smidge left. You're getting a metre of navy blue cotton canvas to go with, which is delish. Again, extra wide. There are 8 of those left. Very, very busy this morning. And have you checked out on your book? Sew Your Own Bags and Accessories, 19 projects. It's $12.99, over 100 gone. We've actually got less than 20 left. Less than 20 left. Okay, last bundle. This is awesome. Little bunny rabbits and florals. That's really cute. Have a look at that. That is lovely. And also, because of the scale of these projects and bags, if you wanted to make a little something for a younger one,
Yeah, definitely.
you could definitely,
Yeah.
and I think that's got a really cute look to it. You get a metre of that. You get a metre of this kind of winter white cotton canvas, which again is brilliant, absolutely gorgeous. So you're getting cotton canvas with all of the bundles, a metre of that, and a metre of designer quilt weight cotton, including some William Morris, some Liberty, some Ruby Star Society. I mean, it's just phenomenal. I love it. Okay, last thing I'm going to show you before I hand over to Emily is H640, a fusible fleece. This is pre-cut, so if you multi-buy, you'll get separate meters. This is 90 wide, 90 centimeters wide. Buy a meter cut for $9.99. Fusible on one side, 100% polyester, great loft, perfect for the bags in this book. Emily, how are you?
I'm very good, thank you. Hello, everybody.
So tell me about the bag. Tell me about the book. Do you love it?
Yeah, it's very different to any other bag book I've used before. But I'm quite a visual learner, so I really quite liked the QR codes. Just literally scanned it on my phone and it came straight up with the video online and watched that through. And it kind of just...
Is that easy to do if you're not a techie person?
Yeah, so it depends what kind of phone you got. So you can have QR readers that you download onto your phone, or my phone, for example, I just open the camera app and it just automatically comes up with like the link when I hover it over.
But those QR code reader apps, they're free, aren't they?
Yeah, most of them are
You don't
free.
pay for
I
them.
don't think there's any really that you should be paying for QR code readers. But yeah, I think once you've sort of watched that through, for me then, what I'd seen, because the pictures are really quite detailed pictures, but then they make even more sense once you've watched the video, if that makes sense.
You've got them, use them, give them a try.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
Definitely.
yeah.
It's just nice to kind of, once you've cut your fabric out as well, to see what's corresponding with the lining on theirs, and it just made it, I quite enjoyed the videos.
And the pattern pieces are all full size?
Yes, all full size,
boom.
and I just traced the pattern pieces because it's like a double-sided big sheet of paper, and most of the patterns as well in the book don't involve many pattern pieces.
Okay.
So this particular one, it's literally 2 pattern pieces.
And the rest of the pattern pieces, what do you do?
So I just kept my big sheet as one big sheet, and I've just traced off what I needed.
Perfect.
And then obviously you keep that then as one.
So don't
like
cut your
master
pattern
copy.
up.
Yeah,
And
'cause
the
it's
other pieces that
double-sided.
you need for the bag, are they just measurements?
Yeah, measurements. So it was just literally the handles and like the little tabs on the side of the zip here. It just told you what size to cut those out because obviously they're only small.
So will you show us how to make a bag?
I shall, yes.
Great.
So obviously I've got everything cut out ready, and the first thing I decided to do on mine, I've used H640 wadding in there. So I decided to quilt the pockets because obviously that's quite a feature of the bag. You've got pocket on the front and the back. So I didn't quilt anywhere else on the bag, literally just the pockets. So all I've done on mine is just with a heat erasable pen, I decided to do like diagonal lines, but you could do lines across, going up and down. You could do zigzags, just whatever kind of quilting you want to do really. And I've started it off already. I'm just going to finish it off by just sewing on the lines that I haven't done already.
Great.
And I lengthened my stitch as well, just for a bit more of a different look. So I'm just going to do that first.
And I noticed as well, Emily, you're not using a walking foot for H640. You can just sew that with a regular foot.
Yeah, I found it easy enough to just sew with my regular foot.
And quilting does make, it just makes everything look a bit better, doesn't it?
I think so. It just kind of almost finishes that bag off, I think. Because I don't believe it said in the book necessarily about quilting it, but I think it was when I went on the video, they'd quilted their fabric, which is why I then quilted mine.
I think it looks great, and also as well, when you're using like quilt weight cotton for a bag, even though you've got that H640 behind it, it just kind of beefs it up a little bit, doesn't it? The quilting, it kind of bonds the whole lot together.
It does, definitely. I think as well, especially because, I mean, you've got the two contrasting fabrics, but you see a lot of the pattern on this, so it kind of just breaks it all up a little bit, I think.
It's a great bag for showing off a pattern fabric, isn't it?
Oh, I think so, yeah.
Really nice. We talked about tracing off the pattern onto paper. Back in stock, Dressmaker's pattern paper from Prim. This is white. It's 100 centimetres, a metre wide by 10 metres in a roll. This is perfect for the book because you're going to trace off your patterns onto it. I would put this in your basket for $8.99. It's not just for dressmaking, perfect for any book, you know, it might be templates for applique, for your pattern pieces for bag making, it's ideal. Really, really good value. You're getting 10 metres by 1 metre wide. Great quality from Prim, and know we love and trust, for $8.99. Great to have in store. It's back in stock, grab yours.
So next we're going to work on the handles. So again, it wasn't a pattern piece, it just told you what size to cut. And all I've done is I pressed them in half and then I opened them back up, and then you press each edge into that centre crease and then in half again, and I'm just going to sew down each long edge on the machine.
Fab. You're going to keep your stitch length longer?
I am going to do,
yeah. So we don't need to add any reinforcing in the handle. We've got
no. I think because it's quite a small bag as well. You're not going to sort of. It's not going to be too heavy what you put in it. I wouldn't expect anyway. I suppose.
No, sure.
I don't know what people put in their handbags other than the.
Oh, I think it's best not to ask.
Well, that's probably true.
I know growing up, I don't know about you, Emily, but my mum's handbag was like untouchable. It was like it had a force field around it.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Oh, gosh, you didn't go in mum's handbag ever. But now as an adult, my mum will say things to me now like, oh yeah, grab my note, it's just in my handbag, and I can't do it. My hand goes to the bag now. I'm like, no, I can't.
You'd rather pass the bag to her. Yeah.
Now, Emily, can I ask you,
of course.
we talked about measurements for cutting things out.
Yep.
Is it metric, is it imperial, is it inches or centimetres?
Centimetres.
It's in centimetres,
yes.
Okay, no problem. If you work in inches, it's easy enough to convert. If you've got, like my Bags for Life, all of the dimensions there are in both. So you can cross-reference between the two, or just Google it.
So I'm going to attach the handle now onto the pocket piece. So I've just got the pattern back out that I traced, and I'm just going to pop it over the quilted pocket piece because there's sort of markings on there. I transferred all the markings just so I know exactly where I want to put the handles.
Great. It's a clever way of doing it.
Yeah.
Love that you get everything included in the book, pattern pieces, videos, full instructions.
And for that price as well,
it's amazing.
It's like having little courses, like little
mini
courses in the book.
I can tell you though, folks, 40 of you are going to be very disappointed because there are single figures of the book left and well over 40 plus people with it in their basket. And more of you are putting it in your basket now. So with over 60 of them in baskets and single figures of the actual book, please check out those last few.
Definitely. So just to sort of save time as well, so what I would normally do is I would stitch these in place now, but I'm just going to kind of do it all in one, and you've got your lining piece and you do this right sides together. I'm just going to sew it all in one sweep.
Quilter's clip's useful here.
Yeah. definitely. I always prefer quilters clips when I'm bag making.
It's the thicker layers, isn't
Yeah,
it?
and I'm just going to sew across the top, and I used a 1/4 inch seam allowance.
Great.
Let me pop that back to my normal stitch length.
You didn't forget. I always forget.
Well, I do normally, so and to say it's early as well. I'm quite impressed with
You're
myself
on it.
there. Yeah.
Well, it's not early for you though, is it? Because what time did you get up this morning?
4:15. 4:15.
Oh.
So.
I mean, I got up at 4:30, so it was only 15 minutes later.
Yeah, that's true.
But it is early.
It's the driving that tires me out most.
Yeah. But you have a driver on the way home.
I have got a driver on the way home. I'm quite looking forward to
so
that, if you
fun.
can't tell. Normally it's
it.
just me, you see,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it's quite novel.
Who's your driver?
My fiancé.
Say it again, I don't think we quite heard
My
that.
fiancé is the driver on the way home.
Don't you mean your fiancé? Have you got very left-handed?
Do you know what? It's funny because I always, when I've worn rings before, I've always got really annoyed by them and took them off. Whereas I've not took only when I've been doing the washing up, don't take it off.
Good.
I don't want my hands submerged.
Can we see the ring?
Of course you can.
Can we see the ring?
Picked it all by himself.
Eee, gorgeous. Congratulations.
Thank you
from
very
everybody
much.
here at Sewing
Thank
Street.
you.
So wonderful.
I'm going to say, well, it's normally last time I came, this is the funny thing, and I was with John and he said, oh, are you engaged yet? And I went, no, not a chance, that's going to happen. And literally, not even a week after that conversation.
Yeah?
And my mum and dad knew, and my mum and dad were watching, laughing, saying, little does she
Oh,
know.
really?
Yeah, because my mum and dad knew. So...
Gotcha.
So, yeah.
Gotcha. Was that kind of, sort of garnering the troops, making sure everyone was on side before he popped the question?
Only people that knew were his best friend and my mum and dad.
Yeah.
That's the only people that knew we were going to do it, so...
We're thrilled. Congratulations.
Thank you. So all I've done is flipped this then so that we can see the right sides. And what you kind of want to do is make it so that you've got like a little bit of lip of the lining fabric coming up. So it kind of looks like a bit like you've done some binding there.
Gotcha.
And then all I'm going to do is I'm going to stitch below it underneath the handles, and
Okay.
I'm going to lengthen my stitch again.
That's a really smart finish, isn't it?
It is. It kind of looks like you've put in more work than you actually have. So.
I love that. I love that. It's smart sewing. It's smart sewing. Sharon's got in touch. I'm going to be in so much trouble for my hubby. I promise not to buy anything else, but I've checked out on the book and the fabric, Sharon. I really think it's a brilliant buy. The book has sold out now, by the way, but I think actually on this occasion, hubby will be happy. You've done a really good thing there. Sheila's got in touch rather. Morning, Stuart. Morning, lovely. Zahida's got in touch. Good morning, Stuart. And the Sewing Street team.
Hello. Good
Hello,
morning.
they said. Zahida also said, lovely red bags on the shelf. Any pattern or demonstration planned? Zahida, do you mean these bags here? Well, they are a panel. They are a panel with full instructions printed on the panel. We will be doing them in the next hour, towards the end, last 20 minutes, so stay tuned. You could always jump on pre-order and get them. They're a bargain price. They're a bargain price. They are though, they are really, yeah.
So obviously I've got these two at the same stage now, and I'm going to flip this back so that they are right sides together. And at the bottom you can sort of see there's like an angle on the edges. So what I'm going to do at the top of this piece here, I'm going to sew down this angled piece along the bottom and back up the other angled side, just literally on that bottom bit.
Okay.
Keeping the sides free.
Do you know, another reason to buy books is the different methods that different designers and makers use, because I've never seen some of these, you know what I mean?
I will like that. But then I think you would, like you said, you'd probably use that method again.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Well done if you got the book, by the way. And if you've got any other fabric bundles, there are still a few of some of them. Where are we at with the Liberty fabric bundle? Very, very, very popular. Single figures on all bundles. It's fair enough fair to say that, isn't it? Liberty sold out. Kerry's messaged in for you, Emily. Many congratulations to Emily. Wonderful news.
Thank you very much.
Andy Lynn has piqued my interest. Morning, watching on my iPad while baking apple pie and apple turnovers. You couldn't be more October if you... It's wonderful. Love the book. Do you need our address, by the way? Apple turnovers.
I'm just going to say it's a shame we've not gotten on to try after that.
I agree. And you know, the gallery has just come to life. I mean, I've never heard them so wide awake and interested. Dear. Producer Hannah's already eaten her lunch. She's down to the carrot sticks. It's never a good sign.
Yeah, I'm going to say when I got here this morning, she'd already eaten most of her lunch.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm just trimming the excess fabric from the corners away. And then turn this the right way.
Turn it through the ends.
Kind of just gives a bit more shape to the bottom, because obviously the bottom of the pocket is what ends up being the bottom of the bag. So it just kind of gives it a bit more shape. And
that seamed edge is actually on the outside. Oh, yes. Yeah. That makes complete sense now why it's actually sewn and not just basted together. Clever, clever.
It is.
And also as well, Emily, I've done bags where the pocket goes underneath the base and things do slip under.
Yeah, definitely.
But not with this. Very clever, I like it.
It is, and we're going to now attach it then to the front piece of the bag.
Cool. Sahida's asked, couldn't find an early bird. Books sold out. Would you be getting more of the books? Zahida, I should jolly well think so. We'll ask the question because it's super. The early bird, if you go to the Sewing Street page on the internet, on the internet, and then, sorry, click on Watch Live, and then there it is. It's our Thread Magic thread conditioner with thread cutter and a lid you can't lose.
No, you can't lose that. It's attached. Because I would lose that if it weren't attached.
So would I.
So this is the main bag piece. So the front and back is just literally one piece, and then this all makes that, because I kind of looked at this and thought, because I like to look at things and think, right, how's this going to go together? But
yeah,
it's
I haven't got a clue.
Quite magic, really. So the pockets need to go on so that this sort of bit here, like the T-shape, so the pockets sit underneath this T-shape. And I ended up on my sample as well, cutting, the pockets ended up being cut down because they just ended up a bit wider than
slightly
what.
Wider.
Yeah.
Not an issue though.
No, definitely not. But yeah, make sure they're underneath that little T-shape.
Loving that. And of course you could mix and match those fabrics. You could use your cotton canvas as the main fabric and your contrast Anna Maria Horner as the pockets only.
Definitely.
And
then the same then on this side.
It's very cool. That extra quilting's added a whole dimension.
It just really finishes it off, doesn't it?
Yeah, really liking what you've done there.
Yeah, I think because you see mainly the pockets. I mean, you could definitely quilt the rest of it because you do sort of see the sides of the zip, but I let the pockets do the talking on this.
Yeah.
So then all you need to do then is sew down the sides and along the bottom. But I am just going to trim this excess away.
So there's no gusset on this bag?
It like sews the gusset when you sew it together.
It's like a magic bag.
Yeah, it's a bit like origami in a sense, but not complicated really origami.
No, just really, really well worked out. For you, Emily, from Chris, who's in Greater Manchester. Congratulations, a lovely ring. All the best for you both.
Chris. Oh, thank you.
It is lovely. Another message from Sarah. Congratulations, lovely Emily, on your engagement. Lots of love.
Thank you very much.
It's lovely, isn't it? And you are already planning the
Yes,
wedding.
next year we'll be getting married.
Yeah. So no long engagement?
No, just...
You know each other really well.
I'm impatient, me as well. I don't think I could wait too long. I'm too excited. I never thought I'd be planning a wedding, so...
Oh, no, you were just kind of
I was
chugging
planning it
along
about an
and-
hour after he asked me to be... after I'd been speechless for about 10 minutes anyway.
Oh, did it come out the blue?
Yes, very much
And
so.
was it all very romantic?
It was on the beach while we're in Cornwall, so if you watched last time I was here, I was saying I was going to Cornwall in a few days, and it was on that
did
holiday.
You know. First day,
So-
last day?
The first day.
He must have been confident then.
So
Because that'd have been a miserable holiday if you said no chance.
The main reason why I did it on the first day was because the weather forecast, because again I spoke about that when I were here.
Right.
It was set to rain all week. And he was dead certain he wanted to do it on the beach because it's like his favourite beach.
Yeah.
This one that we were at in Cornwall. So when we got there, it was blue sky, glorious sunshine. And they were like, oh, I think we'll just go straight to the beach. And I'm like, oh yeah, good idea, might as well before it's set to rain. And then he says, oh, I'm going to go back to the car and put my swim shorts on since it's so nice, and then maybe we can entice Dog to get in the sea. But that was like his little thing to be able to go back to the car and get the ring.
Gotcha.
So he must have not, but apparently all the way down, he's got like a little glove box at his side of, like, driver's side of his car, and it was in there, and he says it was so hard all the way down not to check it was still there.
I knew you were going to say that.
Yeah.
I was going to say, did you keep on going in the glove
Yeah,
box?
because if I'd have said, what do you keep going in there for? But it's funny how after the event, you know, like little things that kind of
Yeah.
happen there, I thought,
Is that because you suspected you might have sweets in there and you wanted them? That would
I'd
be
have just
me.
been like, oh, what you going in there for? Yeah, like that's what I'd have thought.
And then when Sam asked you, did he get down on one knee?
No,
good.
I think because he didn't want to draw attention
Right.
to himself.
Yeah.
So we were like sort of sat behind me, and this is why I were a bit like, I kind of thought I was dreaming, and I genuinely mean that. He just sort of like put this ring in my face and were like, Emily, will you marry me? I laugh about it because I was just like,
Oh.
I went, eh? That literally what first words, like, how northern is that, eh?
Oh, you're adorable.
And I went, you're joking. I went, you're joking. And he was like, no, Emily, I'm not joking. And then after about 5 minutes of me not saying anything, he went, is it a yes then? And I was like, oh yeah.
Did
Because
you
I
forget to answer?
Yeah, I did. I was just like mesmerised. I was like,
Oh.
a bit like a magpie. I was like, ooh, shiny.
Oh, ring. And you genuinely love the ring. It's a
I do,
beautiful
yeah.
ring.
It's very, very me. Very me.
Well, we're thrilled. It's absolutely lovely news, and we shall look forward to hearing the wedding plans.
Yes, that's it. Every time I come, I'll have to drop little plans of what I'm doing.
Oh, John will be straight out buying a hat. Aww.
See, I'm going.
Love it.
I'm going wedding dress shopping next week.
Are you?
Yeah.
Say yes to this
dress,
I
yeah.
love it. Fiona's got in touch. Congratulations, Emily. May you lum lang rink.
Oh,
from Fiona.
thank you, Fiona. Oh.
No idea what you said, Fiona, but we
No,
love
me
it.
neither, but thank you anyway. I love that.
May you lum lang rink.
I'd like to know what that means, though, now.
Yeah. Fiona, please get in touch. Translation, please. We put it through Google Translate, but it didn't know. Oh, great. And all the time, never skipped a beat with her sewing. Emily is amazing, isn't she? She's a brilliant, brilliant guest. Brilliant sewer.
There we go. Take the pins out. So they're all attached on now.
Now, we are sadly running out of time, but do you mind just, like, obviously you put
Yeah.
a zip in.
Yep, so the zip gets attached to this edge and this edge, so I always remember it as that T edge. And then your lining piece gets attached on sort of in the same way, so you kind of attach your zip on in between there, same on that side. And just to kind of show you
Yeah,
give you a
that
bit
was
of a,
the
a
bit.
visual. So this kind of goes down, so you can sort of see where that is at the side of the zip. If I kind of put these,
You're better off with the overhead now, yeah.
yeah, if you hold that one there.
Of course I will.
Yeah. So that kind of ends up like that.
Yep. Yes.
Just to kind of give you a visual of how it comes
Got
together.
you.
But you do it all on the inside, so there's no seams. But yeah, watch the video that's
And just
in the
do
book.
that on the either side, and there's your shape.
Yeah, but that kind of gives you an idea of what the shape will look like.
It's super clever.
But yeah, I thought it just the fact that it's all one piece. Now what I will say is, obviously, gosh, you cut it out as one. I was worried with this fabric, with it being the pattern all.
Yes.
It's like a very one-sided pattern.
Yes.
But because of the pockets, it does hide the fact that
Yes.
that does end up a little bit upside down. This obviously isn't like that, but you could cut the pattern in half.
Yeah.
Well, not do it on the fold and just add a seam.
You
in the
had your
bottom.
seam allowance, yeah. So you had your pattern
Yeah.
running the same
Running
way.
the same
That's
way.
a fantastic pro tip.
Yeah.
Thanks for that.
No
Thanks for
problem.
that. And you've solved the one issue that we might think, what
Yeah.
would you, or you might get to the stage where you cut out your family. Oh no!
Well, that's
it's-
what I did, and I was like, oh, but then it wasn't until I've constructed it that I was like, oh, actually the
pockets
the
cover
pockets
it.
cover it. But if I were, I mean, like I said, you wouldn't have been able to tell that, but if you did want to make sure it was the right way, then that's how you would do it.
Brilliant pro tip. As always, amazing, Emily. You're a superstar.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, we will be seeing you later
Yes.
in an hour
Yes, in an hour.
with
yes.
your aprons.
With the aprons.
Fabulous,
The fancy
fabulous.
Aprons.
We'll see you in an
Thank
hour.
you. See you soon.
Now, just to recap, the bundle that Emily was working with is a mixture of a metre of Anna Maria Horner, this fabulous, vibrant stripe fabric, and then you've also got a metre of cotton canvas, extra wide, it's about 50 inches wide, in lavender, which looks stunning. And again, you could mix and match. You could add a little bit of your own fabric in there, add a different colour for your lining or binding or something like that, but really works well. Amazing value for $19.99. You're getting a metre of two different fabrics here, what extra wide cotton canvas and your Anna Maria Horner stripe. So that's one of the bundles that we still have left. Yeah, the William Morris Larkspur. This is the grey background with kind of a linen-y gold print. 6 of these left, really smart and stylish. I think that's ever so lovely. And then you've got the deep grey cotton canvas to go with. Emily, while I'm just showing these off, just to translate, Derek's been in touch. Thank you, Derek. Literal translation. May your chimney, which is the lum, smoke, reek for many years, lang as in long time, meaning may it be a long and happy marriage.
Oh, that's lovely, that.
Beautiful.
Oh, thanks for
Beautiful.
translating.
And
That's
thank you,
lovely.
Derek. Yep, gorgeous. A message from Susan, who says, thanks, Stuart, for asking about the metric ruler. Ordered the book. What a fantastic bag. Got your Christmas panel. It's lovely. Love the fact there's lots of bags good for storage.
I would assume that.
Very
Yeah.
good for storage. Very good for storage. Susan in Hampshire, thanks for your email. Thanks for messaging in. Those are your 2 fabrics in this bundle. The grey William Morris Larkspur. Then, Christine did get in touch with her invention, with her idea.
Oh, lovely.
Christine, yes, it's an expandable car bed. A cat bed, sorry, an
yeah.
expandable cat bed. So you sew the sections and then can add to it as your kitten grows.
Oh, that's a good idea.
That is
yeah.
a fabulous
Same for
idea.
dogs, though, I think, as
Same
well.
for
You could-
dogs.
yeah.
Same for dogs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get a Facebook page and social media, like you said.
Definitely.
Best way to start a business.
It is. Video
Yeah.
content,
Get on
always videos.
Get on TikTok.
TikTok. TikTok. Love it. Thanks, Christine. Zips on a roll would be super useful for this
Yes,
project.
definitely. That's
Or
what
for the
I
bag.
used. for this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great. Black. This is Threaders from Crafter's Companion. Now you get a whopping 5 meters of zip tape in black, and then you get 10 pulls, 10 sliders. So on larger bags, I tend to put 2 sliders kind of facing each other so you can pull the zips back. But on smaller bags, just go 1. But it's really useful, especially if you're doing a gusseted or welted bag, because often it's surprising just how much length of zip you need. Very, very useful. This is in black, 5 meters for $7.99. Brilliant price too. Now we've also got the same thing, but on a lovely warm cream. This would work in so many, well, I think if you had the black and the cream, you've kind of got most times covered.
More bases is covered.
More bases, thank you.
Yes,
Thank you for that.
no
I was
problem.
struggling. More bases covered, absolutely. 5 meters of cream zip tape, 10 cream pulls, zip pulls for $7.99. Brilliant stuff. All right, we are going to go to a break. When we come back, we're going to have Karen from Seams. I'm going to get a bit of a makeover for my hands. And we've also going to have my gorgeous Christmas fabrics, cross-stitch Christmas, in about the last 20 minutes. So stay tuned. I'll see you in a mo.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hi, welcome back to Sewing Street. It's great to have your company on the very first day of October as we move into autumn season. Colder weather, the hands start to suffer. This is the show for you. We've got fabulous Karen J from Seams here. We'll talk to her in just a second. It's all about seams in this hour. We've got the Seams Couturier's hand cream, 75ml for $14.99. Now we're talking hero products here. These have become my hero products. Many of you have told us they're your hero products as well. This is an essential. Now I do want to let you know we've got some fabulous bundles coming up with some great savings as well for buying those bundles. So you might want to jump ahead and have a look on the web, but we'll get to them soon enough too. Let's start with the hand cream. So this is where it all began, of course, with the hand cream, and this was really to solve some pain points or problems that sewers, knitters, crocheters, crafters had with regular hand cream that weren't quite doing the job. And Karen stepped in and said, I can do better, I can make better and tailor this, pardon the pun, to what makers need. We'll talk to her about that in just a sec. The hand cream is delicious. I mentioned earlier on, I have a hand cream and I have a cuticle oil on my coffee table, and every evening this is my nightly ritual. Karen J from Seams, it is wonderful to have you back.
Lovely to be here, thank you.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. A little bit cold, but...
I know. And this is the time of year where hands, which are of course, we can bundle up everything else, but most of us forget to put gloves.
Who puts them on? I mean, you've got them in your pocket. And
right. Or they're in a drawer at home, and I'm sure they're somewhere, but they start to suffer, and we need extra protection. Tell me about the hand cream.
Well, first of all, if you don't start using it now, you're going to be in trouble through the winter, because once your hands get chapped, the water gets in and they become painful. Okay, how did I start? Yes. Well, I was doing a millinery course at the London College of Fashion. What actually happened was I was designed hats, and I wanted to learn how to make them. What I wasn't prepared for is what happens to your hands when you're making hats. They're in the water, you're pulling the felt. And we needed a hand cream that healed, that moisturised, that you could use throughout the day, that wasn't greasy. So I was sat there, I said to the tutor, you know, what do you use? She said, we haven't found anything.
Ah.
So that was where it came from, and it was called Seams because I was sewing at the time when I thought of the idea.
So
that
clever.
was how it started, yeah.
And when you, because I design fabric, I go to a fabric manufacturer and I can start from what I want. I can start with my wish list and make my dream come true. What was on your wish list? What did you want your hand cream to do that you couldn't find?
Well, first of all, it had to be non-greasy. I wanted something to use throughout the day. I was also going to bed at night with pinpricks and sores on my hands, so any cream that I put on stung, so it had to not something that you could just use that helped to heal and didn't sting, soothing and comforting and softening. So I sat with a formulator and I said, this is what I want it to do, and she said, okay. She gave me 10 ingredients. She said, pick your best 3. I said, no, they're all going in.
Really?
Yeah, so that's why we've got 10 natural ingredients. So it's ended up that it heals, it moisturizes, it hydrates, it nourishes, it protects.
Does it all. You demanding thing, you. I love it. This is a slide showing you the 10, all those ingredients that went in. So you were told, Karen, let's just show the slide. You were told you can pick 3 of these, and you just said, nah, I want them all.
Yes, yeah.
I love it. I love it. I love it.
And they're all premium. They're real premium natural ingredients, and it's all made in the UK as well. Where are you going?
Seriously, that's fabulous. I'm just walking around the other side. I can't read that from there. So shea butter, which we know is soothing and softening. Oat of beaten gluten, we know oats again, intensely moisturising. Macadamia nut oil to restore, rosehip oil to nourish, provitamin B5 to hydrate. I can understand why you said, why do I have to pick? I want all of that good stuff. Swiss Garden cress.
Yeah, it evens the skin tone. It takes down your pigmentation without actually affecting the skin around it. Yeah.
Oh, awesome. Because sort of hyperpigmentation, particularly in hands, can be very aging.
Age spots, that's what, yeah.
Very aging. Hydrolyzed keratin, what does that do?
That's for the nails.
So we need to rub this into our nails as well?
Rub it into your nails as well, and it strengthens the nails. And I can't tell you, people ring me and tell me within a few days
the difference it's made.
Yeah.
Lavender oil, I love, calming, healing. Also, of course, lavender oil has all kinds of wonderful benefits if you look it up. And a biomimetic lipid complex.
Yes. Biomimetic lipid complex. It's a mixture of 3 natural oils. It's our special secret recipe. And what it does is it takes the cream in under your hands. Mm-hmm. So a lot of hand creams are greasy, they sit on top of the skin. You think they're doing something, but actually it's rubbing straight off. Mm-hmm. So the biomimic lipid complex brings the product in under your hands, and it mimics the lipids of your skin.
Which we're removing all the time. And I do know this because I taught anatomy and physiology. When we're washing, it's the acid mantle, isn't it? It's that protective layer that your body produces with sebum and slightly acid that protects your skin, that lipid layer. But we're constantly removing it with things like hand washing and what we do, which we need to do, of course. But this is actually mimicking and replacing that.
Yeah, so if you think of your skin, like the skin cells are like bricks and the lipids are like mortar. So if that mortar breaks, the water's just coming in, your skin's going to crack. It can eventually turn into eczema as well. In fact, it went backstage at Dancing on Ice because it gets called in at all the studios. So the figure skaters sent me VTs because it's the only things that's cured their eczema.
Only thing that helped. That's awesome, amazing. I love that. I think we have another slide.
I'm going to put my glasses on.
Seams is everywhere. It's everyone's favourite. It's backstage at Netflix. Hello, hello. The BBC, backstage of the Loose Women have got their hands on it.
Yeah, that's the ITVs, yeah.
On ITV, of course. Absolutely amazing. It's backstage at the BBC.
BBC, ITV, Netflix, Hulu. I mean,
It's
everywhere, because the makeup artists like it because their hands are in the brush cleaner the whole time getting dry. And then the casts like it because they can put it on and go straight on stage. And so their hands have to be kept, your hands have to be kept kept beautiful.
Sure, on show. I mean, mine aren't particularly beautiful. I've got to admit mine are always covered in cuts and grazes from the farm, but I do what I can. We actually, I think the thing is, what we're saying is we live real lives, we do real things, and we give our hands a battering, but we also need to be kind to our hands and put stuff back in that we can. All hand creams are not equal. They are not all the same, are they?
No.
You couldn't find what you needed, so you created. I love that. Best hand cream for sewers. That's it. From Jan, who's bought it from Hampshire. Best hand cream for sewers.
Thank you, Jan.
And also makers, creators, movers, shakers.
That's everybody.
That is everybody. It's fantastic. And of course, you might have hairdresser, barber in the family. You might have nurses, care assistants, carers in the family who are constantly having to sanitize, wash hands.
We have so many people buying this as gifts.
Yeah.
I know, because it goes from buying to a different address, because it's actually the perfect gift for anyone, and for Christmas.
Yeah.
If you're stocking up now, this lasts 24 months unopened.
Brilliant.
So it's great even just to have in your cupboard if you're suddenly invited to somewhere or you've forgotten someone's birthday.
Sure,
which
it happens. It happens. It's I've got it on my hands now. My hands feel protected.
It is instant, but if you're going to use it, last thing at night before you go to sleep, when you're in bed, put on your hand cream. When you wake up in the morning, your hands really do feel so much softer, because while you're sleeping, your skin heals. So this goes right under your skin and really helps aid that healing process.
There is actually a regenerative process in our skin as we sleep, isn't there? It is a healing time. Let's add to it. Beautiful, beautiful. That's the hand cream on its own, 75ml for $14.99. Now we do have bundles with it in as well. We'll get to those, but that's one of our absolute hero products. Lots of you multi-buying. People wait for you, Karen. People wait for you. And I say this many times, and this is a fact. If you want to do something, lots of us say, I'm going to take better care of myself, and one of the small ways you can do it is by taking better care of your hands. But it can be difficult if you've only got one sort of next to the sink. It's a good place for it, but next to the sink is only one place. I have it on the coffee table, so when I'm sitting down to relax in the evening, I automatically pick it up and I'm doing it without even thinking. The other thing is to have it next to your bedside table so that you do it last thing at night. And again, if it's there, you'll use it. If it's only next to the kitchen sink, you'll only use it when you're there. We've got some questions.
Yeah.
Teresa's got in touch.
Am I reading this or are you telling me?
I'm going to read. I'll read it out, don't worry.
Okay.
I'll be the voice of Teresa. Hi, is the blue boxed hand cream different to the yellow box one from Teresa?
No.
Teresa, you've obviously bought it before.
Teresa is exactly the same. We just upgraded our packaging.
It's a beautiful colour.
When you're creative, you kind of just change everything.
I want in on the new colour. It's
the product's
delicious.
exactly the same.
I'm just going to lift the box up actually so you can have a look. It is really gorgeous, isn't it? Very smart, very high-end looking.
And we've got the pink inside.
Very high-end looking. Pink inside as well. Beautiful. It's smart. And I just want to mention as well the scent of Seams hand cream. If you've never used it before, or the nail oil, oh my goodness, wait till we get to that, is delicious. Just beautiful. But the scent of the hand cream, it is... I always describe it as being like a really expensive spa, when you walk, that lovely, or a really gorgeous hotel that has that sort of, it smells like luxury.
Everybody's actually calls the scent something different. I've been told it's like Egyptian cotton sheets. I wanted, when we designed it, a soft scent that was good for everybody, and the actual... My brief was I wanted it to smell like a baby powder, something very comforting, and that's I think what it's come out like. And when I was designing it, the fragrance house actually sends you scents to choose from. So this was the one I picked, and my daughter's name is Amber and Coco. They're my two daughters' names. And Jess happens, the fragrance house, had named this Amber Cocoa.
Seriously?
Yeah, Jess.
That's adorable.
Yeah.
I love it. I love the names too.
And in fact, we do have a diffuser coming out next year, which we will be launching
I'm
on
excited.
Sewing Street. And I've been testing it at home, and I live in an apartment block. And my neighbours have been saying to me that as they come up the stairs past my apartment, the scent is wafting out.
I'm there for it. It's not feminine, it's not masculine, it is very beautifully gender neutral. Fab, really fab. One more question.
Yeah.
Does it work? Oh, this ties in very well actually with a message from Sue on Facebook. Does it work can you use it on your neck?
Yes, you can use it. You can use it everywhere actually.
You can use it everywhere.
And it's perfect for heels and elbows. So if you know you're going to be standing all day, put seams on your heels in the morning, and your feet really don't hurt so much. And in the evening as well, it's perfect for dry skin anywhere.
Brilliant, thanks for that. Sue got in touch to say, I know I've said it before, but I had a patch of dry skin on my face that nothing helped, including prescription cream. Last resort, went to seams in desperation. I know it's not recommended, but I was desperate. The dry skin was gone in a few days.
Oh, Sue, thank you. I'm so happy.
That's brilliant. Amanda's got in touch. Morning. I suffer from really bad hands in the winter with being rough and chapped. I used this last year. They weren't as bad. It's all about protection,
Amanda. I'd love to know how often did Amanda use it. Amanda, how often did you use it? If you can...
Let us know. Let us know. But the key is, as you said earlier on, start using it before your hands get damaged, because although it is healing and repairing, it's much better to protect from that damage first.
Absolutely. Prevention is better than cure, but this does cure.
Amazing stuff. I love it. Now, can we do the cuticle hand and nail? I am very excited. Because this truly is, I mean, I could...
I know, it's a delight to put on.
It smells of me time.
Yeah,
it smells of me time.
That's nice.
That's the
nice.
scent.
And literally, this will last about 3 months because you don't even have to squeeze the pipette. You can just tap it onto your cuticles. And in fact, from one session, you can use both. You only need to put it on one finger, and it goes onto both. And this is designed the same way. It sinks straight in. There's no grease. And you can use it all over your hands as well. Use it at night. If your hands are particularly bad, but use it as a serum underneath the hand cream.
Love that. Well, lots of us now are used to using a serum under our face cream. And so that's not, so it makes absolute sense, doesn't it? I must admit, I thought I was being a little bit extra, because I do use it on my hands, not just around my nail cuticles, although that's where I start, but then I work it through my whole hands.
The trouble is with cuticles, once they get split, not only do they get painful, but water gets in through the split, makes them crack even further, and then the new nail growing underneath has got no hope once. So keep your cuticles soft and sealed.
Yeah, and speaking as a qualified nail tech, that's me by the way. I was bored. I did. I was taught in a college, and they asked if I was interested, and so I did the qual, and I loved it. It was just great. But as you say, those cuticles are a protective layer. Don't be tempted to trim them off and cut them off. I know a lot of nail tech, especially with things like acrylic and gel nails, do, but they're there for a reason. You can use this over the top of gel and acrylic nails, can't you? And should.
Yes. Well, in fact,
you absolutely should.
There's always a space between just between the start of the nail and your skin.
Yes.
So just tap it in there. Tap it in underneath.
Yeah.
And you can use this anywhere as well. You can also use this on your heels, any dry patches of skin around your body.
It is absolutely lovely. Quick question about ingredients. Georgina's got in touch to say hi. Is there any aloe vera in the creams? Because I'm allergic to it.
No aloe vera.
Perfect for you. Let's give you the ingredients for the oil. Again, it's all the gorgeous stuff. It's all the really beautiful, luxurious stuff. Rice bran oil to condition, macadamia and rosehip oils that soften, blackcurrant seed oil that evens skin tone, peony root extract to nourish, echium oil, and Monda's snow parsley.
They're from China, ancient Chinese natural oils.
Drawing on all that, I love that. Special actives from pomegranate oil to hydrate and renew, a special extract from coconut oil for a soft, silky feel, not tested on animals, paraben free, made in the UK. These are all things that are music to my ears. Particularly, I love that it's manufactured in the UK.
Yeah, well, the UK has got the factories here are amazing, and the factory I found you can actually eat off the floor. It's so clean.
But also as well, you're on hand. You are right there to oversee everything. You're in touch.
And I love whenever there's a manufacturing run, I always nip down there and seeing it all being made and the scents coming off.
What a joy! What a joy! And what an achievement as well.
Oh, thank you.
I love it. I love it. Now, bundles. Thinking bundles. I want a hand cream and I want a hand oil. We've got a bundle for you. Of course we do. Of course we do. This is gorgeous. We're making a saving here. We're making a saving here of £10. Thank you very much. You're getting your tote bag. Makers, creators, movers, shakers. Seams on the other side. I absolutely love that bag. And then inside said bag, you're getting your full-sized hand cream, 75ml of our absolute hero product, our Seams hand cream, and also full-size 28ml of your full-size cuticle hand and nail oil. Now, you can use either of them as separate treatments, but combined, they're a powerhouse.
They're a powerhouse, so you can split it up, give gifts. As a powerhouse, it's incredible because both of these have got 10 ingredients in, which means you're getting 20 natural ingredients in your skin.
I noticed that they were different ingredients, so they have different benefits.
Except two are the same, macadamia nut oil and rosehip oil. I've kept in both of them because they're superpowers. Not only that, the bags are 100% organic cotton, and they're made in a factory with 90% women that supports getting women back in the workplace.
Love it, love it. It's great. It's great. It's such a great story, but also the products are just lovely. I use mine all the time. Absolutely terrific. You get your tote bag. Gorgeous. You get your hand cream, one of those, your oil for that great price and a £10 saving. A message for you from Janet, who's in the West Midlands. Hi, can I ask if the cream is okay for sensitive skin? Thanks.
Yes, this is okay for sensitive. It's actually okay for all skin types. I'd say try a bit on your skin first, but it's actually perfect for sensitive skin. That was also one of my criteria.
Yeah, it's always worth doing a patch test, isn't it, with any new product or if a product's been reformulated, but you've designed it for all skin.
Yeah.
All skin, and you can use it anywhere
and
as
men, women as well, and it works. A lot of men go to the gym. Well, we all go to the gym. Hopefully, when you
you're looking at me very confidently there, Karen.
Yeah, I know. that was the hum in it. But if you're doing weights, you get calluses, and this will soften your calluses.
Perfect, perfect. Collector, who's in Bedfordshire, has got in touch to say, I used this on my big toenail to prevent problems with hard skin at the side of the nail. Yes, that happens a lot, doesn't it? The outer or inner edge can get
it rubs,
hard.
Not only that, sometimes I love it when when you're using it. Thank you so much for the comments. When you're sewing as well, you get a reoccurring cut sometimes, don't you, on the side of your thumb? It's perfect for those as well.
Absolutely. And we've mentioned sewers a lot, but also ideal when you're knitting, crocheting. I find when I'm certain types of yarn really suck the moisture out of your hands while you're working with them.
Especially wool. That's terrible. Yeah. And I don't know if you've noticed when you're using, if your hands are moisturized, you can actually feel the warp and weft much easier in the fabric. It's like if you're using your touch phone as well. If your hands are dry, sometimes you just literally cannot work that phone. keep your hands moisturised, and that's and then there's the heat from the computers when you're using computers, the blue light. In fact, everything you're doing dries your hands. So hand cream should be actually an absolute essential in your house for everybody.
Protective, nourishing, soothing, healing. All those key words. Was that a message? Yes, good. Although it's not recommended, I use it on my dry lips and it keeps them hydrated. This is from Adrian in Norfolk. If it works.
It works, yeah. It's the all over cream. Thank you for letting me know.
Great. And I love as well when you've got products that, yes, you can use every day, but if you feel like a bit of pampering time, lovely bowl of soapy water, soak your hands in it, give them a little bit of a, buff and a little bit, and then your cuticle hand and nail oil on first, and then your hand cream over the top, and then sit down, put something on the telly, a bit of favourite music, and just have half an hour. Mwah. I have just purchased my Seams hand cream. I'm so excited. I have two carpal tunnel.
Oh, the carpal tunnel.
I'll come back.
Yeah.
I have 2 carpal tunnel operations this last 5 months, so I'm looking forward to using it. Angie, you've been through the wars. We send you lots of love for that. Now's the time to give yourself something back and heal and pamper.
And also, I'm sure it's going to help you, and I wish you all the best. But when you're using it, just the fact of actually massaging your hands like that gets the blood flowing, and it does help to prevent carpal tunnel as well. And massage your pressure points here. Especially, actually, if anybody's watching now, if you actually press here now, you can feel your hand. You can feel your hand relax.
It's lovely, isn't it? It's just taking a couple of minutes, isn't it? And having your Seams hand cream or your nail and cuticle, you get both of these, by the way, in this bundle, and your gorgeous tote bag for a £10 saving, $39.99. But literally having them there will remind you to take a few minutes for yourself at the end of the day. More than half the stock has gone.
I mean, it takes. How long does it take to put a hand cream on? It takes a second.
Yeah. And
because this sinks straight in, it's not going to take you out from your day or anything you're doing.
No, you can literally get straight back to the sewing.
Yeah.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Now, that's one bundle. But let me show you this, because look at that. Now, I've just started doing my buying for Christmas, my gifts, and I do love a beautiful gift bag with a gorgeous product inside. This is gorgeous. You're saving £6. You're getting the beautiful vegan leather bag, beautiful chunky zip there. That is a beautiful thing in its own right. And then when we go inside, you've got your full-sized Seams hand cream. Isn't that fab? And again, gender neutral. Oh, sorry. There we go.
And it's lined, the bag, it's nylon lined.
It is, it's gorgeous. And again, gender neutral. Man or woman, pop that into your sports bag, into your kit when I'm going to the gym.
When we go to the gym. So, sometimes you just have to push yourself.
Do you? Yeah. Oh, I'm not very good at pushing myself, Catherine. Not really into the pushing myself these days, but that's lovely. But I will do something luxurious and for myself, and a little hand cream, beautiful. So you get your full hand cream and you get your bag for $19.99. You're saving £6. What a brilliant gift idea. Absolutely beautiful. Lots of you coming in for that. Well done. And then the last, we've saved Hannah's favourite bundle till last. This is very spa, isn't it? Very spa. You're saving £7. You're getting your toweling Seams bag. Love the zip on this. Look, it's a chunky white zip, then with that gorgeous gold coloured zip. And then when you go inside, lovely. This is like a ripstop lining, like a waterproof, splashproof lining. And then inside, you have got your full-sized hand cream. And then you're also getting, this is wonderful, am I allowed to open this, or is that, oh, there's an open one actually. You get, thank you, Karen, you get a beautiful pair of nail scissors, just gorgeous. And look at this, you get a real leather case for them. So I'll just pop that in, look at that. That's fab. I mean, that on its own could be a gift on its own. You could split this. There's a gift for someone. Beautiful nail scissors in a leather pouch. And then you've got the beautiful, so I'm gifting that, I'm keeping that, or maybe this is two different gifts. Or maybe this is a gift for somebody, this is a gift for somebody. You're also maybe multi-buying on the individual hand creams or hand and nail oil, and that's going in the bag, and now we're turning this into 3 or 4 gifts. It's brilliant. But as it is, you get your hand cream full size, you get your toweling bag, you get your beautiful nail scissors, and that real leather pouch for the scissors for £24.99. You're saving £7. You're saving £7 on that. Absolutely phenomenal value. And goodness me, I'm looking for the savings right now, aren't you? Yeah. I don't want to compromise, really. I don't want to compromise on what I'm buying. But if I can buy smarter, if I can get a saving, I'm going for it.
Yeah, this bag is, in fact, once this is gone, it's gone.
Yeah.
So all of them's gone to Sewing Street, so
we've
if you want that for Christmas, now's the time.
Yeah, now is the time. Now is the time. I'm buying all these things now because I know in a few weeks' time, all those gorgeous gift sets will be gone and I will be stuck. £24.99, and it's, you know, and it's a gift set that has everything that I actually want, because so often with gift sets, especially with things like toiletries, there are things like the face cream, lovely, that I want, the serum that I want, but then it will have something like, you know, a 15ml cleanser, which I don't want, I don't use. I love my foaming face wash, and so I don't want a cleanser, I don't want a toner. So there's things in there I don't want. This is everything I do want.
I'll only do something when we're working with seams, it has to be essential products that everybody's going to use. Yeah, I don't fill it out with. No. I won't word
because
it how
it
it's going to
sounds
work.
Good when you say on the value of, because it's including the toner and the cleanser, but I'm not going to use it, so actually that isn't added value.
It's quality, not quantity, isn't it?
For sure. And with savings, you're paying £24.99, but you're actually saving £7 there. You get the full-sized hand cream, our hero product. You're also getting a beautiful pair of quality nail scissors. And a real leather pouch, again branded with seams. It's just beautiful. Plus that gorgeous spa-like toweling bag. Really, really lovely. Amanda's got in touch to say, I use it in the morning and during the day. Not every single time I wash my hands, but every other time. I'm going to get another one for when I go to bed. I think, yeah, although I say it myself, I think it's a good tip to say have your hand cream in multiple locations. It will remind you to use them. Now, really, really popular bundle, this one. It's our most popular. You're getting all the best bits, I think. You're getting that full-sized hand cream from Seams, full-sized hand cuticle and nail oil. That's my absolute, this is me time.
Yeah, and this bag as well, I mean, I use it at home with my crochet and my woolen, and also fold it up in my handbag when I go out. You know, we don't want to use plastic bags. No. The shopping goes in this as well.
Yeah, it's a perfect shopping bag, but as you say, it's a perfect project bag as well. Maybe crochet, knitting, sewing project. Over half the stock of this bundle has now gone. Well done if you've got yours. Lots of you multi-buying too. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? One for me, one for gifting. One for me, two for gifting. Two for me.
And I love me present. And I love me present, or an I love you present.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm thinking of you. You know, this is also a time we often hear from our viewers who are going in maybe for surgery or not feeling so well. This is a really lovely kind of pick-me-up, isn't it? Because I think, we even had a message from somebody who's having hand surgery or has had hand surgery, and this is their pick-me-up for afterwards, just a little extra for the recovery. I love it. Now, if you want to get the hand cream on its own, you absolutely can. 75 mils of beautiful Seams hand cream, specifically designed because there was nothing like this on the market. Because we wanted something, Karen wanted, we all want something that's made specifically for us. Sewers, quilters, dressmakers, crocheters, knitters, crafters, but also great for the gym.
Actually, gardeners. A lot of my customers have told me their husbands have been stealing their hand cream. Especially for gardeners, you've got the thorns, you've got the mud that's very drying, cooks, chefs.
Yeah.
I could go on, because everyone's hands gets dry, because everything you touch, even just touching the table, you can feel moisture coming off your hands.
Buy them one of their own. Get your own. Get your own. No more stealing my hand cream. Yeah? Buy your own. Or buy them one as a gift. Introduce a friend to your discovery of Seams and share the magic. Absolutely brilliant.
Share the magic. That sounds lovely.
You can have it. You can have it. Share the magic. And also, it smells of me time. You can have that too. The nail oil, this is my absolute number one. Can't live without this. I absolutely love it. This is your hand, nail, cuticle. It's a special treatment when you want to really give yourself a bit of extra oomph in your hand treatments. It's also an everyday if you want it to. If you regularly have things like acrylic or gel nail extensions, use this on your cuticles to keep them healthy and protective. $21.99.
Do you know what as well? Now, thank God COVID's over, we're back to touch and we're holding hands again, we're touching each other, and if you've got dry skin,
it's not so nice,
it's not
is
so
it?
nice, no.
It's not so nice. Or if you've recently got engaged and have a beautiful engagement ring like our Emily, you will be showing your hands off a lot. We'll have to make sure Emily gets a little try while she's here as well. Oh, Karen, it's always a joy to have you here. You're such a energetic and wonderful person.
Thank you so much, and it always goes so fast.
It does.
It's a pleasure being with you.
Thank you again, and we'll see you soon, I hope. Do you know when you're coming back to us?
I'm not sure, but it will be before December. Yes, December. I'm coming back in December.
Christmas. Awesome. I'll keep my fingers and toes crossed that I'm here.
Thank you.
Thanks, Karen.
Bye.
Now, let me pop this to one side. Well done. If you got your Seams products, keep going through for that. Now then, we've got fabric to finish off with a back in stock. My Christmas range for this year is called Cross Stitch Christmas, and it really came out of loving cross stitch myself and loving cross stitch at Christmas, but it takes such a long time, and I wanted to bring some of that flavour, that heritage, that sort of folk art look to fabric so that you could make present sacks and gifting bags, cushions, home decor, Christmas stockings that had that lovely look, that had those cross-stitch details on them, but that you could whip up in half an hour. So for the last 15 minutes or so, we're going to be having a look at my cross-stitch Christmas fabrics. And we've got various different options. I'm going to move down to this end of the set and I will show you what I'm talking about. So to start with, where should we start? Oh, well, I tell you what, let's start with the gift bag panel, because I love a handmade Christmas. But I'm also a realist. And if you're time poor or you're gifting for a lot of people, we need things that aren't going to take very long at all. Now, I mentioned earlier on that this was cracking good value. For less than £10, you're getting not one, but 2 gift bags out of your panel. The only thing you need to do, if you want to, is to add a lining. You could make them up without the lining and without any extra padding and just overlock or zigzag the seams inside or bind them. But let me just show you. You get 2 completely different. Lots of love, Merry Christmas, joy, love, happy, wish, live, laugh, and merry. So all those lovely things on there, the gussets, the bases, the handles, they're all included on your panel. Now I'm just going to grab one of the panels and open it up so that you can see. Oh, there's single figures. I won't. You get the idea. You get everything. Hurrah. Okay, it's going to sell out. Let's do fat quarters next. All right, so cross stitch Christmas. There are 5 fabrics. Now I'm going to need to open these because I want to show you each fabric so you can see what you're getting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You get 5, yeah. Okay, I'll just spread them out. So there are 2 designs that have like a sort of almost like a crosshatch design in them. There's a white background with red stitching, and it's multi-tonal. There's a kind of a light, medium and a dark red, and then there's also a kind of goldeny taupe in there as well, which is really nice for coordinating. So you get that with a white background. You get the same design in red that then has the stitching done in sort of white and this goldeny tan shades. And I'll open these out in a minute and show you more of them. Then you get a white background and a red background in almost like a sort of border zigzag kind of, you know, there was a little bit of crossover here with Fair Isle knitting. $9.99 for 5 fat quarters. I know, don't adjust your set, it's not wrong, it is correct. That's 1.25 meters of fabric for $9.99. This could be all your projects, yeah? It could be Christmas decorations, little bags, some Christmas stockings, a tote bag. I'll get to that in a sec. So you get a fat quarter of each of these fabrics. Loads you could do with that, absolutely loads. You could cut a strip and use it for the top of a bag. You can use it on the side of a cushion. Let me just quickly show you this cushion right here. So here I've used it along the sides in the light. I'll tell you how I did the center in just a second. This is a bit of economy. I've stitched a little bit of rickrack and a little bit. This is our mink, silver mink solid that I use that works absolutely brilliantly, and a bit of silver mink on the back. But anyway, so that's that. And then the last fat quarter that you get in this bundle of 5 is a border print. Now this is a fat quarter, and I just want to show you that a fat quarter of this border print still offers you so many possibilities. So this section down the bottom, okay, is what I used for my cushion. I should just tell you there are less than 20 of these fat quarter bundles left. So I used that section for my cushion. This top section then, if I fold this away, you're left with this, okay? So what I would do here then is I would grab one of the other fat quarters and I would cut like a wide strip, and this would be the top of my Christmas tote bag. Okay, let me just... this is just folded, by the way. Don't think it's wonky. I'm just trying to make it so you can see how I would do it. But I didn't fold it wonky. But that would be the top of your bag. And then put some handles in. And obviously you would need something for the reverse side of your tote bag. That could be a solid. It could be one of your other fat quarters. This would work really nicely for the other side. There are single figures now on this, but you get the idea. You get 5 beautiful fat quarters. There's so many different ways you can use them. They're quick, easy makes, but they look $1,000,000. The hard work's been done. Okay, now then we've also got a fat quarter bundle. This is actually from last year's range, which was called Scandi Folk Art. I'm going to open this up and show you, and I'm also going to just grab the cushion that I made out of these. So I'm just going to fan these out so you can have a quick look. You get, again, 5 different fabrics in this bundle. I used them to make this here cushion. This is using the Union Jacks pattern from my book, Use Scrap Sew Blocks, Make 100 Quilts. But rather than piecing this section out of 3 fabrics, this is actually cut from a stripe fabric in the range. I'll show you that fabric in a second, but it really works, doesn't it? and a fat quarter bundle would be enough. So you get this fabric here, single figures, by the way. These are called disselfinks. I love that name. Disselfinks. They're a traditional bird from like sort of Germanic, Eastern European folk art. Disselfinks. And then I use that on the back. Isn't that cute? And then there's another fabric that features them in red and white. That's a good all-rounder. The Disselfink. There's my navy blue. I use this on the cushion here and here as well. That's just a lovely all over. It doesn't scream Christmas either. None of these fabrics scream Christmas, so you can use them in other ways. Then this fabric right here, I thought I wanted to do a fabric that would be perfect just to use as is. Maybe tote bags or table runners, cushions. You could just layer that up, quilt it. It's about to sell out. And then the last one is a striped fabric. And this is what I used in this part here running through. So you can see here you get, it's like ribbons almost. You get your red, your white ribbons, your blue, and I just cut out this section here. So again, you could use as borders or in their own right. They're almost like ribbons, but you've got a whole fat quarter's worth. Lovely, and so many different ways you can use them. The hard work's done for you. Now then, I'm going to show you this year's range, Cross Stitch Christmas, by the ½ metre. And the one I'd like to start with is the border print, because I want to show you what you actually get if you buy ½ metre. So the way I've designed this is that this is, you can see the selvage running vertically either side. So if we've split it down the middle for a fat quarter, like that. But if you buy it by the ½ metre, it comes like that. £4.99 for a ½ metre. Amazing value. Now, this would be perfect. If you wanted to do a really quick quilt, what you could do is cut these extra wide borders, put them around a centre panel, just have really wide mitered borders around it. That will be so much fun. I've used them in a sample. Let me just grab it and show you. Right here, for a present sack. So, like, front and back, which really works, doesn't it? Very easy. What I also did was I put a little bit of the white on top, and then I made a little channel. This is actually using a bit more off that same border print to create this little channel for my rope to go through, for my drawstring. This took about 25 minutes to make, seriously. So if you wanted to make these and gift them, it looks so much more than it is because of the print, because of the border fabric. So this is what I mean about Christmas fabrics have to work harder. They have to do more of the job for us, I think, because of all the times in year when I haven't got as much time to sew as I'd like, Christmas is the one that really sort of takes the gingerbread biscuit. So that's the border. Remember as well, I also used this section right here for the center of my cushion. So again, for home decor, or actually that would look amazing across the bottom of a jacket or a like long line sort of almost cardigan style. Do you see what I mean? Where I'm going with that? Lovely. More of these in baskets than we've got available. Sorry about that. This probably is last chance saloon, by the way. Stuart, I've just purchased your border print fabric. Can you tell me the plain reds to match, please? Karen, who's in Surrey. I can, pretty much. Cardinal. What's our normal red? Just our bright red. What do we call that? Not hot tomato, no, that definitely doesn't. Cardinal, yes. There's a really dark red that we do, very dark red. We're going to go into plain colours. We're going to find it for you. We're going to find it for you. This is how easy it is. Yeah. Hang on there. Is that the really dark red going up on the left? That one, yeah. What's that one called? Rose. Oh, no, it won't be that. Claret. Claret would work. Wine. Those really dark reds work. And then like bright reds, true reds. We had a bundle last time. Oh, sorry, Karen. I'll try and have a look later on. Cardinal, yeah, definitely. And for your neutral, cream, ivory, seeded natural works well, but my absolute favourite neutral to work with this is silver mink. Because actually, when I was designing it, we put what is essentially silver mink in because I just thought, oh, yummy. I think I was a little bit obsessed with silver mink at the time when I was designing this, so I put it in. And you can see just a little bit of that just really ties in. This is our silver mink, and this is on the printed panel, so that works well. But you know what I say with colours, the thing is, buy half a metre, say, of 3 or 4 different reds and mix and match them. You'll get a pleasing mix, I promise you. Okay, so that's the border print. Let's go with those kind of Fair Isle ones next. So this one is SE82. This is the red. Now I used this one for a quick, easy, simple cushion. I'm going to grab it, show you what I did. So here's the cushion, and I just wanted something that I could throw into an armchair and make it look like a ski lodge. Do you know what I mean? That's sort of easy. It's winter. This is my winter decorating. No muss, no fuss. So I used a large square for the centre. I think this was a 12.5-inch square of the fabric for the centre. I added a 1.5-inch cut border in silver mink with some little cornerstones. These cornerstones were cut from scraps from the border print that I had. It was just that right red. Of course it fits in. So I put that first border. The next border that I put around used essentially this print, but in red, around the outside, wider this time, 2.5 inch I think, with cornerstones in silver mink. So I ended up 12.5, 14.5, 18.5 inch, which is my favourite size for square cushions. Top, layered it, quilted it very simply. Quilting wise, all I did was I used the zigzags and quilted zigzags across a few of them. Quilted around the outside of this border. I called it a day, frankly. Something like H630 or H640 is ideal for quilted cushions. It gives them a little bit of oomph, a little bit of soft padding. They seem to recover better when you've been sitting on them as well. And then for backing, oh, there's my little Father Christmas tummy showing. I used the white version, which I'll show you in a second for that. A little bit of plain red for a trim, and then look, actually I used a bit of the Distelfink fabric from last year's Folk Art Christmas, because they do mix and match really well together. Just need to stick perhaps a button on there, and that was my finished cushion. Easy peasy, love that. So that's our kind of Fair Isle style. This would also be really cute to make some Christmas decorations if you made some almost like little mini sweaters, double-sided, quilted, little hanging loop. They would look so much fun on the Christmas tree. Right, same design, white background. A quarter of the stock has gone of this. Now this one I used on the back of my cushion. This would also be, I used this on my stocking. So let me show you the stocking that I made next to the fabric. This was a lovely make. I really enjoyed making this Christmas stocking. So I used the red version for the main body of the stocking on both sides, and I layered that and quilted it first, and I quilted on these lines because if I can get away with not marking and using the fabric, why wouldn't I? I used this version to create some appliques for the toe and the heel, and all I did was cut out pairs, right sides together, of the toe and the heel. I just drafted this pattern, sewed around the edge that's going onto the design. Didn't bother about edges that were going to be taken up with my seam. Sewed the pairs still right sides together, sewed that 1/4 inch seam, and then turned it through for the right side. And what it created was this lovely neat edge and a sort of faced applique that I then laid over the top of my pre-quilted stocking and then blanket stitched by machine onto the background. Did exactly the same on the heel, and then I just added a bit of quilting through, or top stitching through that, while it was still just a pattern piece. Okay, so I did that on both sides, and then I added a cuff along the top. This is using obviously the zigzag version of the Fair Isle, but you could use more of this for the cuff. And on the cuff, what I did was I backed that as well. I just used some plain white cotton for that. And I sandwiched some bobble trim, because you know me, everything looks better with bobble trim on it, including a Christmas stocking. Sandwiched that in the seam, and then when I turned it through, you've got that lovely extra decoration and a little hanging loop. I mean, just a really fun make, and an heirloom. An heirloom. And it looks like maybe you spent months cross-stitching all these little designs on it and really spent a lot of time, whereas in fact this was a quick afternoon make. And in fact, wouldn't it be lovely to make these in matching pairs? So you use the white background to create a stocking with red trim and red stocking with white trim, and you've got matching pairs, all front and a back. Again, the fabric does 3/4 of the work, doesn't it, really? Let's be honest. And I like that. Oh, just hanging my stocking with care, you know. I've heard the poem. So that's the white background and lots of lovely movement in there. This would also be really nice to create gift bags as well, and you could layer and quilt this first if you wanted to. What about making your own Christmas crackers in fabric? My friend Maxine makes Christmas crackers in fabric every year. This would look beautiful for that. I haven't got it with me now, but if you have a look on my Instagram and Facebook, I made candle mats using these fabrics, which were really simple, like petal shaped candle mats with rickrack on them. They were so quick and easy. I made one on the last show that we had the fabric on. So, all right, that's that. And then the red version. Over half the stock of this is gone. I'm a real traditionalist when it comes to Christmas. I love red and white. I love red and white at Christmas. I just don't think you can go wrong. It always looks gorgeous. That Scandi look is very in. It can look modern or traditional. This would also make, if you wanted to do, you know, these little lounge pants for Christmas Eve. Can you imagine the whole family, maybe in a combination, some in the red and some in the white, drawstring or elasticated waist lounge pants from tots right up to the grown-ups, and then have maybe like white t-shirt or a tan t-shirt or a red t-shirt to go with, and make sure you get that family photo. Or how's this for another idea? What about making dog coats for the Christmas period? This would be lovely because you could cross-hatch quilt it and make it up into a dog coat or dog bed. Sleep on Christmas Eve. Easy, lovely, quick. I do a Christmas range every year. It's always one of my most favourite ranges to do because I love Christmas and I love designing with kind of quick projects in mind. Okay, right. That's Christmas. We're going to go for a break now. When we come back, we have got panels for aprons, and we've got fabulous Emily back as well, so don't go anywhere.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Hello, welcome back to Sewing Street. It's fab. We're having a wonderful morning this morning and talking about how wonderful our morning is. We've been getting a little bit loved up and romantic here at Sewing Street. Well, I have, because our wonderful Emily Roberts told us all this morning that she and her now fiance Sam are engaged and are planning their wedding, and we've had so many lovely messages. We just thought as he was here it might be nice just to introduce you to Sam, Emily's fiance, and here is the lovely couple.
I like that.
Oh, there they are. Right, hurrah, let's put him out of his misery now. You may go, Sam. Thank you. Bless him. I said to Emily, that is true love. He said yes. He said yes now. Oh, lovely. Now, this hour, it's all about the aprons. Well, we've got some other panels too, but we're very excited. I'm loving the pumpkin apron.
Yes.
This is one of our exclusive panels that we have got on air. I need to be taller, really. Okay, brand new today. Emily's going to be showing us how to make the apron. This would be an amazing first dressmaking project if you've never done dressmaking ever and you want an easy way in and something that you'll enjoy and use. This is the day for you. Very giftable, either as a panel or made up too. We've got 3 different options. The pumpkin is just one of them in this morning's show. So that's what we're about today. We're about the apron. We've got 3 different options. We're going to start with the pumpkin. We're going to start with the pumpkin apron panel. Yes. And that is right here. Okay. Now let me open it out for you so you can see. Again, it's an exclusive for us here at Sewing Street. You can't buy this anywhere else. And you don't need to buy separate instructions to go with. It is beautiful. So there's your main apron shape, and I love the fact that you've got that really wide sort of edging to it that goes all the way round. Beautiful image. The price is amazing as well, isn't it? $14.99. I mean, if you wanted to make some seasonal cushions and you just really love that image, I mean, I'd pay $14.99 to get that. And then over here, you've got, look, there's the pocket piece. So it's the bottom of the pumpkin. So I think it would be a lot of fun just to say, oh, just see if it's in my pumpkin.
Yeah.
And then, well, it tickled me. And then you've got your neck strap. And you've also got your waist ties as well included. You've also rather lovely, you know, we don't waste any fabric. You've got a little bit of coordinating fabric here. I love the fact that you've got a little image down there. I'd have to cut that out and make an extra pocket, like a little chest pocket for my phone.
Oh, yeah, that's a good
You could
idea,
just
yeah.
face that and then have a little
you
pocket
could,
there to tuck your phone in.
I like that idea.
Can't be more than 2 feet from my phone, obviously. And full instructions there as well, but it's a really easy, quick, simple make. $14.99, absolute brilliant value, and just a gorgeous seasonal project that you'll bring out every year. 100% cotton, of course, so you can throw it in the wash. I would always recommend that You do all your quilting fabrics on a 30-degree wash, colour safe washing liquid I recommend as well, just to protect the colours. I wouldn't wash the panel before I started making it. What I would do is give it a steam press. I always use steam and iron my fabrics. What do you do, Emily?
Yes, definitely, I'd say that as well. I love a bit of steam in the iron.
Absolutely, definitely. And kind of just tighten the fabric up before you make a start. So that's our harvest apron, $14.99. It's brill, and also would work really well if you're a crafter who does craft fairs and things like that, or you may be doing like sort of harvest festival lunch or sale at school, or at a like Tuesday club or whatever you call yours. WI, these would be great, wouldn't they? These would be great, sort of almost like uniform for you on your stall. Nice bit of branding. Yeah. Now, we've also got a harvest bundle. So 4 different panels which coordinate with the apron. You don't get the apron in this bundle, but coordinates. Now, we're very limited on the bundle. It's $54.97. Amazing value, because you're actually saving $14.99, which is the cost of one of the panels within this bundle. Let me show you what you get. You get a gorgeous range of 4 different panels. There they are. You get your 2.5-inch strips, you get your fatter quarters, you get another panel which is all hexagons, 60 hexagons, and then you get another panel which is 45-inch squares. I'll show you. Let's start with hexagons. So this effectively, when you buy the bundle, is one you get for free. So many possibilities here. Now, obviously, if you're getting your apron panel, I'm thinking kitchen now. What about using some of these for things like a table runner? I mean, you wouldn't even have to do anything with it. Coasters would be fun. Table mats, placemats, mug rugs. You could make a toaster cover or a food mixer cover. Tea cozy.
Yep.
Tray mats.
Could do like a trim on like a tea towel. You could trim your tea towels.
That'd be nice. Yeah. Yeah, cut a strip of hexagons, sew a strip of fabric to it, top and bottom, turn it through, turn the edges in, and then just sew that over the top of a towel or a tea towel. Really fun. That's that. You can get these all individually, by the way. I'm not going to do them again individually. Have a look on the website for those. We've got our squares, 5-inch squares. Always really, really popular. Again, table runners, placemats, do whatever you like. You can cut them apart, of course, as well. And they're really, really accurately printed 5-inch squares without that white line around them. So you get that included as well. Then you get your 2.5-inch strips. Now you get 18 on the panel, but where a normal strip of fabric in like a jelly roll or a strip roll would be 42 to 44 inches long, these strips are actually 55 inches long, I believe. Yep, 55 inches long. And again, beautifully coordinated. But the benefit of them all being joined together is, if you actually wanted to make something like a quick cushion, you could just cut a front and a back out.
Not having to sew your strips together then.
Right,
definitely.
exactly. You can also cut them, and almost it's like pre-done strip piecing as well. So you could do almost like a bargello using this panel. If you've ever done bargello before, you'll know you start by cutting strips, sewing them together, and then rearranging them. And, well, this is already pre-pieced, if you like. They're all printed together. And then last of all, you get our fatter quarters. Now, I always call them fatter quarters because they're bigger than a standard fat quarter. And these would be ideal for those times in your makes where you need a whole piece of fabric. So maybe the back of the tea cozy, or maybe a little border around your centre panel for a cushion or something like that, or binding where you might want a bit more. I love this design. There's only 7 of these bundles left, by the way, so be quick. There's your pumpkins. You've got your all over purple vine. That is beautiful. You've got your corn. It's corn. Yeah? You're with me?
I'm
it's
very
corn.
with you.
And my favourite one, I've got to say, is the autumn leaves. That is a little delicious bit of autumn for me. Absolutely lovely. All in the bundle, all included. You're saving $14.99 by buying them all together in that bundle. So that is what I would go for. Just, that's all your autumn projects in a bundle, really. Remember, the apron is a separate panel, which I'm loving. Right, so that's that bundle. Now we've also got Up and Away, Floral Bounty. Now let's start with the apron. I haven't got the panel here, but let's have a look at yours. That is beautiful.
I'm not quite tall enough
Well, neither
either.
of us are, Wayne.
But it's like they're like hidden pockets, aren't they, almost?
Yeah, they are. They are. It's absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? Really feminine, pretty.
Yes, I like that one. It reminds me more, I suppose that's like the autumn one. This is more spring, but I think if you've got like a country style kitchen,
yeah, beautiful.
it would fit very well in like a country style kitchen.
It is really lovely.
Yeah.
They're almost like sort of like Victorian illustrations.
Yeah.
Very pretty, and I also love the background to the pocket. That sort of main. It's really like almost like a stripe. Yeah, soft stripe.
It's very
quick
nice.
and easy make. How long did that take to make up?
Oh, probably not quite an hour. I mean, we're cutting out. It probably just took me just over an hour.
Just over an hour.
Yeah.
Great.
But, yeah.
And if you've less experience than Emily, a great way to start your sewing journey. $14.99 for the panel. Remember, full instructions included. The only thing you need to add is some thread. That is literally it. Nothing else to add. All right, that's $14.99. You're absolutely loving it. It's flying out. This is a time for me to remind you how important it is to check out your basket. It's not secure in your basket. It can disappear. So check out your basket as soon as you know what you want. Now, the bundle that goes with, you don't get the apron panel. There's 4 different panels in here. You're saving $14.99 by buying the whole bundle. Okay, we'll do the same kind of order. Hexagons first. Oh, this is lovely. And I love actually that you've got some texture colours, almost some like tonal. Isn't that gorgeous? Just love that. All those different florals, a few that are almost like this one here, that's almost like a little cameo or a little vignette. And then you've got these, now these aren't solid, these are like almost like a linen-y texture to them, which is really nice, isn't it? That coordinates beautifully. I think this has a lovely kind of spring, Easter, summer.
Yeah.
So many different designs there. You've actually got 60 coordinating hexagons on there. And what it says along the top, just to give you an idea of size, is they've got a 51mm edge, so 5.1 centimetres edge, and added 6.35mm seam allowance. So 2-inch edge and an added 1/4-inch seam allowance. So that's your edge, so 2.5 to 2.25-inch hexagons. Okay, that's that. And again, I think that's got a lovely kind of Victorian feel to it. Next up, we've got our squares. So you get 45-inch squares on this panel. Some larger images this time. Isn't that lovely? Now these remind me a little bit of the cigarette silks. You remember the cigarette cards that people used to collect? Before that, manufacturers used to put these designs on a piece of silk, like a rectangle of silk, which you could save tokens from and send away. And women used them. They're really prized now if you can find like old tea cosies, Victorian tea cosies or little bags made out of them.
Oh,
wow. And they were the precursor to collector's cards. But these are fabric, but squares. Lovely, yeah, fun fact. I know that because I went for a meeting at the Quilters Guild of the British Isles last week and saw some. So it was very exciting. More of that. There's a bigger story to tell, but I can't at the moment. All right, next up we've got our 2.5 inch strips. Wow, lovely. Again, 18 2.5 inch strips, but they're 55 inches in length, just to give you an idea of some of the designs there. I love that some of the designs sort of run over the different coloured backgrounds, and then some of them feature little individual motifs. That is just lovely, isn't it? Big piece of fabric too. If you wanted an easy, quick table cover, you could just hem the white edges and call it a day.
I think they're quite good. I often think if you're doing like a craft fair or something, the amount of items you'd be able to make out of that bundle.
Out of one panel. Yeah, and out of the whole the whole bundle. Amazing. Last of all, we've got our fatter quarters. 4 beautiful designs, a large piece of fabric of each. So let me show you those designs. So you've got this large one here on a green background. That is beautiful, isn't it? All those different colours. You've got a smaller design on black. You've got a larger design on a really soft blush pink. And then last of all, my favourite, I think, is on the duck egg blue. Yummy. 54.97, been so popular. All of those elements, by the way, all of those different panels are available individually, but you won't make the saving. And then the last one that we've got, the apron panel, is called Up, Up and Away. Now I'm going to open out this panel so you can see. Ooh, oh yes, love this, love this. So I'll show you the apron itself first of all. This is fantastic. This is proper kind of Montgolfier brothers. This is full on kind of traditional illustrations of those early flights. There's your main apron. Then on the other side, you've got your hidden pockets, and then you've got your straps. You've even got a little bit of extra fabric, and look at the extra fabric. It's very Tim Holtz. It's like an ancient map.
It is, isn't it? Yeah.
Something, I think, maybe if you think that the pumpkins or the floral would be too feminine, this has got a different feel to it altogether.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gorgeous. I've not seen this range before. I'm loving it. Loving it. Okay, so that's $14.99. We also have a bundle of the other 4 panels. No apron in this, single figures, just to let you know. So let's start off with the hexagons. Oh, there's so much. A different kind of baby quilt, I think, could come out of this, or children's quilt, or adults quilt, great for bags as well. Look at all those different designs. I don't know about you, Emily, if I'm ever travelling anywhere and there are hot air balloons in the sky, I'm like, I have to pull over.
Yeah.
Because I want to just watch them.
I don't think I'd go in one though.
Wow,
I like to watch them, but I don't know if I'd have the guts.
Oh gosh, that's a shame, because Sam was telling me he's actually planned the wedding in a hot air balloon. No, I'm kidding. I might do it now.
Oh, can you imagine?
Oh no, I would. If someone offered me the chance,
I probably would. I just think it would have to be more of a like spontaneous thing as opposed to booking it. And
yeah, I know what you mean. That's the barrier.
Out of it, yeah.
Wait till you see these squares. Look, this is gonna fly. See what I did there? Look at those. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That is special. That is fantastic. I really like that.
I do.
See, yeah.
I don't like to have favourites, but
do it.
That is my favourite.
Oh, I have favourites all the time. Oh yeah, but you know those ones where you think, oh yeah, now that.
It's the purple. I really like the purple colour on it.
And that's really highlighted on the apron as well, isn't it?
It is.
Let's do 2.5 inch strips. Again, wow! Look at those colours. It's that chartreuse green as well. The old map colour, that sort of vintage sepia tones, you know. Love that run of balloons. That is really cute. There's more of that purple that Emily loves. Really fab. Again, if you wanted a simple, quick quilt, you could just layer that. I'd quilt down the lines, trim it and bind it. There's your quilt. Very decent little quilt there for a very reasonable amount of money and a very, very reasonable amount of time as well. And then last of all, fatter quarters. I think this will really appeal to anybody who loves Tim Holtz fabrics as well, eclectic elements, because this has, I haven't seen anything like exactly like this at all, but it has a vibe.
It has got the vibe, definitely.
I mean, the one that instantly sort of is the maps. But again, not seen anything exactly like that from Tim, but that would work so well. And then you've got, look at that. I'm imagining Paris, it's 1876.
Yes, yeah.
More of this bundle in baskets than we have available. So how much fun is that? I'm thinking toiletry bags for the men in my life.
Yes.
Yeah. Quilted.
I can imagine my dad seeing this and asking for something in that fabric, because that's the sort of thing he
check that one out. The
likes.
colour on that one is divine. Oh, scrumptious. You know where that's going, don't you? That bundle.
Along with that book from earlier.
That's the one with the book. All of that in the boot of my car. Thank you very much. Gorgeous. So many fabulous panels on this. Have a look through on the website. Remember, our focus now is going to be on the aprons, Emily.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, just to remind you, the aprons are not available in any of the bundles. You need to buy the apron, whether it be pumpkin, floral, or up and away, the hot air balloon. You need to buy those separately. $14.99 each, those. Brilliant. All right, Emily.
Yep, so the first thing we're going to work on is the straps. So there's 4 straps because the neck, as opposed to it being one continuous loop, it's 2 attached so that you can tie it around the back, which I thought were quite handy. Especially, I find I buy aprons, if I've ever bought an apron or been bought one for Christmas, I end up tying a knot in the back of the...
Sometimes get them with D-rings, don't you?
So it's a bit more, so these are very adjustable. So that's what we're going to work on first. So I've already done 3 of them. So
all made in the same way?
Exactly the same way. So what I'm going to do first is turn roughly about 1/4 of an inch on both the short edges.
Nice, easy way into dressmaking as well, this, isn't it?
I'd say so. And it's very simple sewing, straight seams, and there is quite a lot of pressing, but I think that's what makes it then an easy sew.
Yeah. It's good training for a would-be dressmaker.
It is, I think so.
And you're making a garment.
Yeah.
You're making a garment.
Definitely.
And it'll fit you.
That's it. And if, like you said as well, it's quite a good gift for someone that you know that maybe wants to get into sewing, like buying them the panel so that they can have a go at sewing it. Even like kids, I would say, any young children that maybe want to get into sewing.
Buy them a panel and include a gift card inside for an afternoon with you making it up.
There
Not
you go.
You, Emily, but
That's
I mean you, the gifter.
Yeah, because if you...
Sorry, I nearly committed you then to thousands of hours of tuition. You'd be coming back next time saying, Stuart, I need to have a word with you. But I like to do that at Christmas. I will always give a couple of gifts that include...
That's nice,
or something like a little kit.
Yeah.
Even if it's instructions I've written up, you know, something like that. Yeah. Our producer Hannah's just said, just so that you know, I would like sort of maybe either jewellery or toiletries. I don't want time with you as a Christmas present.
So then I'm going to press it in half completely then, and then we'll be ready to sew the strap. It's very much kind of like making a bag handle if obviously you've made bags before.
Yeah. Or some garments have those, you know, if you're making a dressing gown, this might be the waist tie or...
That's it, waistbands, things like that, kind of very similar, aren't they?
Bag making, it's maybe your shoulder straps, so good transferable skills.
It is, definitely. So I'm going to sew all the way down the long edge to attach these together, and then I'm going to go across the bottom edge, back up the opposite long edge, more of a top stitch, and then along the last short edge, and I'm going to lengthen my stitch as well for this, so I always think it looks nice when it's a bit of top stitching.
Agreed. And when you lengthen, roughly how much are you lengthening that stitch by?
Well, a normal sort of generic stitch, like when you turn your machine on, tends to be a 2.4. I like a 3 stitch length of a 3.
So not massively longer, but just a bit.
Yeah. Obviously you could pin this as well if you felt more comfortable pinning it.
You a pinner or a clipper? Or
I'm a clipper more than pins, only because I'm very clumsy. So I tend to, if
you and me both.
I know.
True enough. Yes, well said.
No, I tend to, if I use pins, you can guarantee that I stab myself, so... So,
I think we might be related.
I don't want to say.
It's quite funny if I ever do any sewing from home. Charlie's will be in another room and he'll keep calling through. Are you sure you enjoy sewing?
Yeah, because
like, ow!
Oh, yeah, same.
Yeah.
But the thing is though, when you use pins, then it's like you've got to stop sewing or put, and I'm allergic to plasters.
Okay.
So it's not like I can like put a plaster on it to continue sewing. I mean, I could, but I would regret it.
Yeah.
So I have to then sit there for ages until it stops bleeding. So obviously you don't want that all over your projects, do you really?
You really don't. What's the first rule of quilting? Do not bleed on the fabric.
Absolutely.
So you are that person, because I get asked that, you know, are you allergic to sticking plaster? And I think, who is? You are that person.
I can definitely put them on, like if I really need to. And you can get like the ones for if you're allergic, but I can put them on. It's just that after a very short space time, it goes very itchy, red, bumpy.
Oh, no, you don't want that.
And then it's just as bad as not having one on, if that makes sense.
So next bit, should I move that just out of the way slightly?
So this is the apron panel all cut out, and what you need to do all the way around your apron, so if I flip this up so you can see what I did earlier, you're going to go all the way around it and press 1/4 inch to the wrong side, so all the way around, even on your curves, and it's not too tricky on your curves.
You don't need to clip into them.
No, I didn't find I needed to be fair. And then once you've gone all the way around, pressing once, you're going to press it a second time all the way around. So then all your raw edges are just completely hidden then.
Ah, so you don't do like a double hem here and then a double hem?
No, I just did it all single and then single again, all the way around.
Can we just flip it over a second, just so you can get another look at this gorgeous panel? I
love it, this.
It's fab.
It is, it's lovely.
I think it's one of my favourite panels I think we've ever done.
Yeah, I would agree. There's just something about it.
Really
it's just got like a nice vibe about it, hasn't it?
It's gorgeous.
Makes you want to go travelling almost.
Yeah. Honeymoon.
Yeah, we've booked that as well.
Have you? What are you doing?
We're just going to Greece for a week.
Lovely.
But we might then go away back to Cornwall with the dog then.
Oh, because that beach is always going to be special for the rest of your lives.
It is, yeah.
You picked well.
You did.
Okay, so once you've done that turn of the hem...
Yes. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to sew all the way around it to stitch the hem all down.
Awesome. Yep, whole thing.
I'm going to do that, the whole thing.
Still longer stitch length?
Yes, obviously again that's completely up to you. I just think when you can see a stitch it just looks a bit nicer, a bit longer.
Yeah. And again, I say again, really good training if you're new to dressmaking, top stitching, features on everything pretty much.
And
good
It's
practice?
kind of quite good practice for turning as well. So, like when I get to turn here, I mean this needle obviously automatically finishes in that down position, but if not, wind your needle into the down position or press the button depending on what machine you've got, and then obviously that'll kind of anchor you know, your project in place so that you can turn yourself around.
Fab. Now, while you're sewing, may I ask you a question? Donald's been in touch to say, morning, Stuart and Emily. Please, can you ask Emily if she has a YouTube channel?
I do actually, yes. I do have
Tell
a
us
YouTube
more.
channel. I'm trying to think what name. So it'll be under the name Emmy B Designs.
Emily B
so,
Designs.
But Emmy, so E-M-I, so the first 3 letters of my name.
Okay.
Then the letter B, then Designs.
Perfect.
But I do have a YouTube channel, yes.
What would we find therein?
You what, sorry?
What would we find on it?
I've done little tutorials on there. I've done like reviews, like top 5 books for beginners, like sewing books. To be fair, I've not posted on there for a few months, but I have got plans to return. So,
but
now's
plenty
the
there
time
to keep
subscribe.
people. Yeah.
But I do a lot on TikTok as well. I love TikTok.
You young person, you.
I know, and do you know what? During the pandemic, I was like, I am never having TikTok. I do not understand this app. And then,
Do you do reels?
Yes, but I find TikTok a bit more less faffy.
Yes.
It's a bit more just. I feel like a reel's got to be very polished and perfect, whereas TikTok, I don't get that same feeling that it has to be perfect.
Be a bit rough around the edges.
Yeah.
Gorgeous. Great. I have absolutely no idea what that conversation was about, but I took part. But you have a YouTube channel.
I do,
it's
yes.
Emmy B Designs on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe. Make sure you hit that bell button so you get notified when there are all these gorgeous new videos. And make sure that you like and comment. It all helps the algorithm.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Emily, on your engagement.
Oh, thank
we
you.
keep getting a lovely glimpse of your ring when you machine. That's Susan in Hampshire.
Thank you, Susan.
Are you right-handed normally?
Yes.
Have you gone really left-handed? Not too bad.
I just, if anything, I forget it's there. Okay. Like I said, normally any other rings I'd be like, no.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it got the right size and everything.
Do we think that Sam had a little help there?
So he knew that the rings that I'd got in my jewellery box were a little bit too small for me. So when he went shopping, he took one of those out of my jewellery box and said to the lady, "This is too small."
Right.
And a few weeks before, like now looking back, I'm like, that's why you were doing that, or that's why this happened. He basically figured out that his little finger was the same size as my ring finger. He was like, my little finger's the same size as your ring finger, like you've got really small hands, and obviously never thought anything about it.
And you just thought, what a strange conversation.
Yeah, but he did that so that basically if it fit his little finger in shop, he knew it'd fit my finger.
I'd have loved to have been a fly on the wall.
I know,
wouldn't
me
you,
too,
as he tried on all the rings.
Me too. But he took his friend with him.
Yeah.
And then, because he was scared he were going to bump into somebody, that had it worked out that his friend would be was shopping for earrings for his girlfriend.
Understood.
Just so nobody would be none the wiser, basically.
Bit of clever stuff.
That's
that.
it.
Brilliant.
So that's that all stitched.
Beautiful.
So now we're going to put all the straps on.
Great, and that's an apron.
It is.
And then we've just got pockets and we're nearly there.
We are.
So when you did these straps, you've neatened both ends.
Yes.
You've neated all
so I
four.
turned in 1/4 of an inch on the short ends first, and then 1/4 of an inch on the long edges.
Ace.
And then folded it in half.
Cool beans.
So I'm just going to measure and mark 1 inch on the long strap. Just pop that there.
Friction pen, something something erasable.
Yeah. And then from the back, flip this back round. I'm going to pop this on the back and sort of line it up to the top of that curve, and so that mark that I've just made is like on this edge here. And then get one of my clips. And I'm basically just going to do like a box to stitch it in place. So I'm going to try and stitch where I've already stitched on here. I'm going to do like a square, and then I'm going to do like a diagonal line then just to reinforce it down the middle of the box.
I think that would all look better if you did it with your left hand.
Do you think so? Yes, I'm now left-handed, look.
Teresa's messaged in to say, just dipped in for 5 minutes and heard the lovely news. Aww. Congratulations to you both.
Thank you.
Message across the bottom too. I shall read to you as you sow.
Yeah.
Oh, we can do it. Morning, lovelies. I've just bought the Up and Away apron. Would like to line mine. What would you use? And would you use the bag it out method?
I would definitely use the bag it out method. So basically use this then as a template. So it right sides together, leave a gap, probably on the bottom I would say.
Yeah.
And
what would you use to line it?
Oh, good question. Could you use the strip panel and then it'd be reversible?
Fun. I like that idea. And then you could have another pocket.
Yeah.
The strip panel would work
I
really
wouldn't probably
well.
use anything like that's any heavier than this. So yeah, if you used the, if you got the other bundle,
you could get the strip panel on its own. If you have a look on the website, I'll just show you what we're talking about.
And then use this as a template.
And it would work the right way up, wouldn't it? We wouldn't have to go the wrong way. Because, I mean, it's really long. You could actually use that as a template and make some more aprons out of...
Yeah, you could probably, get maybe 2, would you say?
Well, yes, absolutely.
I would say so, definitely.
So, yeah, that's a brilliant idea. I love that. You could also, if you want a low-cost alternative, you could use seeded natural cotton as well to line it. But I love the idea of reversible.
Yeah, because all your edges as well, like on your straps are finished off, you wouldn't need to worry about them looking inside out.
They're tucked in, aren't they?
Yeah, because you could tuck them in, couldn't you, as opposed to top stitching them on like I'm doing now. Yeah, you could
like
tuck them in as you're bagging it out.
Ties on a bag or anything really.
Yeah.
I just think there's loads of transferable skills in this apron project. It's a really simple, quick, easy. You'll be successful. If you've never sewn before, you'll be successful. But also, you're learning some really key skills in this project.
Definitely.
Even things like folding that hem along the straight edge and a curved edge. Job done. I can now turn hems.
That's it.
Yeah.
So I'm doing the exactly same thing now at the other side for the other strap. I think because you get to repeat this same process 4 times as well with the strap. The repetitiveness is what's going to help you learn as well.
And also, I think using a panel where you've got a design there, you can instantly see what you're making, and it's very motivating.
Yeah, definitely.
But dare I say it, for a reluctant sewer. So if you wanted to teach somebody a few basic sewing skills, because it's a useful life skill, but they weren't that keen, this is a good kind of, you know what you're getting, and it's almost there before you've started.
It is. That's that. So now I'm going to do exactly the same thing up the top here.
Up the top, great.
So just measuring 1 inch.
Not being funny as well, but you could, if you wanted to make this for a smaller person, you know.
Yeah, I know what you're going to say. I do,
because haven't we got a smaller apron here that you could cut out and add ties to, and use this maybe as a, I don't know, something else, or just a thought.
Oh, well, yeah, I've not thought about that. I like that idea. So exactly the same now with the top. So making sure that 1 inch mark is lined up with the top edge. And then I'm just going to sew a box to hold it in place.
Donald's got in touch. Stuart, I'm a visual sewer. When it comes to instructions, I have a couple of your books, but you need to get back on YouTube. Come on. I agree with you. I agree with you. It's been a big gap, and I do desperately want to get back on. I tell you what it is. I'm so awful technically. I paid a cameraman to do all the filming and to edit them and to upload them.
Yeah.
I don't even know how to upload anything, you know. So it's that.
I don't blame you, to be fair, because I think I enjoy the filming, it's the editing and the which it's not, I don't mind it as such, but yeah, I think it is a good idea getting somebody else to do it.
Yeah.
I just think we could collab then, couldn't we? We could have a little.
I love the idea of a collab.
We could do a little collab.
We could both stab ourselves with our pins and drop things.
It could just be full of bloopers.
Yeah,
really,
yeah, it probably would be. That would take a lot of editing. It's the same process, sew a box.
Yeah.
And again, you'll use that skill time and time again when you're doing things like bag handles or straps, or if you were making something like a set of tie-on cushions for your garden furniture. You're already learning the skills to do that, the front and the back. 4 ties in the same way that you can tie on then to your garden furniture or kitchen chairs.
Yeah, and then obviously with the pocket as well. I mean, how many times do you then put pockets into your bags, into your clothes?
And are all of these simple patch pockets?
Yes.
Great. Great. Very, very popular as well. Just need to let you know, some of these are in danger. I'm going to grab, now should we start with up and away? Up. The 5-inch squares, fabulous, yeah. No, that's not them. Thank you, got it. Right, they do, yeah. I mean, this is absolutely brilliant stuff. Again, if you were going to make your own apron, if you've bought the panel and then want to be able to make some different versions, if you like, this would be great for the pocket pieces. You could cut 4 or 6 of these out. These would make great placemats as well. Again, I'd just cut maybe a panel with 12 of them, 3x4, layer it, quilt it, bind it. Or you could bag it out. So many different fun designs here, but all around that theme. You could also mix and match these perhaps with your Tim Holtz, your grunge, your Moda grunge, or solids, and create a larger quilt. And you know, you might not necessarily cut them into individual 5-inch squares. What about cutting 4 out together and calling that a square, and sewing that together with things like your layer cake squares? Again, different ways to use the same panel. Details are on screen, and 1/4 of the stock on that has gone. Is this a brand new range, Up and Away? It's been on before, but I haven't seen it, yeah. The pumpkins, though, are brand new. We can do the harvest. Let's do the harvest. Can we do the pumpkin again? I love the apron I've got on. I need to make this. So this is our Halloween harvest. Now, it's called Halloween harvest, but I did want to just say, because not everybody enjoys or celebrates or gets involved in Halloween, there's nothing Halloweenish about this panel. There are pumpkins on it. I believe they are just a vegetable. And I have lots of them to eat at this time of year. So there's no witches, there's no ghouls, there's nothing spooky about this panel. So lovely. Squashes and pumpkins. I love the colour palette. That soft puce purple. The soft greens and golds. It's lush. Absolutely beautiful. Very, very popular, that one as well. Perfect time of year. And again, don't feel like you've left it too late. An afternoon, a morning, a weekend, you'll have your projects done and dusted and out on display. And you can bring them out every year then. Smashing. So that's our harvest. And we've also got squares for floral, and they are here. There they are. And again, some really lovely images on this. Some little kind of vignettes. So those are those ones where you've got like, an isolated image, really nice for, well, it's almost like it's been fussy cut ready for you. And then lots of others that feature all over floral designs. Love the kind of saturated pastel backgrounds. Got a very Victorian decoupage, paper decoupage feel to them. But again, that little white line that separates them, if you're cutting out 5-inch squares, leave that off. But I think they look terrific with that white line around them. I would just cut things out of the fabric and sort of almost use it as ready-made piecing. Okay, those are our squares. Where are we at, Emily?
So the pocket is the final stage. So you get your main pocket piece and then a pocket lining. So I'm going to pop them right sides together. And I'm going to sew all the way around, but I'm going to leave a gap. And it's up to you whether you leave it at the top or the bottom. I'm going to leave it at the bottom. It's about a 3 to 4 inch gap you want to leave.
Mm-hmm. So remember to wind your stitch length back down.
Back down, yeah.
1/4 inch?
1/4 inch, yeah.
And I like that this isn't just a folded hem at the top, this is fully lined.
Lined, yeah. It is.
I understand actually perhaps why our viewer earlier asked about lining the apron, because I think if you're going to use it for things like cooking,
yeah,
and you want that extra protection, a lining is a very smart idea.
Definitely.
Or, some of those sort of, if you just want it to be a little more hard wearing, you're going to get lots of use out of it. Lining, not a bad idea at all. But what's great is, and I love Emily's suggestion about using the strip, the 2.5-inch strip panel to line your apron with, and one of those panels would line 2 aprons. So if you're multi-buying, you'd only need one of the 2.5-inch strip panels to line 2 aprons with. I think that's great, and then your apron would be reversible.
It would. I think that's quite a good idea, having a reversible one, and depending on how you're feeling.
Yeah.
So I left the gap, and I'm going to turn this the right way. And then give it a good press.
Mm-hmm.
So basically the print on these, it lines up with the print on the apron, so it's almost an invisible pocket.
That's cute. So again, back to a bit of pressing, which is so fundamental.
It is. And if you sort of press these raw edges inwards so that when we come to stitch it onto the pocket, it'll close that gap up then.
Now, do I need to sit for 10 minutes hand sewing that gap closed before I move on?
No.
No.
You could do if you wanted to, if you really wanted to.
Clearly don't.
I wouldn't want to. But yeah, I've just basically pressed those inwards, and then I'm just going to top stitch the top edge first off.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Again,
yes, because of course you can't top stitch that, otherwise you'd have no pocket.
Yes.
Penny dropped.
And then it's just then getting your pins and getting this lined up so the pattern matches.
Oh, I see, okay.
Let me get some pins.
Again, that's a nice skill as well, isn't it?
Yeah,
Sort of
like an ease into pattern matching almost, because obviously pattern matching on dressmaking can be quite a scary task.
As I know only too well.
But sometimes you don't have to pattern match. It's not always necessary.
Tell Patrick Grant.
Well, I do through the TV.
Do you? Do you?
Yeah. So all I'm going to do now is top stitch the 3 edges, short edge along the bottom, up the other side, close that gap as I go, and then we'll have a finished apron.
Do it, we've got just enough time. Absolutely, absolutely. You're an absolute whiz. I think I'm a quick sewer, but you really do. Take the trophy. But I'm not going to give you a trophy on air. We'll give you the trophy later. Brilliant. While you finish sewing that, I'm just going to quickly round up the apron panels. We'll start perhaps with pumpkin. This is the one that I'm wearing, modelling, I'd like to say. You've got the pumpkin there featured on the front, the pocket actually forms the lower part of the pumpkin. You've got your ties, you've got your waist ties and your neckties. You've got that pocket as well. Literally all you need to add is thread. Nice easy sew this for $14.99. Now our second apron panel that we've got is the floral, and that was the one that Emily's been wearing throughout. I don't have the panel in front of me here, but I can show you a picture of it. Same price, $14.99. And again, this one I really like because it's got, you know, the design is really bold in the center, but then you've got that deep floral border around the bottom and the sides. The background is the sort of pretty soft, almost like a pinstripe. And you get your instructions printed on the panel. There's no extra pattern to purchase here. You get everything for $14.99. And then our last apron panel is the one that Emily's been making during this hour. And actually it's taken about 20 minutes or so to sew up, half an hour to cut out at most, an hour and you're done. Up, up and away. It has been so popular. You've loved this. Brilliant design, just fabulous colours. Again, for $14.99. And you're done.
All done.
Apron's made.
All made. Just shows you how nice and easy it is, and it won't take much time at all, really.
No, beautiful and a great result. I think
Yep.
anybody would be proud to have made that.
I think so.
Even if it was their first sew. Emily, you've been an absolute superstar.
Oh no, thank you for having me again. I've had a really good morning.
Fab. And it was lovely to meet Sam.
Yeah,
and
bless
introduce him to the world.
I wonder if he's still embarrassed.
He didn't look
fine.
embarrassed
You know,
at
he
all.
looked fine, didn't he, to be
Oh,
fair?
it was fab. Lots of love to you and
Yes, you
congratulations
as well.
from
Thank
us.
you.
Do you know when you're back?
I don't actually know. I don't. I'll have to get that sorted.
We shall find out.
Yes.
We'll do an ad.
Yeah.
Safe journey home.
Thank you very much.
We'll see you soon.
See you later.
Take care. Now, after the break, we've got a 2-hour special with Garry from Juki. So famous, he doesn't need a surname. He's like Cher and Madonna. He's just Garry. He's bringing us a brand new Overlocker. We've got UX8, and we've also got a fabulous straight stitch sewing machine. If you've ever wondered why, how, what, the next 2 hours is absolute essential viewing. And if you have one of those sewing machines already, get in touch. Let us know what you love about Juki. All right, we're going to go to a break. I'll see you in 3.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers, and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Hi there, welcome back to Sewing Street. We have got a fantastic 2-hour special now with Garry from Juki. Woo!
Good morning, how are we doing?
It is fantastic to have you here, Garry.
Thank you very much.
So
great
famous,
to be here.
he doesn't need a surname.
Oh, well,
You're like Cher and Madonna.
I'm just first named, that's
Garry,
it.
And we know exactly who we're getting.
Well, most people sort of naturally just think, well, it's Garry Juki. That's all
Juki.
I've always gone by.
Exactly
So,
right. Are you related to the family? Juki?
No, not quite. I've been with them long enough, so they feel like my parents in one way.
Feels like family.
Yeah, absolutely.
But an amazing name, and actually a brand that I have just have bought myself and I'm loving.
Wonderful.
But you are the expert on Juki, and we've got you for 2 hours.
Yes, indeed. We've got a couple
I've
of hours
already
to play.
kind of put it out there, Garry, that people can send in any questions, queries, things they were
please
afraid
do.
to ask.
Yep, absolutely. Any questions, but again, whether it's to do with my machines, whether it's a sewing question, anything like that, we're here to help. So yeah, please do. No problem at all.
Fantastic. And you've brought 2 key machines. We've got you here for a special show. Actually, we need to let everybody know that the timing couldn't be better or slightly possibly worse, because listen up, Garry.
We have sort of squeezed in, and thank you very much for squeezing me in as well. As we all know, the place out there at the moment, everything is going up, and we know that 1st of October hit with the bills and everything else. But what we wanted to do, we wanted to try and have hold it basically.
Yep.
So we don't want everything to go up. So for this show, this is why we've squeezed in today, which is great, because all of our machines are going up. Obviously, it's not just us as a manufacturer, it's all manufacturers themselves.
And it's not £1 or £2, we're talking hundreds.
We are talking, well, at the moment, it's going to be a saving of £100 on our brand new Overlocker. This is the
on brand new. This
first
is great.
scene as well, this one is.
Okay.
On here, which is all better. I'll turn it so we can have a proper look at it on there, which is absolutely great.
So to get this right, it's £1,795 today only. Actually, the price has already gone up.
Right, yes,
Gone
indeed.
up today.
Literally all the
It's already gone
websites
up.
have been changed, everything's been changed
So
now.
check out the websites, it's already gone up, but not here on Sewing Street. This is our last hurrah.
Yes.
Because the price has gone up by £100. It should be £1,895.
Yeah, because we tried to get, obviously with deliveries, with delays and things like that, because we tried to get it in earlier, but because of the delays of the delivery, obviously we want to hold it at the original price for you. Even though the new delivery has gone up, we have held it at that original price.
And Gary, we love you for it.
Brilliant, thank you. But say it's unfortunate, it is a very limited offer on that one. So yeah. But what's special about it? Why is it so great? Well, the nice thing about this, it has got the air threading system on here as well, so it's so simple to set up.
Because threading an overlocker is one of those things, it is the thing that every single person who's ever thought about buying an overlocker, it fills them with dread. How do I thread it? Is it awful? This is air threaded.
This is the air threading one. Well, basically, I'll show you. It's as easy on that. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to take the threads out, what I've got in there at the moment. So just lift the presser foot up. We can then just take the threads through. And then, what did I do with my scissors?
I can get you scissors.
Thank you very much.
I say I can get you scissors. I can get you scissors.
I have got my pair here. Sorry, I've got them surrounded by scissors now. Everyone's like scissors everywhere. Thank you.
Gary, do you mind just very slightly bringing it towards me, the whole machine?
Absolutely.
I'll tell you when. Oh, too far.
Too far, that one was.
That is absolute
brilliant.
perfection.
So is that at that angle there as well, because just so I can get into the threading to show people as well, which is great. I've taken the catch tray. You do get a nice catch tray which just fits on the front, so all your bits and pieces. Obviously, as we know with overlockers, you create a bit of fluff and thread on that. So we have included the catch tray there as well, which is nice. Features on the overlocker as well, which is again with ourselves, we put a lot into industry. We actually supply over 40% of the world's manufacturing machines on the commercial
40%?
side. Over 40%. So
that's amazing.
Not a small number on there.
No.
But this is what we like with our domestic machines as well, where I think people do really appreciate that extra bit of build quality, that higher level of performance as well. And it's just those little features that just make it a pleasure to use, but also gives you a lot more flexibility as well. So
because any machine that's going to be used, any manufacturer that's going to manufacture for industry, there is no room for flimsy or not quite up to the job. Everything has to earn its place in industry, and that is really, I mean, actually the crossover into domestic sewing machines as sort of really happened in my lifetime with Juki. Juki was always a brand I associated with high-level manufacturing.
Exactly it, yeah.
Now we can get it at home.
So we've been producing machines for over 80 years now, and most people think, obviously, as you know, they know us for our industrial side. We actually first developed a domestic machine before we got into industrials, but obviously that old school style and things like that, where everything was obviously solid metal gearing, and then we just upgraded that and got very big to the industrial side, and the industrial side took off as supplying that amount of machines.
Because it works.
Exactly it.
Lynn's got in touch, Gary. Hi,
Hello,
Gary.
Lynn.
Love my Juki. I have
Wonderful.
3 machines. If I had bought my Juki first, I would only have 1.
Beautiful, thank you. I love to hear that.
That tells you everything, doesn't it? It tells you everything.
There's nothing about that considered buy. Yes, it is sort of that higher price point, but as we all know, there the right investment is a good investment on there. So you're not sort of buying one machine, not really enjoying it, moving on again and moving on. And thank you, Lynn, for that comment to say having a Juki, it is a machine we hope for life on there, but it's also because of that, because you enjoy using it more, it's easier to justify there as well. And certainly you can be more flexible of the fabrics you can use, the finishes that it will give you as well, so which is very nice. But
do you mind showing how the air threader works? Because I think that is the first thing I want to know about an overlocker, is how do I thread it?
And also threading an overlocker is the first thing which would say people, because if you get an overlocker home and you can't thread it, that's it, you're not going to use it. So I say with this system, I've even had it there where before, obviously we've had the the air threading system now around for over 10 years. It's not a new system on there. But what I do like to say, because those questions, again, go back to the engineering side, because that's my passion is the engineering side. The air threading system in this is exactly the same as the one in the MO1000, which we produced 10 years ago.
Right.
That's how good it is.
It works.
It works. There's no moving parts. It takes the air from the motor on there as well. So again, it's a very, very reliable system on there.
Love that.
It's just a question people do ask me, oh, how often did it go wrong and things like that. And it's one of those things where people do ask me, I do have to smile a little bit, because when they ask me that, I think, well, you've got a machine in at home that goes wrong. You haven't got a Juki yet, so that's the thing there.
Yeah.
So, but again, that's that manufacturing side as well. When we build a machine, we build it to last, we build it to work, so which is nice. But anyway, I'll be quiet, I'll show you how to thread it. So, as I was saying, with the manufacturing side, and also because we're at schools and colleges, as soon as any of the actual flaps are open, the machine will safety cut itself out.
Okay, cool.
So again, safety features. Obviously, we've got moving blades, needles, parts in there, so you don't really want to trap your fingers in there. Or obviously, if we're working it and suddenly by accident your cat or dog comes along and sits on the foot control and it takes off, it's not good for you that way.
Yeah.
So I'm going to open the side completely up, and the nice thing now, obviously, for cleaning maintenance, you can just brush the fluff through, blow the fluff through. I get both words out there. So to start off with, another good thing about the air threading system, it doesn't matter what order you thread it in. So if you actually only want to change one thread, or if one thread gets low or breaks, you can just replace that one thread. Well, obviously, mechanical or manual threading systems, you do have to thread them in the correct order as well.
Yeah.
So it can be a pain if you have to unthread it and rethread it again.
Because one thread.
Exactly, yeah. So
it's genius, isn't it, really?
to start on here, first of all, you notice we've got our tools in the front flap. So just a handy, the needle remover, tweezers and the cleaning brush. So I'm just going to take the tweezers out because it's something I do find very, very useful. So I'm going to take those. So first of all, I'm going to use them as a pointer as well. So to set the air threading, first is this lever here. So with that, what we do is we then just push that up, and that just locks into place like so. Now with the balance wheel, the hand wheel on the side, turning it towards me, I'm just going to turn it over, it will keep turning, I haven't got to look, it will just lock itself into position. So what that's done is put the threading tubes around the actual overlocker itself. So once that's done, we're now ready to thread the two loopers. So I'm going to take the first thread, because it's just next to me, I'm going to click it into the spring at the back, and then down through the inline tensions as well.
So that's just like a sewing machine. I'm happy so far, Garry.
Exactly it. We got there so far, so it's
you.
brilliant. Well, this one's even easier on this part, is because you haven't, like the needles where you got to take up levers, check springs and that, which you have on your sewing machine.
Yeah.
This one is literally just a straight line. It's also colour coded as well. So it's the red dot with the red dot. And then all I will do is take the end, so about a centimetre, sort of just over under half an inch. I'm just going to poke that into the first hole, like so. And then what we do is make sure that thread doesn't get caught anywhere. So we're going to watch here. So using the air on button, which is the button here, just press it for a couple of seconds, done.
Stop it!
That's
I want
your looper
one.
threaded.
I want one.
I can't actually do that any slower, I'm afraid.
I want one, Garry. That's
Brilliant.
it.
But I have got a second one, obviously, to thread as well. So, so we click through, down, straight down, behind the guide, and then this is the blue. So exactly the same. We just take the tail, pop it into the hole.
Do we do exactly the same?
Exactly it. We've got no dials to change over, to move, no levers to press. Just into the hole. Again, we're just going to watch. Oh, make sure it doesn't get caught again. We're going to watch here, press the button, couple of seconds, job done. And there you go. That's your two loopers.
Who was our lovely viewer who just said about she got 3 machines? If she'd bought a Juki first, she'd have only bought one. Lynn, yeah. I'm really starting to feel that now.
Well, we have
I've got an Overlocker, Garry.
Yeah.
It's not a Juki. I never use it because I can't thread
threading
it.
On there.
And I went on like a training course and spent about 2 hours learning how to thread a machine. Can you imagine 2 hours?
Yeah.
I can't do it because I didn't come home and do it straight away.
Again, if you don't use it, sort of thing, you lose it, type of thing, as they say.
I'm with you.
But with that system, and also we have had it, like we say with Lynn, we say have several machines on there. But sometimes even I've known where people have 2 overlockers, one set up light, one set up dark. On there, so they're invested more. And again, with something like this, because it's so easy to change.
Because it's something as fundamental as they don't like threading
it. Exactly.
I mean, it's awful, isn't it? Really, but I get it. I understand.
Oh, very much so. And also with time as well. We're all short on time. So if we've then got a quick job to do, we've got to spend half an hour trying to thread the machine. You're not going to do it. You're going to get put off doing it. But obviously they're the two loopers threaded. But the other two, obviously, your needles. So we've got needle threaders built into it as well.
So if anybody's never even thought or seen or used an overlocker, when you talk about loopers, these are almost like our bobbin threads.
Technically,
they're different.
What we say, that's right. They are the underneath threads, i.e. where your bobbin would be.
Yeah.
So yes,
you
exactly
don't have a bobbin on an overlocker.
No. Well, you have, which when I stitch it off, I'll show you sort of the actual the breakdown of the stitches. But the loop is actually formally over stitch, and that's why a sewing machine can't offer you a finish like an overlocker can, because it can't cover it. Then it's combined with 1 or 2 needles, whether I'm using it as a 3 thread or 4 thread. So again, if we want a safety stitch, we want a narrow stitch or a wide stitch, we can play around with that, but that's when we're going to have some fun with it. So
we can even use it for quilting. Sally Ann Harrison, expert quilter, professional designer, professional teacher. Love my Juki air threading overlocker that I bought from Garry a couple of years ago. I use it to overlock quilt edges prior to adding the binding, as it both neatens and compresses the edge, so you get an even neater binding. Sally Ann, what a brilliant,
thank you, Sally Ann. So again, with something like that, then to add bias on over there, you're covering the overlockers anyway. So
not just for dressmaking.
No, exactly. It's very far from it, and also on the patchwork side as well, because you can set a seam allowance on there. Then obviously with patchwork, a lot of people, you pick up the books and you read it's 1/4 inch, 7 mil, so it depends on that.
It depends where you buy the book.
Where you buy the book from, exactly. But with patchwork, again, long as all the seams are the same size, so with an overlocker, it's guaranteed, because it's trimming off any waste, it neatens, it straightens, and every single seam will be exactly the same size. So yeah, for things like patchwork, people are finding overlockers more comfortable to use, more reliable, obviously much easier as well. They're using it for lots of things.
If you buy the right machine.
If you buy the right machine, and like say Sally Ann was saying, we're sort of now with the quilting side of it as well. It makes it a lot more justifiable of certainly investing into a nice quality one on there. Definitely.
Absolutely.
Like with
and
myself.
Talking of that investment, it's £1,795 today here at Sewing Street, but it shouldn't be. All the prices on Juki's went up today, and if you look on Juki website, you will see the price. Here it is, there it is, Samato. You can get it direct from Juki. Sorry, Garry.
That's right.
Well, if you want to pay £100 extra,
that's
you
the
can.
thing.
Or you can get it from Sewing Street today. And there you go, £1,875. Our prices will go up at midnight tonight. This has already happened, but bless him, Garry's let us just today do it at the old price, £1,795. And of course there are split pays, £359. Is that 5 split pays? Yes, it is 5 split pays. Thank you.
Wonderful.
You.
Yep. Right. So again, that's brilliant. Obviously, just it helps when it breaks it down like that.
It does.
It really
it's an investment,
nice.
But it's £100 less investment if you get it today.
Exactly. Yeah. So what we're going to do now is obviously just with the 2 needles. So with the threading device. So this lever here. So basically, we take it off. So we're disconnecting that. Now we're going to put the needles in the highest position. So like with all needle threaders, the needles need to be up in their highest position. Domestic flat-sided needles, so they're no round top special needles or anything like that.
Oh, we don't need special overlocker
so they
needles.
are normal 705 domestic needles on there. I personally use size 80 on everything.
Right.
I do change them regularly though, that's something I do say. So instead of changing needles up and down, a good quality, a strong machine, then I stick 80 also through everything. But again, obviously if I'm using nylons and things like that, it's going to blunten it quicker than it would do like cottons. So again, it's being aware. So, So
that's interesting. That's a little fact I'm going to tuck away. It's going to live rent free.
Brilliant.
So if you're sewing with synthetic fabrics, they will blunt a machine needle faster than a natural fibre.
Absolutely, and overlocker blades as well.
Who knew?
Yeah, because if you're looking at nylons, nylon is one of the hardest fibres out there.
Yeah.
And obviously cotton is very soft.
Yeah.
So if you're cutting cotton all day, not a problem at all. And I have it because obviously we have these in commercial size and business use where we're making with things with lycra, nylon lycra. So those we will change the needles more regular than we would do making such as shirts, etc.
Very important little detail that, isn't it, for domestic users as well.
Yeah,
Thank
so
you.
again, it's say we like to sort of those little tips and that, which hopefully will help as well. So right, so the needle threader, which is then the lever here, which is on the side. So we have got a left and right needle, and it will thread both of them. So I'm just going to take my next thread. Again, it's all color coded, so we just click it at the back. This time it's the green through, then we come across, and then we sort of go behind the guide, up over the green.
So that's just like a sewing machine.
That's right. You've got your tension, your check spring, your take up lever, so you've got all those features on there. And then down through the guide, and then there's a little guide just above the needle as well. So I'm going to say leaning in front, so around like so.
Yeah.
And then I'm just going to put the presser foot down, just purely so it gives us more visual space there on that. But obviously by doing that, it's trapped the thread because it's closed the tension, so I'm not going to just pull threads out there. Left and right, so we click it over to the left, or at the moment we're going to do the right, so we just click it onto the right hand side. You lower the lever, it will lock itself into position as well. So again, even though I'm doing it at the side of it, I haven't got to be in front, I'm not holding with both hands, it locks itself, which is really nice. I can then just click the thread into place, like so, lever up, there's the first needle threaded. So nice and easy that way. And then what I'm going to do from there is then the lever will move over to your left, I'll lock it into position, so that's now ready to go. And then
so that little lever not there, that is so that you can thread two needles in two different positions with the same needle threader.
Exactly it.
Absolutely smashing. I really like
again, having that left and right, honestly, it's bad enough we know with some needles and that we sit there for ages, cut thread, trying to get it through there.
You're talking about, you just described my life there.
So with two of them, it's even twice as bad. So obviously with this system, it is so much easier. It really is.
This is lovely, isn't it? Morning team. I've had my air thread overlocker for well over 20 years. Different make, but an excellent make. So worthwhile. Ellen from Bath. It's brilliant technology, Ellen, isn't it? So on the Juki, you've got air threading for the loopers, and basically what is like, threading a sewing machine on the uppers.
And then on the upper one, it's exactly the same as that, so no difference at all. But obviously then having the needle threader fully automatic, so easy to do.
Easy
so
peasy.
There's your 4 threads. So what I'm going to do from there...
just a minute,
all right. Where am I?
Now, we do believe that Sylvia has put these asterisks because she didn't want to name the brand rather than swearing.
Well, this is it.
I had a Overlocker, which took me 3 hours to thread. Actually, it might well be
it could be either or, actually. That's right.
It could be either. So I bought a Juki. Problem solved.
Wonderful. Thank you, Sylvia. That's brilliant. That's made us laugh.
We love you. We love you.
We'll fill the blanks in ourselves. It's all right. So, and then from there, so I'm going to take the threads, and this time I'm going to, again, lower the presser foot to keep the tension on there. What I can now do, I'm just going to wind it over by hand, and again, like all balance wheels, should always turn it towards you. Just going to turn it over a few times to start the stitching off, like that. Because what I can now do is get rid of all of those tails as close as possible on there. So it's not going to tie it in at all, it's not going to jam up. Then close the front. Then what I'd always do, every time I thread an overlocker for the first time, or even a sewing machine for the first time, always get a scrap piece of fabric, just give it a little bit of a run through, and then away we go. So again, very smooth, very solid. So again, it's not just the ease of threading, it's the overall build, full metal chassis inside. So again, it sounds, it feels, it doesn't vibrate, it doesn't bounce. And again, you've got the speed there as well. But for the electronic control, it won't just race away with me. I have got that smooth control, which is really nice. So we have got a thread cutter on the side, but I, again, using industrials, it's one of those things I do this automatically, and people say, what are we doing there? So I've remembered to stop and tell you this time. So what I do from there is I keep my foot down, and then I run the threads back round in front of the blade again, so it just trims it off on there. So
it's a very slick way to finish it. You're a proper overlocker if you do that.
Definitely, it's all that speed, quick, it's just done. It looks so good as well.
Yeah, it does.
And then that is basically what your overlocking is.
Look at that edge.
The nice thing with this, again, with the Juki overlocker, it should be absolutely perfect, and it is perfect. But it's not only, obviously we've just threaded it up, we've got this one is brand new, so I've just taken it out of the box. The tension's all set even number 4. Obviously we can play around with things which I'll go through to in a minute, but literally straight out the box. That's just a piece of calico.
Yeah,
but
it's immaculate. I just want to read a message. You'll like this. Leslie's got in touch. Through Facebook, by the way. I absolutely love my Juki machine.
Wonderful.
I bought the DX 2000 QVP limited edition in June, and my sewing on it has taken my bag making business to a whole new level. It was Garry's demos that encouraged me to purchase one.
Wonderful, thank you. It's great to hear, and obviously so pleased it's living up to the expectations as well. And this is what we like, is where people, obviously we can all stand here and talk, but over the years it's proven, and say with guys,
it's the customers that have final say.
That's exactly it. And if it wasn't for you loving the machines, then we wouldn't still be here doing what we're doing.
We really wouldn't.
Very much so.
Barbara's messaged in to say, hi Garry and Stuart, we've had so many lovely messages for you already. I have 3 Jukis, including the MO2000 Overlocker. The Juki air thread system works perfectly every time. I love all my Jukis. But it sounds like you love that one the best.
Wonderful, absolutely. Well, it's just say it's making friends with your machine, but then it's being a partnership with your machine.
Honestly, Garry,
it?
if I had £1 every time I've heard someone say, I'd buy an overlocker, I'd use my overlocker if I could thread it. And I, you know, I'd say, well, I am disappointed to hear that from people, but it's me as well. I'm the same. I've got an overlocker that I don't use because I can't remember how to thread it, and I frankly,
well, it's certainly with,
I don't want it. I want that one.
Well, I've had it before where people say with overlockers, and it just sits in the box, sits in the cupboard, because they've either tried it once and they've been scared. Obviously not our air threading systems, obviously.
No.
When they've tried it once,
Clearly
they've been scared, clearly, and they can't do it. So with something like that, I've even been to schools and that, where they've spent a lot of money on there, and again, the overlocking finish will give you that professional finish. But because they can't thread it, it just sits in the box and it's not used. And
Exactly.
it's a big shame that
Crazy,
way, and a
isn't it?
waste of money as well.
It is
so
a total waste
with that
of money.
investment, at least
We
it's
have a
giving
bit
you.
back on. We want to see all the bits getting
put my
caught,
bits
please,
in there.
Garry.
This is it. So let's
Thank
pop that
you.
back into place.
Thank you.
So
it's not because we're obsessive about making mess, because believe me, everybody here makes a lot of mess, including me.
We're creative people. It happens, absolutely
it's mostly
happens.
food crumbs, Garry. You're being kind.
Just say, it's a clean shirt. I brushed it off this morning. It's all right.
It's bits of muffin.
So if literally all I've done, so it's a heavyweight denim and a fleece as well. So 3 contrasting fabrics. Obviously, I didn't touch anything at all. And if we have a look, and this is to me so important, the threading makes life easier, but when you've not got to sit there and fiddle and adjust when you're changing from fabric to fabric, you can just get on it and it gives you that absolutely perfect finish, front and back. And you say, even with the fleece, you've got stretch, you've got movement, it will give you that perfect seam. And obviously I've done a complete contrasting colour, and even with the contrasting colour, how perfect is that? You can't see it standing through.
I'm going to be using that word a lot this morning, because everything that's sewn on the Smarto from Juki is immaculate and so professional looking.
And that's what we're trying to do. Bring what is wrong with being professional at home. What's wrong with having that?
It's our goal.
That fit, exactly it. That finish, and this is the difference now. Where we've had the MO1000, the MO2000 out for a long time on there, but things now have moved on. They've developed a little bit more. So even though the threading systems have changed, we've actually now upgraded now with some extra industrial features on here.
So Garry, tell me, what are those extra features?
So that's the stretch, two-way stretch nylon lycra. So again, full flexibility.
I've worn a lot of lycra in my time.
Yeah, so get your cycling shorts back out again, repairing, absolutely no problems at all there. So again, just all those variations, but sometimes you're going to the extremes, and we say with things like bag making and things like that. So a lot of people are using sort of heavier weight fabrics. So a couple of features. As of yet, you see, for most of it, we haven't touched a thing so far, but a couple of adjustments now we've got on here. One of them is what we call a micro lifter. So a micro lifter now is when you're doing things like upholstery fabrics, real heavy weight.
We love those for bag making.
And this is it. So it's not, say, for bag making now, so it's not just the soft furnishing side, it is going into now sort of that home deck bag making.
Very heavy. You're doing 4 layers.
And I'm going to roll that into 4 layers on there. So with most machines, obviously it will pressurise it, and the foot pressure, which we can adjust. The problem is you can take the foot pressure off and it's not going to grip the fabric. It's going to then slip. So what you need is full foot pressure, but you need the distance on the foot to allow the fabric to feed through so it's not digging in. So this is now the micro lifter.
This is new.
This is brand new on an overlocker. So again, on a domestic overlocker. So we've had it on industrial overlockers, but now obviously developing it into, the demand is there. People want that bit extra on there. But also, even with the domestic machines, a lot of these people are buying to use commercially as well.
Absolutely.
Again, because of how strong they are. So using the micro lifter, if we can just look at the front of the foot on here, as I'm moving it, you can see that now move up and down. So I'm changing height but keeping full pressure. So as you first said, 4 layers of that is most of the time you wouldn't even dream of putting it through an overlocker on there. So lifting it up, and this is another thing with the actual foot. If we look at the foot on here, can you see the front part of the foot is hinged?
I was going to say, it looks
That's it. And then it's actually, the foot is in 2 pieces. If I just turn that slightly onto the side there, if you can see, this is what we call a tractor foot. This is what we have on the industrials. You may not have seen one of these before because no other domestic machines have got this now. Again, that demand when going through heavier weight fabrics.
No other domestic machine has this?
No, or overlocker. That is unique again to ourselves on this. But again, it's something we've developed over years with the industrial series, so why not have it on a domestic series? So going through then the thickness, then taking it underneath. We've got a high cutting blade as well, so it will allow us to take the thickness. And the only thing I am now going to adjust is the stitch length. So the stitch length is on the side here, and the differential feeds the 2 different dials, which is on a lot of overlockers. Differential feed, I'll explain what that does in it shortly if we're not sure on that one. And then the stitch length, I'm going to pop up to 4 because of the thicker fabric, so I want it to be longer. Then going from there, taking it through, making sure obviously that another good thing about this as well, if the presser foot's up, the machine will not work. So again, it's not just going to make a load of mess on there. So pop the presser foot down, and if we look at now the front of the foot, it will undulate and move, so it grips the fabric. So using it with the micro lifter, where we've got the extra height for the thickness, then with the foot will still give us the full grip
pressure
and the pressure. So when we are sewing through, as you can see, it doesn't struggle, it's not murmuring, it's just going straight through. Absolutely no problems. I'm going to run that round. Again, I'll just take it back in front of the blade again. And if we have now...
I want a close-up.
I'll pass that over to you on there. And if we have a look at that.
That is good stuff. That is really good. I was just, I mean, I knew you knew that it would do it, but I mean, I still wanted to see it for myself.
Absolutely.
That is, look at that.
But also, if you
absolutely immaculate.
Look underneath as well, where a lot of time when you start going through heavyweight fabric, because it struggles to feed the fabric through. When you look on the underneath, this is when you start getting loops and missed stitches underneath. So the important thing, again to me, the tension is perfectly balanced front and back. Doesn't matter what type I'm doing on there.
It's so clean as well. And I'm thinking about, those domestic big sewing jobs like loose covers for upholstery, which I've done with fabrics like that, which frankly usually are a bit of a nightmare.
That's it. Well, a lot of times they would just struggle going through it. A lot of overlockers have not got a strong enough cutting blade either. So again, very powerful that way. Well, another nice thing with it, I'm just going to pop the foot back down again. So it will give me my normal pressure, because what I can now do, which another reason why with the tractor foot, which you say about like the soft furnishing finishes and things like that, what I'm going to do is I can then start that overlocking, and then I'm just going to move it to myself a little bit, sorry about this, just so I can grip it there. And then what I'm going to do is pleat. So I'm going to just fold a pleat in, and this is another thing with the tractor foot, absolutely brilliant, because the front part of the foot will ride and it grips obviously on the fold, but the back part of the foot is then gripping the single layer.
Gotcha.
So it's going to feed it. It's not going to get to a point where it's going to stick and then suddenly all the stitches build up in one place, or you're trying to pull it through.
It can cope with thick, thin.
Exactly it.
But it's gripping both. That is genius.
So, and again, so all I'm doing is triple folding a pleat into it and then just carry on. Again, as you can see, I'm not going to touch the feet or pressure systems or anything like that. I'm just going to go straight through.
So this might be a frill around the bottom of loose covers. This might be a valance that you're doing for curtains.
That's it. There is many options on there. Cushion pleating, edging, you name it, it can be done. But as easy...
This could be the start of the business.
This
might be an extension of your craft.
Pass that on to you and have a little look at that as well.
Pass it to the judge.
So exactly it.
The third sewing bee judge.
Being a professional sewer, absolutely.
So cool. That is so cool. I want to just show you on overhead as well, if I may, Gary.
Yeah.
That is really cool. That's impressive.
So it's those little things that we know where the overlockers. There's certain jobs that it will do on other domestic overlockers, but with this one, it will just take it to that next stage and also then allow you to really expand your job to what you want to do as well. So
That's
something
really
like that,
cool.
how quick and easy is that as well?
I know.
Obviously, if we to sit there and do that by hand or by sewing machine, we'd be marking, we'd be sewing, we'd be
I'd be
pleating.
looking to not do it, Gary. That's what I'd be. Yeah, that's right. And this is the saddest thing, isn't it, about not having the right machine, that it actually starts dictating to you how creative you're going to be. With your Juki, you can just do whatever you want and know that your machine's going to follow your lead.
That's it. Yeah, and that is the thing. It's going to investment into a machine that's going to save you time. It's going to expand your sewing. Obviously, the chances of it's not damaging fabrics. It's not chewing fabrics and things like that, which is very painful when you've got some really nice fabrics, and they're obviously expensive fabrics as well.
Exactly.
So that professional finish is there.
Can I ask you about the blades?
Absolutely.
We've talked about changing needles.
Yeah.
How often do I need to change the blade?
So it is one of those things, is how long's a piece of string sort of thing.
Right.
It really is, because going back
when will I know that I need to change the blade?
Usually my key thing to that is just put that back onto there. Let's just find some crystal organza. Obviously this falls apart as soon as you look at it.
Yeah.
It just frays. So to me, if I was to sew this through, I'm just going to put the stitch length back down. I'm not going to touch anything else at all, just the stitch length. So if I sew that through, so again, we've gone from thick upholstery fabric, denims, straight onto a single bit of organza, and it's done it
puckered,
perfectly again on there.
It's
this
not
is it.
pleated, it's not... Yeah.
No, but yes, and so again from thick to thin. Obviously, I wouldn't necessarily use something as heavy stitch on there because it looks quite heavy on that type of fabric.
Right.
But this is where I can turn it into a 3-thread or a 2-thread, which we'll show you shortly. Hopefully, I'm running out of time.
No, we're good.
We're good. Brilliant.
It does go by quickly.
It just
but
flies
this
by.
is
It's great fun, though, isn't it?
And
So-
also, as well, Gary, the thing I'm noticing is that the body of the fabric has not been damaged. Have you ever sewn particularly lighter fabrics where the very act of the needle going through the fabric has pulled threads into the body of the fabric and you sort of damaged it?
You do, that's right. You end up with those pull lines.
Yes, and that
on
is
there as well.
perfect.
Certainly with something like that, again, that's to do with that performance on there. Because if your needle's dragging, that's going to cause that problem. But obviously, it's not going to give you an even stitch either. So going back to the blade situation, then by cutting a piece of fabric like that, if I was to do that and I had lots of flares, tassels and that coming out the edge here, then I would know the blade is not cutting cleanly.
Okay.
But sometimes on that, it's not because the blade is blunt, it's because you might have just fluff or thread cut.
Right.
So before you change your blades, always clean your machine,
Clean it.
just in case on there. We've got hardened steel blades on here, and it is one of those things also, if you're cutting cotton all day and things like that, the blades are going to last a lot longer than if you was cutting nylon all day.
I know that now.
So this is it. So it is one of those things you can't really give a life to it. And then one thing as well, we all know it with a pair, I think we may have all done it with a pair of scissors at one point, don't cut pins.
Right.
And obviously if you've got your fabric pinned and you accidentally put it through the blade, you take a chip, obviously that doesn't, it's not good for it.
No, it's not
so
good. You're gonna replace
on that side
blade.
of it.
But we can replace the blades, that's good.
It's a single,
know.
very, it's just a single screw, and it's designed to do it yourself as well. So,
and what about if I, on a particular project or a part of a project, I don't want to use the blades? Can I disengage them, and how do I do it?
Indeed. So going through the other dials on the machine as well. So we have a roll hem lever. So we're going to turn it into a roll hem shortly. I'll show you that then, from a 3 thread to then a 3 thread roll hem. We do have a stitch bite here as well. Overlockers don't have stitch width. So the needles don't move, it doesn't give you a zigzag width. We have what they call a stitch bite. So with that, going by the dial here, I can move the blade left and right, so it will cut more or less off, which technically looks like it's changing the size of the stitch, but it's not. Okay. It's only cutting more or less fabric out. So it's more fine-tuned when you go from heavy to light that way. But what we can also do, the lever underneath here as well, so I just sort of move it into there. So this is then for dropping the blade down, and it is as easy as the blade is here. So I just click that lever down there, the blade is now just dropped down.
So it's a bit like dropping feed dogs.
Very, very much so. Simple click lever, and again, I'll lock it back up again. And a bit like the feed dog, I don't know this bit of information at home, because it's a phone call I actually get quite a lot from customers on there.
I've broken it, the blade stayed down.
Stayed down, that's right. And it's like your feed dog. Why is the feed not done? Try sewing. And then, because it's a mechanical setting, it has to re-engage itself.
Perfect.
So just as soon as you start sewing, you'll hear a little click as it's re-engaged itself, and you're absolutely
fine. So first
on
stitch,
that
you
one.
take the blade, come back up, and you're away.
Exactly it.
Awesome.
So nice and easy, so no problems there.
Because I've done the same thing with the sewing machine, drop the feed dogs, and it's like, it's not sewing, there's something wrong with my machine, and I panicked, in the past. Now I know if I'm ever in that position,
straight away.
In fact, I actually nudged the button by mistake the other day.
Right.
Never done that before, but I thought, why isn't this sewn? And I thought straight away, check that. So.
First thing, go-to point. I've dropped the feed by accident.
Got a question for you.
Yes, brilliant.
This is from Bev, who says, can I use my overlocker for gathering? For example, fitting a skirt to a bodice. I am very impressed with the demonstration.
Right, brilliant. Yes, you can. Yep, and that's something I will show you in a minute. Absolutely, yeah. So it's a good feature on there.
Garry,
so
I love
no
you.
problems
Can
at
you
all.
do a 5-hour show next time, please?
You have me for 5 hours? Yes, please. That would be great. We have a great fun day. That would be playing on there. So one other feature the 2500 got is a micro stitch lever as well. Again, unique feature on a domestic overlocker. So as I was saying about you've got no width control, basically if you're going from thick to thin fabric, sometimes you want maybe more of a decorative edge, so you can use heavyweight threads and you can then make the stitch wider.
Yeah.
So it's not necessarily a width control, it's just a set stitch, so a set stitch narrow or a set stitch wider, which is then controlled by this little lever down or dial down here. So as I move that, basically it will just move a bar or a finger. So the stitch is actually staying the same size, but with this finger moving in and out, it's going to make it wider or narrow. Okay. So it's not changing necessarily the width of it, I'm just supporting it different on there as well. So it makes it different. So if I go back and say, like, if I have the fleece on there as well, because it will stand out nice with the yellow.
It will.
So I'll turn that round.
Not necessarily from a fashion point of view.
No, this is it, yeah.
Who knows? What do I know?
Lime green's lovely. What's wrong with that? It's lovely and fashionable.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm just seeing that little click. That was the blade just popping back up again.
Perfect.
Ink green's there.
Good sign.
So again, I'm just going to lift the front of the foot up. It will just clamp it into place. And then...
And I love that in this way you are bringing something which is often relegated to the insides of garments and hidden away into something which is now making a statement. It's part of the garment, it's part of the visual look of the garment, because you can have that overlocked edge on the outside, because it's so neat, it's so beautifully decorative.
Well, that's the thing with fashion now. Run that through. And then with obviously fashion is your imagination.
Yeah.
Right or wrong, obviously there's different things. So with overlocking now being on the outside, as we can see, as we've changed it, we can then make it to a much closer. It's actually, to say, it's going to be hard to see because there's a slight frill on the edge here. and it's cut less fabric, or it's made the stitch wider, where with this one you saw it sitting on the edge more.
On the very edge.
On there. So if you can then do a decorative edging, a decorative frill on there. If you just want a wider stitch to cope with them bulky threads, it's going to do that for you as well. So the micro stitcher just gives that little bit more flexibility, as you say, for top overlocking, for decorative overlocking. It just allows you to play that little bit more on there as well.
I'm just saying this because I like the sound of it, Gary. Can we do a lettuce edge?
Yes, with the lettuce edge, there's different ways of doing that.
Yeah.
Obviously, with one way is then just using the differential feed, so it will give you that lettuce finish on there, and it's going to be a similar way actually with the gathering as well. Okay. So we do it combined with the gathering and the lettuce edge.
Yes, please.
So obviously, mainly used on like that stretch finish on there, so it will give you a waved edge. A lettuce edge generally will more have like a cording sort of built into it, so it actually gives you more that fluted lettuce. That's, to me personally, that's like a true lettuce. Obviously, with that, there's optional feet available, and there is a proper cording foot available, so it will feed that cord into the roll hem. So on that, but if you wanted just then a waved edge, then that's not a problem at all.
And I've seen it before where people have literally just sort of pulled the fabric while they're stitching it to create that ripply edge.
Just to create that ripply edge.
But this is much better.
So again, with that, this is where the differential feed can come on. So at the moment, I've got it on N for normal. So what I'm going to do is actually turn it down to 0.7, because I want it to stretch it slightly rather than contract it.
So is this more?
This is less.
Or less?
It's less on this one. Okay. So, and then I'm going to turn the stitch length back up to about 3, so just over the average on there. And if I then run this through, I'm going to put this longer stitch length as well, and I'm just going to take the micro stitch lever back across again. So,
oh, I'm liking that. I'm really liking that. Oh, I'm glad I asked.
So you can get just that fluted sort of lettuce effect on there, but obviously with the cording, where it puts a cord in, which is then more like bridal veiling, where that real fluted lettuce, that's more for that. But obviously for garments, you just want, if you wanted sort of the bottom of a t-shirt just with a frilly edge or a lettuce edge something like that, that's all you need to do.
I like it.
And it would just do that automatically for me. Yeah. But then changing it the other way and going to the question about gathering, so this time I'm going to put the differential feed up to 2. I'm actually going to keep the stitch length up on 4, so it's longer stitch length. This time I'm actually going to play with the needle tensions. So a lot of people say, oh, I don't want to adjust the tensions, don't like to mess around with tensions and things like that. Again, people say that is because you've been used to a machine. Once you adjust it, they don't like readjusting back. I can play with these all day. It makes no difference.
Did you see what you just did?
Yeah, so I like doing those shock things, absolutely no problem. Because when I set it back to number 4, that is then back to my even tension again, which is great. But if I increase the 2 needle tensions, this is a little bit of a trial and error. So again, you can gauge it for different types of fabric you're using, different amounts of gathering you want. This is just a lightweight polycotton on there. So all I'm going to do now is just run that through. And as we take it in, it just will automatically gather it.
Oh, yeah.
Voila.
Look at that.
Just the automatic gathering on there as well. Again, pass it to the judge on there.
Well, all I can say is rah-rah skirts are back in with a vengeance.
Absolutely.
That is brilliant.
Well, something as easy like puff sleeves and things like that, say the rah-rah, anything like that, and how quick and easy is that?
Sleeve. Gary, goodness me, yes.
On that, so
yeah.
And the nice thing with that, when you do it by hand or with a sewing machine where you're sewing several lines, you've got to pull it up and things like that. You're actually then gauging the gathering yourself, so you can get it some more gathered, less gathered. This, once it's set, it's perfectly even. It just takes it straight through, absolutely no problem on that.
Fabulous.
So, which is great. Fabulous. So again, hopefully, with the gathering, as automatic and as easy as that, absolutely no problems. But again, it's having the right adjustments on the machine, but not being afraid to use them. And I do fully understand there's a lot of machines out there I wouldn't even want to adjust, because I know once you start playing with them, you're just not going to get them back again.
You do this with confidence. We can do this with confidence.
Exactly. You can say I'm not hiding anything or doing anything that way. And this is something else we've actually now added into the 2500, which is then a stitch tensioner for the roll hem. So what is the roll hem? Okay, so what I'm going to do is set everything back to normal. So 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 2.5, and normal on the differential feed.
It's easy, isn't it?
It's literally now. So even though I've played around, just to sort of that proof in the pudding as such to say, if I just get then a piece of calico again and then just run that through, then even though I've played around with everything, as soon as I've set it all back to normal, that stitch is then perfect.
Straight back to how we
Absolutely.
were. So no regrets.
And that's it. And just not being afraid to play on there whatsoever.
That's what it's about. So, it's about freeing you up to be as creative as you want to be and more, isn't it?
Well, it's also because that way, you say, it allows you then to be more creative, bring your creativity out more without them being scared or spending so much time fiddling and playing around and then not actually sewing. That's exactly it.
I want to see a rolled hem. I want to see a rolled hem.
Rolled hem, absolutely brilliant. So
sorry, I was channeling John Scott then, wasn't I?
That's where I thought I was like, oh,
did you suddenly jump?
This is it, right, must do it. So what I'm going to do is cut the left hand thread. With the roll hem, it's generally done with a 2 thread or a 3 thread and then you do remove the left hand needle. So leaving the right hand needle, so it's your narrow bite. So all I'm going to do is just pop that out. So that literally just drops out.
And that is exactly the same as removing a needle from a sewing machine.
It is indeed, yeah. So it's flat-sided needles and the flat side goes to the back. Technically, there's only one way you can put them in on there. So then once that's done, I'm going to do...
I've seen people try though, Gary, and I'm sure you have too.
I've had them in all sorts of ways, and it's amazing. How did you physically get it in that way?
How did you do that?
And she did sort of turn around and say, well, it was a bit tough to get in.
Yeah, no, but you tried.
That's right. So
this is such a treat, folks, isn't it? Because, you know, I've seen Gary at lots and lots of shows, and Gary's got all the time in the world for everybody who wants to see. But you could never have 2 hours of Gary at a show or in the shop, I would dare say.
It's very difficult to, but
this is your opportunity to have 2 hours solid.
And as I say, I love the questions. Keep bringing them in. Anything like that, obviously, I'll do my best to answer them or show you how it can be done.
Please.
So at the moment, we're on 3 thread. So before we turn it into roll hem, then the nice thing with 3 thread as well, we have what they call a narrow cutting bite on our overlocker. So with a lot of overlockers, obviously when you are sewing through and you're just finishing off, so I've gone to a single layer of calico again. So I just run that through.
And so that's 3 threads rather than 4.
That's
how
it.
Does that vary?
So
cute. That's nice.
if we see, I don't know if we've got the overhead here. So we look at this corner here, so the 3 thread obviously is quite narrow, and the reason it's this narrow is because I've removed the right hand needle and kept the left hand needle in. If I was to take the left hand one out, it would actually then be a 3 thread of that width. So this is the 4 thread because it's got 2 rows of stitching in. So if I was then just finishing off an upholstery, soft furnishing fabrics and things like that, I would probably choose a wider 3 thread.
So you'd remove the other needle.
I would then remove the other needle.
Simplicity.
But most of the time, it's usually a narrow 3 thread just for neatening that way. And the nice thing with that, once I've got then a single needle for pivoting, because it's what we call a narrow cutting bite on our overlockers, what we are doing, so if we had a pattern piece marked out on here, we all know paper patterns are getting so expensive to buy nowadays, so we don't really want to keep cutting them all up, so let's make some pattern pieces out of some fabric, so you've got them then stored.
Good idea.
Yeah, you obviously make up your whole
soft and flexible, easy to pin,
easy to store. Obviously they're not going to tear, rip or anything like that.
Very durable.
And then the good thing about it, if I had sort of like an arm marked out on here, so we had it's got quite a tight edge on here. I say a lot of overlockers, as we might know from home, when we're trying to overlock around a tight edge, once you get to that corner, the overlocking starts peeling off the edge of it because of the needle and the blade are too far apart. So what I can do on my overlocker, so
did you hear that then? What I can do on my overlocker, actually,
is then I can turn. So if I'm following a pattern piece around, then just cutting out. There's another good thing with this, making things like shoulder pads, pockets, anything like that, where you do need those tight corners, curves. We have then one cut out pattern piece, completely finished, cut out on there.
That's awesome.
So, and obviously we can see like turning that into a pocket, turning that into a shoulder pad, things like that.
That is awesome.
Absolutely ideal. But having that narrow cutting bite,
it
will allow you to do that.
It's really cool. I love it. I love it.
Great, and that's once it's on the free thread, it's even
Gary,
easier.
you are good.
Thank you. Well,
he's done it before, hasn't he? But really,
it is one of those things. As we know, being live on TV, we all sometimes please, right, behave ourselves. Is going to work properly on that. Obviously, I've been selling Juki now for near on 30 years on there, and obviously we've been doing TV work together for a long time. The reliability, it's all live on there. You can see it looks after me. That's the great thing about it. Where if I was to sit here and it's like kept on fiddling off or something, I've got to play with this, adjust this, it's obviously going to get quite frustrating.
Excuse, wouldn't you?
And it wouldn't make me look this good. So
okay, I have another question for you.
Yeah.
In fact, I might have a couple. Bernie asks, Gary, I have a Juki. Can you show Stuart how to air thread both lower loopers at the same time?
Certainly can.
I think that will impress him even more. That's from Bernadette in Dublin. Love it, Bernie.
Brilliant.
And Julie. Jean from Essex. When I have cut pieces to size, I don't want to be cutting the fabric. Can I turn the cutting blade off? I know this. Yes, you absolutely can. Can you show us just very quickly how to drop the blade again?
This little lever here. This little lever there, all we do is just click that down into place, and that's it. Blade has now dropped.
That's it, blade's gone down. It's like dropping your feed dogs, Jean. I asked the same question. Brilliant question,
and
thank
then re-engage, pop it back up again, and away we go
again.
And
then first stitch, it'll pop back up.
That's it.
Also a question, Pat's saying, what do you do with the thread ends?
Thread ends is one of those things, if I take an edge of an overlocker,
If I take chained off the edge.
When I chain off the edge, if I actually just take one of those threads and pull it, it will actually lock itself. Overlocking, there we go, you can see. So this is why overlockers don't have reverse on. They don't need locking on and off. They're actually a self-locking stitch. And this is where a lot of people, again, it depends how much time, how much effort you want to put into it. A manufactured garment will just be overlocked, overlock, snip, snip, snip. There.
Job done.
I have known people, certainly if you're going to do sort of that higher end bridal bits and pieces like that, then they will actually take the end and they will physically then just stitch it in on there to give you that more of a professional finish. Obviously it takes a bit longer on there.
But if you grab one thread and pull it will self-lock.
But literally, as you say, what we did there, I just pull over one thread, it won't unravel at all, it will just get tighter and tighter and tighter.
That was a great question. Love that. So you're going to show me how to air thread both lower loops at the same time to impress me even more. And also, Elaine's asked a question which I'm just going to leave you to mull while you show me how to do the lower loopers, who says, hi Stuart and Gary, can you sew elastic on with the overlocker? We'll get to that.
Indeed.
So, lower loopers.
Right, first of all what we'll do is the roll hem.
Roll hem, yes, of course.
Then the lower loop, because I'm on free thread at the moment, so we do the free thread with the roll hem, then what we do is I'll unthread it all, and then we start again and show you again the whole threading on there.
Awesome, thank you.
So at the moment, so we've left it on the free thread, so for the roll hem is this lever here. So basically if I flick that up and down, so if I flick it up, then I'm removing a blade within the plate, which will allow me to roll the edge. I'm going to put the stitch length down to 1, so it's more of a satin stitch on there, and then the differential feed I'm leaving on normal as well, so I won't touch that. But this time, where before an overlocker sometimes you have to play around with the tensions to get it right, so now we have a roll hem tensioner, which is this lever here. So all we do,
this is brand new on the 2500.
Brand new on here. So all I do is just, it's easy as that, just to flick it up. It automatically then will now change the tensions to be tighter. So mainly used on the finer fabrics again. So I'm just going to pick up some, again, the sheer, the crystal organza, run that through. Again, the blade re-engaging itself. That's what the click is. So So even at this full speed on roll hem, so reducing up to sort of 1500 stitches a minute, there's no vibration, there's no rattling.
1500 a minute.
And hopefully, I think you could be nicely impressed with that.
That is a thing of beauty. Come and have a look at there. Come and have a butcher's.
Exactly that.
I've got all these stencils.
Oh yeah, brilliant, the contrast on that.
Let me just look at that.
So really, really nice.
As the young folks would say, Gary, that is sick.
Absolutely.
That is absolutely. Isn't that beautiful?
And the nice thing with that, if we was to say like the edge of our where we did the gathering, so then what we could do is we could then finish off the other side and put the stitch length up a little bit longer because it's slightly heavier fabric on there, and then I just roll that through on the other side.
Carol, yes, we absolutely are going to show the sewing machine in a mo, and yes, it is very good for doing jeans and curtains. I can tell you that because I've got the UX8.
So as we were saying about doing gathered skirts or things like that, to finish it off properly, just put a roll hem edge on the bottom.
Look at that.
So
absolutely beautiful. And obviously you've got a contrast. I'll just show you there on the overhead. So Gary did the gathering on the top of this skirt piece using the 4-thread overlocking. Like that, and then on the bottom he's used that rolled hem to just create this immaculate finish on the bottom of the skirt piece or the frill or whatever it was. That is absolutely
again
beautiful.
How quick, how easy that is to do.
It's
Where
so
doing something like that on a
looking.
sewing machine or even doing that by hand obviously would just take many hours. It really would do. So absolutely fantastic. And then that one other thing, what's why we've got it on the roll hem, because again we do like to bring out the extremes. Habby tie silk. So as we know, this stuff really just falls apart. So that it will pucker, it pulls, and as you said about having those pull lines, silk is one of the worst ones for that. If it catches it, and obviously it pulls. What I'm going to do on this one, I'm going to turn the stitch length up to about 3. So if you imagine like the edge of a scarf or something like that, it's not heavy roll hem, it's more like a sort of a picot edge. So by turning it up to 3 on the stitch length, it will now give me more of that picot edge style. So I'm not going to touch anything else at all. I'm just going to bring it a little bit closer, just around.
And you've still got that genius switch now that you just flick that switch. There's a brand new feature on this machine for your rolled hem edge.
So so I've say exactly the. Everything else I've left the same, and you say the tensioner again, because it sets itself, you haven't got to play at all with that whatsoever, and then straight through. So that then as a scarf edge. If we have a look at that on there.
That is gorgeous.
Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah. So that's exactly like you see on a commercial silk scarf.
That is exactly it.
That is beautiful.
So again, giving you those professional finishes that easy, that quick, which
and I'm
is
thinking
really
as
nice.
well, if I'd splurged on a really lovely piece of Liberty Tanner lawn and I wanted to make myself a beautiful scarf, I could just do that on the edge.
Something like,
job done.
How easy it is for like presents or something like that. And also the thing is with a lot of this, obviously as you like with Tanner lawns and things like that, not cheap. A lot of people think, I don't want to put that through my overlocker, it will chew it, it will gather it. Again, it puts you off using quality finishes. An overlocker should allow you to use more quality to give you that quality finish on there. So even like this sort of I think this was like a number 5 habitized silk. So it really is just light on that.
Sounds very expensive.
This is it, but it's happy to do it. And an overlocker should be. So with the new features on there, so with the auto tensioner, with the tractor foot, so going over the single layers, with the micro lifter as well, which will allow you those really heavy bulks, it just gives you that professional finish that bit further.
Well, as it says on the front, Gary, and I've just noticed this, it says industrial technology And that is what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
It's that technology that's been developed for, what is a much higher level of demand. I mean, as a home sewer, my demands are pretty high, but industry demands even more.
Absolutely.
And you've brought it to us for domestic use.
For domestic use, but also a lot of people, I think, at home, they get to a stage sometimes, well, that would do, where it shouldn't do. It should be quick and easy for you at home.
I totally agree with you.
Absolutely, it will give you that professional finish on there. So that is, just taking it that step further, fine-tuning it a bit more. And a lot of people sort of, again, it's like, do I need something as heavy as that, as good as that? Well, to me, why not have as good as you can get?
Why not have it all?
To make life easier.
Have it all.
There. So absolutely.
Have it all.
So,
got a message for you, Gary.
Brilliant.
And this will guide you. Could I ask if the overlocker has to be threaded in a particular order? I.e., if thread 1 breaks, can I just rethread that one? Sorry, I'm late tuning in. Michelle, you have come in at the absolute perfect time. We're going to show you right now how to thread your machine. And let's say one thread breaks. You've cut one thread.
Absolutely.
Do I have to rethread the whole thing?
At the moment, it's obviously a bit cheating at the moment because all the thread is there. I could just thread that one outside, but you can do that, to be fair, on any overlocker. But no, because once the threading system's in place, with a normal domestic overlocker, it's the loopers, the underneath threading, which is the important thing to be threaded. So if you've got the needles already threaded and you go and thread the loopers, the thread will be on the outside of the needle thread, so it just snap automatically.
Can't do it.
If you thread the loopers in the wrong order, or if you re-threaded the looper out of order because that one you just wanted to change, again, as soon as it crosses, it will just snap the threads. Because of the tube system on this one, they don't actually cross each other until you start sewing. So that's the great thing about it. So
any order?
In any order. So if one thread you need to change, not a problem. Doesn't matter if it's upper looper, lower looper, or one of the needles. Or if you decide just to thread it from scratch, I can start from left to right, right to left, up to me. So it makes no difference that way at all on there.
Will you just show us the threading again?
Indeed. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Let's get rid of those on there. So again, I'm just going to pull the threads through. So again, lift the foot up so it releases the tension.
Need your tweezers.
My tweezers. Oh, there they are. They're behind. I'll keep them in a safe place behind and forget about them.
It's fatal, isn't it?
So
I do that every year with Christmas cards, Gary. I buy them early and I think I'll put them in a safe place.
That's it, and end up having to buy them all again. It's like, because I can't find them.
Yeah.
So then with that, I'm also then putting the roll hem lever back as well. So I'm really setting it all back to normal again on there, and then the roll hem tension lever back down. So first of all, to start the threading, so we just turn it around a little bit there. Then the threading lever is here. So we're just going to lift that up, and then we're going to turn the balance wheel towards me, and it will then just lock itself into position. So what that's doing is that we can see here, we're just putting these, I'm going to move the tubes so we can see. So you can see they're completely independent, and that's why it doesn't matter what order you thread it in, because they have their own channels instead of crossing each other. So going back to the question earlier, as well, can we thread them both together? Because this one I don't think is sort of not something I do that often. The reason being because of how quick it is sort of slowing it down by threading them individually.
But it's like a party trick.
Exactly it. So I just take number one down through and behind the guide and pull myself a tail.
So that's just like a sewing machine.
That's exactly.
Easy.
It's very easy, and I'm going to take the second one down the same. Again, give myself a bit of a tail. So there they are, the two loopers now ready to go into the threading. So all I'm going to do is take the first one, poke the end in, like so. Again, about a centimetre, sort of half an inch just under. There, making sure it's not going to get caught on anything. And then this time I'm going to take my second one. So, and then into the other hole on there. And again, just poke it in, make sure it's not going to get caught anywhere. So then this time when I press the button, I'll just turn that around a little bit more so we can watch here. Press the button, there you go. 1, 2, both threaded all at the same time.
Absolutely brilliant.
So even though how quick it is to thread them individually,
yeah,
you can even get it quicker by threading them both if you want to. And again, it shows it doesn't matter which order, because threading them both together, they've both got their own paths.
Yeah.
So we know they haven't crossed at all.
And I'm going to be really honest with you, Bernie, who asked, excuse me, Gary, to do that, I couldn't be more impressed by the air threading system. 1, 2, I think it's amazing, isn't it? Absolutely amazing. Michelle, who just mentioned and asked, could you do it? Thank you so much. It's now going in my basket. That's what I said right at the start of all of this, which I said exactly the same. As soon as Garry threaded it, I was like, sold, I want one, that's it. That was the answer I was looking for. Thanks for the fab demo and the clear explanation.
Brilliant. So any other questions again, please let me know. It's on there. So what I'm going to do is now just thread. I've got the left-hand needle.
Now, I just want to remind you at home about the price. It's £1,795. The price actually has gone up today. It should be £1,895. If you go on the Juki website, it's £1,875. That's where it should be. That's where we will be tomorrow. We just said, Garry, we talked, could we have one last hurrah, one last opportunity? 100 quid's 100 quid, let's be honest.
Very much so.
Yeah.
A lot of threads and fabric we can buy with that.
It is a lot of thread and fabric, or it might be the difference between yes or no. And but this is the last opportunity, I promise you that. We've got split pays, 5 split pays of £359. That means you can pay £359 and get your Juki Overlocker home, crack on, get using it, make all the things you want to make, and learn and experience and be creative for £359. Absolutely wonderful stuff. Now we are going to go onto the sewing machine pretty soon, I think, aren't we?
Right, yes, I was going to say, it's obviously
lots more to see.
We could have a few hours spent on here, which would be absolutely good fun if we had the time. So just sort of re-summing back up again. Again, the fully auto air threading system on there. The capabilities then of fine-tuning it. We've all used the overlockers for many, many years. We know how good an overlocker is, but a lot of it, so you can have those restrictions. So we've stepped this up to that more industrial technology on there. And with Smarto, or Smart, which is the word for it, again, this is where the tractor foot, the Smart system on there, so it rides as we did with the pleats. So we know when we're going from single, double, thick to thin, it will grip it perfectly, will therefore give us more of an even stitch.
There was no jump, there was no...
Absolutely nothing on there
just
at all.
carried on.
The Smart tension system for the roll hem, so again it gives us that perfect, and we said whether we did the sheer, whether it's the organza, whether it's the pure silk, again it gave us that perfect finish. So the Smart system there, the micro stitch Smart system, so again it can give us that perfect edge look as well. So by just fine tuning it that little bit more, but as we saw at the very beginning, I did absolutely nothing. I just got straight on and it just goes through what I want to do. But when you want to take it to that next level, the machine will allow you to play that next level. The micro lifter, really then thick, heavyweight fabrics, which is better then for the gatherings, pleating and things like that as well. So it's just allowing you to take it that next step to that next lot of fabrics, that next lot of finishing. Absolutely fantastic though. But knowing perfectly safe, the electronic cutout, but perfectly, it's just fantastic to use, quiet, solid. It's just a pleasure, it really is. But that's what I do love about the engineering side. Obviously myself as an engineer, I always look inside the machine before I look outside the machine, because if it's not going to do the job on the inside, it definitely doesn't matter what it's got on the outside.
Absolutely.
So,
my dad was an engineer and he was exactly the same. It didn't matter what it looked on the outside, he wanted to get under the bonnet, around the back, look at the insides. That was what he was interested in, and that would make my dad very, very happy indeed.
Excellent.
It is beautiful. I really, really want one. I mean that quite sincerely. It's just brilliant. I do think Garry, though, is part of it, don't you, folks at home? You don't get Garry home, but I wish you did. You are quite an important part of the package.
I'd like to say thank you very much. Well, also, this is another thing with ourselves at the backup service, and it does surprise a lot of people. I am on the other end of the phone. We are in the workshop. We have technicians, we have trainers, we have sewing experts, we have guys like myself who can just talk about everything all day long.
You're at a lot of the major shows as well, aren't you? So,
we are there.
We could always come along and have a little chat with you and ask you if there was like, oh, can you just show me how to do this?
We see lots of you at the shows. It's always fantastic, as we know.
Everyone's milling around the Juki boys, Garry. I see that. See that.
Well, this is nice. Obviously, at the shows, we like to have some fun. We like to have a laugh, but we know it's serious side as well. So, come and ask us any questions you want. We can sit. They can show you. Absolutely no problem at all there.
That a lot. We like that a lot.
The machine itself, 2-year warranty.
2-year warranty.
Fully covered. We look after that as well. So any queries, any problems that way, straight back to us. We do all that. But we do say, as we know, with a quality item, 9 times out of 10, the issues is just teething issues beginning. Pick up the phone. We speak to you. We chat to you. We do that.
It's so reassuring. As Collector puts it from Bristol, that is one of the best demos I have ever seen. Wow.
Thank you very much. That's most appreciated. Thank you. It's just say a bit more time, and because I know we've got another machine. We've got your machine to play with.
Michelle, a little update. Woohoo! Checked out on the Overlocker. Bonus. Hubby said it's my Christmas present from him. I don't use my other Overlocker because of the dreaded threading. Who'd have ever imagined, Gary, that it was the threading that makes it all
this is it. Yeah, never heard of that.
But you've got, I was going to say, but also as well, it's not just about threading, is it? You've got all those other amazing industrial features, all those fine-tuned tweaks that make the 2500 another level. Another message, I can vouch for the fact that Gary and the service team at Juki are brilliant, always there for you whatever the problem. Not that you get many. That's brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Thank you.
From Barbara in Lincolnshire.
Thank you, Barbara.
To know they're brilliant. There. Sometimes it's just about how do you do this rather than a problem, isn't it? It's just you want to, can it do this or that? Videos on YouTube?
Lots of videos on YouTube on there. Obviously, being a brand, this is also, it's not just obviously the price is going up. This is a brand new machine out for us. You're the first guys to have it here. You're absolutely brilliant. And obviously, just to show it off this way, it was just unfortunate when we were supposed to get the first deliveries in. That was supposed to have been a little while ago, where we originally arranged to come in and have a play day. That obviously didn't happen because of what's going on out there. So when they finally got there, the new delivery came in at the higher price, which we literally got in last week. So they're sitting in the warehouse. They're ready to ship. We actually send them out to you. We look after all of that for you. On there. So at the moment there are some videos out there, but there's going to be a lot more. But pick up the phone, speak to us, and also we do FaceTime as well through the workshop, through tuition, so we can actually video call you. Not a problem at all that way. So
awesome. And you mentioned an important point there, that actually the Juki is going to be shipped direct from you guys.
Yes, we take care, handle all of it.
But you still do it for our £3.95, which could be for a load of other things that you've bought from us that are coming from us. Thank you for that.
No problem.
Brilliant. We're going to take a little break now. When we come back, we're going to be focusing on the UX8. Please don't go anywhere, because this is awesome. And it's actually, this is going £200, isn't it?
£200.
So it's a £200 saving if you buy it from us today. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you after a couple of minutes.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Oh my goodness. You've been loving the new Juki Overlocker. It's incredible. So many of you have checked out. I need to tell you, over 50% of our stock has gone in that hour. There are so many of you now with the Overlocker in your baskets. You need to check out, because 2 reasons. There's a very, very high chance that we're going to sell out and you will miss out on that amazing machine. And also the price has already gone up. We've literally had a 24-hour grace period where we can keep the price at £1,795. It should have been today £1,875. It is £1,895, sorry. It is everywhere else. If you have a look, it is everywhere else. It's Juki UK's website, £1,895. But we had 1 day's grace because that was when Garry was coming on. So many of you have taken advantage of that. So many of you more with the Juki in your baskets. I urge you, check out now. Make sure you get your Juki Overlocker. It's blown me away, absolutely blown me away. And I know it's really blown you away too. We've had loads of lovely messages for Garry in the last hour and a half. We've all learned so much. It's just superb. What I've learned is I need that machine now. I'm probably not going to get it, am I? Unless I duck under the table and go onto my phone and order it that way, or run out and that's really not allowed. Just to clarify, that's not allowed. I probably wouldn't get back in the building.
And I'm keeping an eye on that one.
And you're keeping an eye on this one. Normally guests give me things if I like them, Garry.
Absolutely, but no, this is coming home with me, this one.
Oh right, fair enough.
I've got to take that to, we're away next week.
Friendship.
So you see it next week anyway.
But what I have already got, Garry, what I have already got is the Juki UX8. I bought the UX8 about 4 months ago. It is superb. It is absolutely beautiful. Adam James Brooks has also got the Juki UX8. He got in there before me, but I wasn't far behind him. This is also going to be going up right now, today. It's £3,495. This is the very last time we will bring this machine at this price, because it should be £3,695. We have managed to hold back the £200 price increase for today and today only. Also, we do have a bundle with this machine which is exclusive to us here right now on Sewing Street, and it's worth £300. So actually, buying this machine today is getting you £500. It's getting you that £200 saving on the machine, plus you're getting the £300 bundle, which will go through with Garry. I did not get this £300 bundle, Garry, but I want it. I love it. So tell me about the UX8.
Excellent. Well, UX8, obviously you've had it a little bit of time, but I'm sure you've not had a lot of time to play, because we know how busy we are on that side of it. But as you say, you've got a fantastic machine, and it is that sort of machine, as you'll probably appreciate. You've got it out of the box, you've plugged it in, you can get it on, and you can just start sewing straight away. So even though it is an advanced machine with what it got, as a basic utility machine, it is so simple to use. It's a full mechanical machine as well within our sewing system. So we've got the 12-inch arm, 30cm arm on there, so really nice. Obviously it does come with the large extension table as well. At the moment,
Garry, just that extra space in there, I would never have imagined, until I started using mine, I would never have imagined how much that extra throat space makes for my ease of use, for how relaxed I feel when I'm sewing, because I'm not fighting.
Well, also because a lot of time, well, to be fair, the market was demanded a bigger throat arm is because of quilting and patchwork was the main. But forget that side, or not forget that side, putting that to one side.
Thank you.
One side, yeah.
Good save.
Once you've got the long arm.
That nearly turned nasty. Go on.
Yeah, sorry, the offence on that. I love my quilt and patchwork and that, because again, for the free motion embroidery, whether you're doing that, you want the space there. But also, as we're saying now, soft furnishings, bag making, where you're using leathers, vinyl, stiff fabrics.
Yeah.
Where if you've got then a smaller 4-inch, 5-inch arm on there, you basically just fold some of that fabric up is virtually impossible without damaging it.
Right.
If you're using some of that. But you say, once you've got the space, it's always the same as at home. The more you have, the more we want. It's like whether it's storage space, cupboard space, throat space.
Yeah, it's not the reason why I bought the machine, Garry. It's not the reason that but I thought, oh, what's nice, I'm getting that extra. But it was almost the first thing I noticed when I used the machine was, oh, this is nicer.
Having that platform on
there.
there.
Why not?
And obviously with that, you've then got the large screen on there as well. So it's very intuitive on the screen. So even though the machine itself, you've got a full utility machine, we've got obviously a few hundred stitches to play with on there, or your buttonholes, full sensor system on your buttonholes, alphabets as well. The great thing about it is the sort of machine you can actually tailor make to your type of sewing, and it's little things like which you may not have started to play with yet on your one. So when we first switch the machine on and say we can literally just get on and go, or we can start tailor making the machine to how we want it. So I'm going to go into the settings on here, and for instance, we know within the studio we've got nice lighting. We've got quadruple lighting systems on here, so you really have got nice bright lights. Well, obviously different rooms you work in, wearing glasses, different light systems that way. So what we can actually do on here is then tailor make the machine to the room you're sitting in. So what I can do, I'm just going to go through, so brightness, I can go in and then I can change the brightness of the screen itself. So again, if you're wearing sort of like bifocal glasses, etc., that would make a bit of a difference to change it all on there. But I can go in and change the actual machine. So I can take the light right down on there. So, but also I can then graduate it as well. So I've got that control over to what I'm comfortable again with my eyes. And also I can change the warmth of it. So I can then override that. So again, the situation I'm sitting in, if I'm working underneath a window, if I'm under unnatural lights.
Well, Garry, may I just give a real world example for when this is absolutely amazing, and that's when you're quilting a quilt, because it is very difficult to see quilting with bright light. You actually need quite low lighting to be able to see quilting. If you've ever struggled with where have I free motion quilted and where haven't I, and you start crossing over and boxing into a corner, the lighting can make all the difference to that, because you can't see where you've quilted, especially if you're using, say, cream thread on top of cream fabric. You drop the light down a little bit and suddenly you can see where you've quilted. It's much easier.
It's much easier, brilliant. Oh, great example that way, and also then why you can change it and tailor make for that type of sewing as well. So even though you can tailor make the stitching, tailor make the machine to how you want it.
Time of year, room that you're working in, as you said.
Exactly it on there as well. And that also sort of goes round, like we get with the machine, we have a multi-function foot control.
So I love that.
At the moment, obviously we've got a normal accelerator speed, so we can just press that, and then the separate button on here, gain that industrial design. At the moment, I've got it set on underbed trimmer, but if I go into the actual foot control setting on here, then I can actually change it then for needle up, needle down. I can have it reversed, I can have it lock stitch. So you're building it to the type of sewing, the type of tailor making the machine on there.
You decide the function of that second pedal.
That's it. I'm leaving it on thread trimming, is one of my favourite ones on there. So I'm going to leave it on there. And it's the same as with everything in here. You can literally just go through and then change aspects of the machines to how you want it to be on there. But other than that, we're going to come out of that and let's go. Actually, one thing I do, one of the industrial setting features on here as well is the bobbin sensor. I can actually program in the machine, so when I've got either 30 stitches left, 100 stitches left, or 200 stitches left, it will give me an early warning symbol on there. So again, it's nothing more frustrating to get into the seam and think, I've not stitched anything, my thread's run out, my bobbin's run out.
We've all played it.
Exactly it on there. So again, that feature on there, it's one of those things just so useful to have. It really is. So going into the sewing side, so as I say with the accelerator, at the moment I've got it just good variable speed. I can use it with and without the foot control as well. I have got the speed control on the front of the machine on here. So I can do that. So if I unplug the foot control, I can then set the speed, press start, then stop. At the moment, I have got it so the actual foot stays pressed down. I have a foot lift here. I press that, so again I can have it so it then pivots down. I can then start again. Away we go. I can control the speed to how I want it. Stop.
And you can speed up or slow down while the machine's still running.
That's it. I've got that full control. I can speed up, slow down. I can change the stitch length. I can change the stitch width, all as I'm sewing as well.
Yes.
So that creativity there is absolutely brilliant.
Well, that stitch width adjustment while you're sewing, so lovely if you're doing things like satin stitching around appliques. So you've got it a bit wider on the outside of a leaf, but as you come up towards the point, you can narrow your satin stitch down, and you can't even see how it's tapering. It just looks immaculate. It's so professional.
That's brilliant. And then this is another thing about them, why we've got what they call the jogger dials on there instead of
sorry.
These are jogger dials.
Okay.
So, absolutely.
Thank you.
With a lot of machines now, when you go and computerised, they're all push button, touch screen, and things like that. Believe it or not, that's the cheap way of doing it.
I do believe
because it's just built into
that's why it's
the pad,
on everything.
and that's why it's on everything.
Yeah.
These dials on there is the more expensive way of doing it, but there's two good reasons for this. Certainly when you're doing free motion, like your applique and things like that, you want it easy to get hold of. So when you're adjusting it as you're sewing, you can fine tune it. And also by having the dials on here, it does it in 0.2 of a millimetre. So as you say, there's no stepping on there. It's much fine-tuned on there, which is really nice that way.
It's beautiful, and it really is that. So you can be sewing, and you've got your hand on the dial, and I don't know about you, but I find doing that much easier than that, continually pressing to up the width or reduce the width. It is superb. It just feels lovely to use.
Yeah, and again, it's just more confidence to use as well that way. So at the moment, I've got the safety features on there as well. So if I've not set something, the machine itself will actually then tell me what I'm not doing correctly.
That lovely screen.
The press a foot, so a nice 7-inch screen on there. So
never
full
gets
colour
old, Garry.
on there. Again, just that information. It gives you the information you need to know with that stitch. Where some of them gives you all the information with tiny little buttons on there. Again, very legible. And then on here, you've got different sort of patterns next to it, or sort of what I can actually then do with the stitching.
Yes.
So at the moment, I can put my foot down, away I go, I stop, it stops, and that's it. I've got nothing programmed in at all at the moment. So what I can do is start playing around with the machine. So first of all, I'm just going to manually cut the threads on there, and I'm going to lift the foot up, and I'm just going to start now at the edge of my fabric. So the first stitch is actually going to be off the edge of the fabric, so I'm going to stitch off and on and off and on again. Okay. Obviously a lot of machines, hang on a minute, my machine would chew it up, put it down. Right. So again, we know for the Juki side, we've got our industrial feed system, so the box feed systems gives it perfect travel. So it will start gripping the fabric even when it's actually not underneath the needle. It grips it before, and it would then travel it and take it through. So it's a lot better that way.
And that, Garry, that's because, can you just quickly explain the difference between elliptical and box
Indeed.
feed?
So the easy way, if I just show you with my hands on there. So that's your fabric. So an elliptical feed comes up, catches, comes down, catches. So you are then, if you've got lumps and bumps on either side, there's a chance it's going to miss, so it's not going to feed it evenly. And that's why a lot of people, when I speak to you and they sort of, and you see you sewing, you get to a bump and suddenly you're pushing the fabric in.
Yeah.
Something you should never do for starters is, because that's the easy way to bend and break needles, but also you're never going to get an even stitch by doing it that way. So with a box feed, the industrial style feed systems, it comes up at the beginning, travels the full distance, then drops down. Travels along, up, touches all the way along. So even if I've got lumps and bumps, it's gripping it either side. So as I will show, even when you get to those real steps like bottoms of jeans and things like that, it doesn't miss a beat at all on there. So what I can do now is then tailor make. So at the beginning of my stitching, by pressing this button here, I'm giving it so it will automatically give my tie on.
Yep.
When I get to the end of it, I want it to tie it off, the finish on there. I also want it to then lift the presser foot when I've finished, and I also want it to cut the threads when I've finished as well. So now when I'm doing the seam, all I have to do is put my foot down, so it sews on, off, on. I carry on my
Did
seam.
you see that? That was slick.
So again, I'm not pushing it, I'm not helping it to touch on there. Then when I get to the end of my seam, all I need to do is tally it when I finish. So I'm going to press the reverse button once. It will then, I've got my foot on flat on the floor, it's going backwards, forwards, finish, cut the threads, needle up, foot up, and there we go, just to take out.
Isn't it lovely? Garry, I've got a very, very, very expensive long arm quilting machine.
Yeah.
And it has a very, very expensive, like sort of laptop computer almost on it, which you can do those kind of things on, sort of program what it's going to do at the start and the end of a sequence before. This is giving me all of that for so much less money without the need for a separate computer rigged up to the machine. It's giving me goosebumps. I need to let you know as well that the UX8 is oversubscribed. There are more in baskets than we have. Please check out your basket. If you've already decided that it's in your basket and you want it home, although Garry is showing us some wonderful things, the most important thing is that you get your machine and you don't miss out, and you don't end up missing out on £300 worth of extras, and you have to pay £200 more next time we have it on air. Check out now, and then you can always watch the video back. A question. Yeah. This is from Donna, who's messaging on Facebook. How robust is the machine?
Hello,
I make
Donna.
bags,
Yeah.
and I need something that will go through several heavy layers, many heavy layers, vinyl, denim, the whole sort of shebang, the
as
lining,
such.
everything. Yep.
Right. Again,
Especially for top stitching, because that's the bit that's got to look
that is
beautiful.
the key thing on there
and often
as
it's
well.
the thickest thing as well. So I get it, Donna.
With that, thank you, Donna. A brilliant question again. So I know we haven't got huge amounts of time left at the moment on there. So what we're going to do is, because something we haven't talked about yet, and certainly it's that development again, knowing how people's sewing is changing. You're getting heavier and heavier, bag making, soft furnishing again. So at the moment, this is a full utility machine. I'm going to turn it into a walking foot straight stitch machine. So higher power, perfect straight stitch, different feed system, and built-in walking foot system as well. So what I'm going to do, so again,
and Donna, I'll be honest with you, when I checked this machine out at a show, and this was the bit that as soon I was like, yes, that's the one, it was this. Karen, sorry. Beg your pardon. I got my machine last December and never regretted it for a second. It is wonderful. It's a wonderful forever machine that makes you a better sewer. I love it, Karen. I
wonderful,
totally
thank
agree.
you, Karen. So all I do now is I'm going to take the needle plate off. I just screwdriver in the front, there's a little latch. It just pops up and then it just clips up. The machine again tells you what it's doing when you're doing it, so it knows. So with a lot of machines now, you can get interchangeable needle plates. The problem is when you change the needle plate, you don't change anything else. So you might have a narrow single hole, but you've still got a wide feed, many teeth, many grips, and that way, which you don't always want. And because it doesn't line up with the bottom feed properly, it can, using a narrow foot, it will actually stitch off to one side. I don't know if you sat there at home and just, why is my stitching going off to one side? Because the feed's not gripping properly on there. So what we're going to do, where I can set this where it can be seen with an overhead.
I reckon it'll catch it there.
Is that okay there? So that's the foot. And then I'm going to take off the normal foot. So the normal foot then is the wider one. Brilliant. On there, so we can see then it's got the narrow foot, and then what we're going to do then is put that with a narrow feed on here. So we see that the foot and the feed, so where the normal one is a lot wider, a lot heavier, and there's obviously there's a multi-point 7 teeth. This is a straight 3 rows on here, but it's perfectly the same width, but therefore it's the same width as the needle plate with the straight stitch hole as well. So everything is in perfect line, exactly the same as an industrial would be. So no difference. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to pop the feed on. So
and I know this might seem like a lot of kind of, it's a bit, I thought that at first, there's a lot to get my head around, but if you're going to be using this feature a lot, it is worth the 10 minutes, and that's all it took me to get that. and then it becomes like your best friend. And I do a lot of straight stitch. And actually, when I went up to the Juki stand at the show, it was actually back in February, I said, I need a machine that can do a few things, just a few things, really, really well. It's got to be immaculate top stitch, and I've got to be able to do bags that look incredible, and you know, the very things that I think some of you are thinking about. And literally within 10 minutes I'd seen everything I needed to see to know this was the machine, and it's absolutely terrific.
So to do, obviously by not turning it over and using it as still the utility plate, it's still got the same power and everything else that way. But as we know, with 90% of our sewing usually is straight stitch.
It is.
So most of the time you could leave it set up as this. So all I'm doing is threading it up.
Well, especially if you have an overlocker as well,
yep.
You probably will only construct top stitch on your UX8, all your overlocking on your 2500, and job done. Job done. And then on the rare occasions, or maybe daily occasions, it is a quick process to change the, well, you effectively, I suppose you're changing the feed dogs, aren't you?
You're changing the plate, the feeds, that's it, the teeth. So it just, everything is then lines up.
Everything matches.
And that's exactly it. Everything matches indeed.
I mean, grab yours while you can. I know it's a higher price point. I absolutely acknowledge that, but it is absolutely, it's a wonder. It's a wonder of a machine. And getting it today means you buy it at the old price of £3,495. It's already gone up to £3,695. We've held the price back for today and today only. Tomorrow, I promise you, it will be up to £3,695. We've also at the moment got £300 of extras, and it's really good extras. It's that, well, you're going to tell us,
I'll show you about the extras on there.
Really
absolutely
good, really good. We've got about 5 minutes left,
right, okay. So what we're going to do at the moment, this is just 3 layers of denim. So this is sort of one of the tricky jobs on here. Don't get me wrong, 3 layers of denim shouldn't be much for any machine at all, really. So I'm going to then just pop that down. Obviously now I've converted the machine to a straight stitch machine. When I press the stitch, it will only recognise what I can use. Gotcha. So I'm going to put the triple stitch in, but this time I'm going to elongate it up. This is another thing with having the industrial feed, the box feed system. Most machines have this triple stitch, but will only allow you to go up to 2.5, maybe 3 mil because of the feed travel. But if you want a really perfect top stitch effect,
yes,
this is absolutely fantastic effect on here. So all I'm going to do is just sew down. You say 3 layers of denim, very easy.
So you're doing that triple stitch now.
That's it. But it's the elongated triple stitch. So it actually gives you the proper effect. So I'm just going to stop there.
I love the fact as well
threads.
that the UX8 recognises what you've done, will only allow you to pick stitches which are compatible with the plate, the feed system, and the foot, and so you can't break your machine.
So if we look at that,
yeah,
that looks like it's out of a factory with a pair of jeans on there.
It does.
So to give that, but obviously that's 3 layers. You can say it glided through that, no problem at all. So what I'm going to do now is just go on, change the stitch.
That is beautiful.
And then put the walking foot in. So that is even without the walking foot, because it's only on a flat piece of fabric.
Yeah.
So the walking foot, smart feed system in there. That is easy, as quick, as engaging like so. So then the key thing
Can't
is,
stop looking at it.
if I go then to a bottom of a pair of jeans, to do a hem on a pair of jeans, obviously most people will fold it. That's not a hem of a pair of jeans.
No.
You fold it again.
Wait a minute, Gary. I'm going to do the maths here.
Yeah.
So now, in that centre part where you've got your run and fell, that is now 9
layers.
See, I can't do the math.
This isn't.
This is clearly can't.
This is an 8-ounce denim as well. So it's
9 layers of 8-ounce denim
on that. So we're going to go from 3 to 9 and then back down again.
Yeah.
I'm just going to pop it under.
Love it.
So foot down. I'm actually going to hold the folds, but I'm not going to help it. I'm not going to push it or anything like that, because I want the stitch to stay even. Yeah. So again, you don't do the work. Let the machine do the work for me. Okay, change bobbin thread. So
Oh, it's always at the wrong moment, isn't it?
The wrong moment that was, wasn't it?
Gosh.
So,
while you change the bobbin, Gary,
Yeah.
I can just do a quick recap. It's not a problem. Bobbins run out, so everybody.
that's my own fault for not programming how many stitches I had left, wasn't it?
Exactly right, yeah. I must admit, I haven't used that yet. Go on. Now, the overlocker, I do just need to quickly mention, I'll mention this now while Gary changes the bobbin. It's been incredibly popular. So many reasons, I think. The air threading of the lower loopers blew me away instantly. That's the one I want. It's so quick and easy, absolute simplicity itself. You can thread your machine in any order, so if one of your upper loopers breaks, you do not need to start and threading the whole machine and starting from scratch. You're saving at the moment £100 if you buy it today. There are more of them in baskets than we have, quite a few more. Actually, quite a few more. So please check out. Now, Gary, you changed the bobbin.
Yep, so I'll just change it over. So I just started, so it's on the 3 layers, and now it's going to go to the 9 layers. So all I'm doing is just keeping it flat. But say I'm not going to help it, I'm not going to push it. It doesn't bang, it doesn't murmur, doesn't change the sound to the machine. Again, the engineering side. But because of that, because it doesn't hesitate, obviously it's going to keep the stitch a lot more even.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to go to the ends. I'm just going to then press the reverse button, because we've got it programmed still to stop, finish, cut the threads, foot lift on there.
So
and then
slick.
if I just pass that over there, if you feel and show that bit on there, that is a solid wedge of fabric. That
is absolutely beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful, and it's 9 layers of 8-ounce denim, frankly, and it is just beautifully sewn. Just gorgeous.
And then going from one to the other, so you go into something like that, and then this is a flat piece of fabric, but we have got curtain fabric, we have got lining, we've got interlining, we've got heading tape, we've got about as thick as you want to go when making that.
Yeah, and there's nothing unusual about that. If you make a pair of curtains, that's the layers you've got to get through.
That's exactly.
Yeah.
So again, just let the machine do the work. So just going to glide it through, just runs straight through, absolutely no problems at all. And again, we're running out of time, so let's even have it a little bit faster. And again, the machine doesn't bang, doesn't vibrate, absolutely no problems. Finish it off, reverse, touch on there. So again, I know we're running out of time, so that last bit of rushing at the end.
New pair of jeans and a pair of curtains for Christmas.
Have a look at the top of that.
It's gorgeous.
Then obviously that's quite a thickness on the edge there. You say nylon heading tape, tough heading tape. This is also blackout lining. It's not just normal lining.
No, that's thick and difficult.
Interlining, wadding on there, and obviously a curtain weight fabric as well. Glides. Absolutely
Gary,
brilliant.
You're like the Harry Potter of the sewing machine. You're an absolute wizard.
Wonderful.
You're a wizard,
Thank
Gary.
you very much.
You're a wizard, Gary.
Always a pleasure being with us, working together.
Thank you so
excellent.
much. We've pushed it to the absolute limit. We've literally got a minute left. I need to do single figures of the there are 2 left, basically. There are 2 UX8s left, so grab them while you can, because we've got loads more in baskets. Those two of you who are going to check out fastest will get your UX8 and join the club. It is wonderful. The view is great. Also, if you've got the Overlocker in your basket, again, please check out, otherwise you're going to miss out. Okay, there's 1 UX8 left. Okay, it'll sell out. I need to do the menu for tomorrow. Thank you so much again, Gary. Here's the menu for tomorrow. 8 a.m. Christmas fabrics and gifts. At 8:30, we're having tuna the turkey with Alison Marianne. Woohoo! It's a year since I've been on air with her. At 10 a.m, the bento box quilt with Amanda Little. At 11 a.m, Christmas crackers, alternative Christmas crackers in fact, and calendar bags with Alison Marion. And then Amanda Little is back with the William Morris Moment quilt at 12 o'clock. We will also show you very quickly what is on Hobby Maker, our sister channel, so you don't have to turn the TV off. You can keep it on and watch Hobby Maker right up till 6 p.m. Thank you so much for your amazing company this morning and for all your lovely messages. It's been a ball. It's been a blast. I will see you first thing in the morning. Take care of yourselves and each other, and I will see you bright and early 8 a.m.